5-2 final on the Pirates Radio Network, presented by Iron City and IC Light.
A good batting order makes all the difference. You start strong, maybe with a breakfast burrito to get you going. Then you bring in some power, like a MTO Homestyle Chicken Sub. And when it's time to shut it down, that's milkshake territory. No debate. Because when you line things up right, even an ordinary day can feel like a win. Sheetz, the official convenience store of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
We're back here at LECOM in Bradenton. Let's step aside one more time to allow our stations to identify themselves just about the bottom of the hour. Don't forget, coming up Saturday, April the 18th, 4:05, Pirates will host the Tampa Bay Rays at PNC Park, and all fans will get a Paul Skeens Cy Young bobblehead presented by PNC. Go to pirates.com/tickets and be there Saturday, April the 18th at 4:05. We pause now on the Pirates Radio Network.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The final score, the Braves win it 5-2. All in all, a really solid spring for the Pirates. Their record ends up being 17-13, and I think it's the most wins if you care about that. Spring training for the Pirates since 2017. But Matt, overall, your thoughts on spring training 2026?
Well, I'm excited for spring training to end here because there's a lot of things to be excited about for the Pirates and Pirates fans. The rotation is going to be pretty solid. Some big arms with plus stuff. I like how the bullpen is shaped up. We saw Hunter Barco pitch today. He's a good piece to have, and we talked about that a little bit, his ability to throw out of the bullpen, but also his ability to step into the rotation if he needs to. Could be used in one of those opener-type roles, piggyback-type role, but also some depth. Carson Fulmer pitched today. Mike Clevenger pitched today. Both guys that are going to start this season in AAA, and, you know, anytime you break spring training, the 26 guys that are initially headed north, it takes a lot more bodies to get through the course of 162 games. So having that pitching depth, especially down in Indianapolis, is exciting to see. And then on the offensive side, you know, the guys that Ben Cherington and the front office brought in this year, Brandon Lau, Ryan O'Hearn, seeing those guys, how they go about their business and get ready for a full season. It's exciting to see what we can do. Brian Reynolds, I think, is going to have a bounce back year. Henry Davis behind the plate, his last couple of days of spring training here, we saw him go to right center with some authority, swing the bat a little bit better. Those adjustments that he made and talked about making hopefully are starting to pay off and at the right time come opening day. But all in all, really excited to head north and be with this ball club for the opening road trip and see what happens in the 2026 season.
Man, I'm excited to be with you on this road trip.
I know you are. I know you are. You picked a great day to be with me.
Every day's a great day.
I don't know about that.
To be with Matt Capps. And every day is a great day to be with you, and we look forward to bringing you Pirates baseball all year long, and we'll join you on the radio side right here on your favorite Pirates Radio Network station. We'll have the game for you coming up, of course, when the Pirates visit the New York Mets. Paul Skeens against Freddie Peralta on Thursday afternoon from New York's Citi Field. And we want to thank again Jason Behringer, thank Mike Kravitz. He was our producer at our flagship station today. And a 5-2 Braves final in the final spring training game of 2026. Now it counts, starting on Thursday. So for Matt Capps, for John Wayner, Bob Walk, Kevin Young, for Joe Block, Neil Walker, Greg Brown, thanks for being with us. We look forward to talking to you on Thursday from New York on the Pirates Radio Network, presented by Iron City and IC Light.
And he's there. He'll make the catch. The ball game is over.
this is going to do it. This game is over. Should be the ball game.
You've been listening to Pirates Baseball on the Pirates Radio Network. Pirates Spring Training Baseball has been brought to you by Allegheny Health Network, official medical provider of the Pittsburgh Pirates, caring for you through every win, every loss, and every moment in between. Sheets. Why the Sheets not? Get a snack after the game. Ford, your neighborhood Ford store. The Pennsylvania Lottery. Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. SeatGeek, the official ticket marketplace of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Pittsburgh Brewing Company. Pittsburgh Brewing Company, makers of Iron City and Icy Light. NSS Life. For low-cost life insurance and high-yielding annuities, it's NSS Life, where family matters. Highmark Health. Highmark is proud to support Pirates everywhere, from home base to home away from home. Because life, Highmark, Blue Cross Blue Shield, Giant Eagle, official supermarket of the Pittsburgh Pirates. And by PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. You've been listening to Pirates Baseball on the Pirates Radio Network.
This Odyssey Sports broadcast has been brought to you by Geico. Switch and save. Get more with Geico.
It's almost that time for us to feed the need with the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank on KDKA Radio. On March 24th, our Giant Eagle Feed the Need Radiothon will be raising money to provide meals for our neighbors in need. Text NEED to 50155 on our Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union text line, and your donation will provide meals locally. Brought to you in part by Aetna and by Isley's and Beano's. Details at kdkaradio.com.
The best words to hear at the TSA security checkpoint? You're good to go. All it takes is a little preparation. Get to the airport early, bring a carry-on bag that fits in the overhead, and have an acceptable ID. Not all state-issued IDs will cut it. Check out tsa.gov/ID and see which TSA acceptable IDs make the grade, like a real ID or passport.
Before you jet, do a little prep, and you're good to go. Check out tsa.gov/ID or the MyTSA app.
All right, we start out with traffic today. Margot's got you covered. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Hi, Margot.
All right, hey, Colin. Starting out this rush hour with a multi-vehicle accident on 28 outbound right before the Millville exit that is causing some traffic in that area to back you up. Looking at the other major roadways, traffic is crawling on the Parkway West inbound from the 79 interchange as you make your way towards Carnegie. And the Parkway East outbound is bumper to bumper starting from the Oakland on-ramp. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Apple, the greatest business comeback in the history of mankind. David Pogue writes about it in his new book, and we'll talk with him. America at Night with me, McGraw-Millhaven. Come join us. Tonight at 10 on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
You've heard the news. Now, talk about it with Colin Dunlap on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, here we go. Full disclosure, I'm tired. I don't know why. That game kind of lulled me to sleep. But now we are in the regular season for your Pittsburgh Pirates. No more spring training. All right. Listen for The Drive at 5. The stories driving the news every single day at 5. It's all brought to you by ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh. Go ahead and demand that yellow van. Drive at 5 today. Jana Drexler, she's the spokesperson from Giant Eagle. Feed the Need, big day tomorrow. So we got all that going on. Big day today. Good on Michael Bartley for getting the commish. Roger Goodell. We'll listen to a little of that in Opine. We'll also hear from Rich Fitzgerald in his requisite later on in the 4 o'clock hour spot. By the way, NASCO Roofing, instant access, all of our shows, just a click away. Email us, instantaccesskdkradio.com. But we do start with, dare I say, some news, right? And just how much it's affecting Pittsburgh is in the balance. I've got conflicting reports, and I'm pretty confident in my reports. But first, let's set the scene for you. Let's set the table. Let's set a baseline, and it's this.
I think it's a shame that these people can't get...
That's the wrong one. It's this.
The airport authority says it's aware of ICE agents being deployed at airports nationwide and remains in contact with TSA, local law enforcement, and Allegheny County Police. Passenger Les Pierce of Indiana says TSA agents should be paid, but supports the use of ICE agents at the airport.
I think it's a shame that these people can't get a paycheck. Okay, TSA. They're working like everybody else does. They expect to get paid. And so TSA, they're here for illegal people, okay, that have broken United States law. So for them to help out where TSA people are in a bind and short staff, I think it's wonderful.
Security wait times at Pittsburgh International have remained consistent in recent days and weeks, with most wait times under 15 minutes. Tamira, Rush News Radio, KDKA.
All right. Well, thank you, Tamira. Now, here's exactly where it is, at least as far as the people who I've talked to. There are a number of TSA agents who have deployed to the airport to get training. Nobody's on the floor. Nobody's out in public. Nobody's checking IDs. Nobody's helping out. Or ICE agents, I should say. None of the ICE agents are helping out with TSA right now. Any reports that you've heard to the contrary, as far as I'm concerned, as far as I've heard, are erroneous. I've talked to 2 people who have flown today. They saw 0. I talked to a reporter who was there. They took pictures of none of this happening. I talked to a federal law enforcement agent, and that person told me they're going through the ID process, they're going through training, they're going through some of the protocols in sort of a back area of the airport. So no one's out there from ICE who is visible. Let's get that off the bat, and then let's talk. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. What this story has done, though, in Pittsburgh being named one of the places that could potentially deploy ICE agents, and there are some in the works, and who knows how far it goes, it has forced opinion. It has forced action by people. It has forced words, and even terse ones by county government. So I was waiting for this because it's going to be interesting to see if these ICE agents do in fact get deployed to the floor to help out TSA agents, and they would not be doing x-rays. They would not be scanning bags or anything like that. They're just shuttling people in and out of lines and assisting because they're already getting paid for the next couple years. You might as well put them to work and help out where TSA today is 26.2% called off at Greater Pitt, okay? So I do and wanted to see where lunatics like Sarah Innamorato, Bethany Hallam, Dan Grisbeck, Lissa Geiger-Schulman, the people on county council, and the such, I want to know, and it's going to be interesting to see those people try to discipline the fine men and women of the Allegheny County Police stationed at the airport when and if they cooperate with ICE to make everyone's travel situation smoother. I'd love to see that. Because keep this in mind, and again, we're setting the scene here. These are the same people, the ones I just mentioned, who gave a standing ovation last week whenever the "we will not cooperate with ICE" situation was passed in front of county council. What we have right now, though, is all conjecture. ICE is being trained. They're going through getting IDs, being told how the operation works at Greater Pittsburgh. There are not 30 to 40 people working. That's just not happening. So if you've heard that, it's erroneous. It's not happening. But again, it hasn't stopped the wheels from churning and how people think it's going to go down, including our very own Allegheny County executive, who, to get out ahead of it, decided she needed to issue a statement just by words. Nobody's working. Nobody's out there. Just by words. Now, somebody woke her up in the midst of, I don't know, getting another nose piercing, or going and getting Starbucks, or raising our taxes, and she decided to issue a statement. And it goes like this. Just like Allegheny County does not need ICE agents patrolling our neighborhoods, we don't need ICE at the airport where TSA lines have remained short and manageable. Sending ICE into our public spaces and communities is never about safety and security threats and has led to racial profiling and harassment of our neighbors. Local ICE agents should skip the Pittsburgh International Airport, which is not requesting help. Instead, ICE should investigate why a Haitian refugee in their custody died hours after she was released in Pittsburgh a few weeks ago, and ensure tragedies like that don't happen again in Allegheny County. Now, for my part, I think this. It's people like her holding everything up with TSA agents why we are potentially here in the first place. Why ICE agents might need to work at Greater Pitt. Number 2, ICE is allowed in any public space they want. As an elected official and one in America, she should be aware of that. And number 3, fill the potholes, clear the snow, and make sure the pools get open. And let's leave it there with you. That's what it is. But in all of this, we need a big stop and think. We do. If TSA agents, and rightly so, I ain't going to work if I'm not getting paid. If they're going to continue to call off, and it is going to be shorthanded, how do you fix it? Do you want the National Guard? Do you want long wait times? Do you want people complaining? I think you should go to the airlines and ask them to pony up some money, but that's not happened. Stop and think. Get together. Let's talk about this. How should it be rectified? You have federal agents willing to give a hand, willing to help, and, well, deployed to assist us. What's the negative side of all of this? Because you don't like that they actually have done their jobs? I'm lost on all of this. Everything seems to be a controversy when it involves ICE. The issue really isn't the issue. With people like Sarah Innamorato, the revolution is always the issue. I don't get it. Not one bit. Look, the TSA issue needs to be fixed. Sarah Innamorato should be somebody on the phone with her constituents to get the TSA people back to work. That's the real issue. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. So much to get into today. And I mean tons. And I can't wait to talk about it with you. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. Crews are continuing to clean up that accident on 28 outbound right around the Millville exit. It is causing some bumper-to-bumper traffic all the way from the city as you try to head up towards that Millville exit. The other major roadways are slowing you down in their normal rush hour delays. The Parkway West inbound from the 79 interchange and seeing both sides of the Liberty Tunnel, the northbound and southbound sides stacked. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rental on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to Colin Dunlap on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Time for more of those magical March specials at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Tantisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, Herky's deviled crabs are 2 for $3. In the produce department, fresh red ripe strawberries 1-pound packages 2 for $5. In our deli, available every Friday, Coons batter dipped fish sandwiches $11.99 each. Additional savings this week, selected varieties of Coke, Sprite, or Dr. Pepper 6-pack half-liter bottles are 4 for $16.
At Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Don't know who to trust? Go with the sure thing. PJ Fitzpatrick has been your trusted roofer for 45 years. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and back all new roofs with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals install most roofs in just one day. Set up a free consultation this month to save thousands. Plus, they have a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Don't wait. Visit trustpj.com today.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all. Because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep. Now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Have you ever felt like you were living just a B or B+ life? It's so dangerous to live that, more dangerous than a B- or a C+ life, because when you're living a B or B+ life, you don't change it. You think it's good enough. Is it? I'm Susie Welch. I host a podcast called Becoming You. People think, okay, an A+ life is not available to me, but there is a way. We are all in the process of becoming ourselves. Listen to Becoming You wherever you get your podcasts.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page, or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Been 30 time, would have been 30, no, would have been 30, being 30, been 29. If that'll help, been 29,000.
Get ready to bid on the equipment you need in the Ritchie Brothers Northeast Regional event on March 25th and 26th. Inventory is housed at locations in Pittsburgh, Northeast Maryland, and North Franklin, Connecticut, with in-person inspections available. Bid on a wide selection of construction and transportation equipment. Don't miss this great opportunity. Visit rbauction.com/Pittsburgh to sign up. Again, that's rbauction.com/Pittsburgh.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Are your glass shower doors past their prime, dated, tarnished, faded, or maybe just boring? Transform your shower into a spa-like retreat with a customized glass shower enclosure from Boulevard Glass and Metal. Check out their easy, hassle-free quote request online at boulevardglassandmetal.com. Simply pick a layout, answer a few questions, and send it. They'll get back to you with a price. Or call 412-621-1799.
Yo, Harvey, Zoe, group selfie.
Ooh, nice new iPhone 17, Drewski.
Let's do a triangle formation. I'm in front.
With a center stage front camera, everyone fits in the shot.
You got it at T-Mobile.
But switching takes forever.
Not anymore. Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes.
Focus, people. Nail your pose.
And you get a new iPhone 17 on them.
No way.
Yes way.
No way.
Yes way, guys. Switch to T-Mobile and get iPhone 17 on us. And right now, we'll pay off your old phone up to $800.
I'm grabbing my phone and switching to T-Mobile right now.
Get back, Harvey. We're taking a... Let's go again, y'all.
With 24 monthly bill credits, finance agreement, 256 gigabytes, $830, eligible trade-in, example iPhone 13, and new qualifying line, $60 plus per month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees. For well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. $800 via virtual prepaid card. Card typically takes 15 days after rebate submission, no cash access, and card expires in 6 months. Check out in 15 minutes per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
It's a match made in heaven. Your drive home and Colin Dunlap. Only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, here we go. Do you know someone in your community who has done something extraordinary in the past year? Nominate them right now. KDKARadio.com to be honored at this year's Larry's Hometown Heroes event. All right. I got a ton to get into before we're out of here today. Condensed show because of Pirate Baseball. You know what else is nuts? ICE is at the airport every day. Every day. Doing different things with products coming in, with custom stuff coming in, all kinds of stuff. This revelation that ICE is going to be deployed and march in like you saw a bunch of troops marching off to World War II or something, is just so flawed. But none are on the floor. None are out in public purview. Some are being trained, being given kind of the lay of the land today, is my understanding, and the multiple people that I've talked to. Nobody's standing at TSA terminals today. They're not. So whoever breathed that to you, it's an erroneous report. It's not right. It may not happen. But I do know this. It's up over 26% that TSA has called off today. And so, with that being said, I get this tweet. And I'll grab your calls in a minute. You're so dumb. Y-O-U-R. Lots of irony there. But anyway, you're so dumb. What's ICE doing to make air travel smoother? Well, they're going to backfill for the 26% that'll probably grow who decided they're not going to show up for work. Nor would I if I wasn't going to get paid. That's what they're going to do. Now, Pittsburgh, to this point, because we don't have the foot traffic that a lot of airports has not been hit hard like you see in Houston, like you see in Chicago, Miami, places like that. But it's not going to get any better, and air traffic is going to continue to grow through this spring break and Easter season. Tim's in Shaler. Hi, Tim.
How you doing?
I'm good. Thank you for asking.
Good. Hey, yesterday I'm at Permani's Hut in Harmerville. In comes Sarah Amarata. In and out of the door 2 or 3 times, walks around the bar, makes sure everybody in the place sees her. She has a shirt on that says ABCDEFUCK ICE.
I don't know. It could have been somebody that looked like her. I don't know. Also, that's no surprise. I don't know if it is her or not her, but that's no news, even if it was. Just is what it is. Man, that guy was itching to tell that story. I didn't know where it was going, though. Honestly. It was like, okay, is that a good story or bad? If that was the whole story, I don't pay attention to anybody else when I go out. I just kind of do what I do. Monica's in Pittsburgh. Hi, Monica.
Hi, Colin. I just wanted to share with you my situation from last week. My daughter and I were actually stuck in Orlando airport.
Oh, I saw the videos of like the square right there below where those hotel rooms are, where you go to where the TSA is, where it all comes together. It looked like a madhouse. It was just a total overflow of bodies and it looked just awful.
It was very bad, and it's interesting that people who want to negate the fact that assistance is needed in the airports have people, quote unquote, people to make their airline reservations and fix the flights that they need to get in or out or what have you, and don't have to spend hours on the phone trying to get out of an airport when they need to get back to work.
The notion that this is controversial at all just blows my mind. It just does, especially after seeing those photos like the ones you didn't see the photos. You saw it in real life. Monica, there were about 9 million cheerleading competitions and basketball things and baseball teams going to Florida, and I'm sure you saw about 4 million of them in that vestibule there.
And that's what we were a part of as far as a band and chorus that my daughter was in. And, yes, parents were stuck and kids were stuck and, delayed with getting back to school and people getting back to work. So, yes.
Right, and many of the things that I read, too, a lot of the people did stuff through group travel. Like you said, with the band, we all did group stuff. We all flew on the same flight, whether it was a baseball team or a cheerleading competition or whatever, and then it made it even tougher because you had one person that made all the reservations.
Exactly.
Yeah, I read all this stuff, and she's right. So somebody's here potentially to offer assistance, and because you don't like that they've enforced immigration, kick them out. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't. But where people feel empowered is before it even happened, just as it's talked about. There are no ICE agents on the floor at Greater Pittsburgh. Before it's even happened, as it's talked about, you have the head of our county just throwing dirt all over them. That's absurd. It really is. Sarah and Murado and that bunch, they don't represent all the people of Allegheny County. They only represent the people who feel the same way they do and the people who voted for them. If we haven't figured that one out yet, we're never going to figure it out. Demand the yellow van. Service Master Greater Pittsburgh. When disaster strikes, you demand that yellow van. Freezing temperatures across western PA mean one thing. Pipes can burst. And I'll tell you, how about those temperatures the other day? What did it drop? 61 degrees in one day or something? It was absurd. It was ridiculous. So you call Service Master Greater Pittsburgh when those pipes break. They'll stop the damage. They'll clean up the mess. They'll get your property back to normal and fast. Winter hits hard. And this time of year, it's summer one day, then it's, spring, then it's winter. It was snowing this morning. So you never know when that damage could happen. I do know the number, and it's easy. 412-RECOVER. That's 412-RECOVER. Demand that yellow van. Service Master Greater Pittsburgh News, top of the hour, KDK.
We're only 31 days until the draft. Everything you need to know surrounding the draft is right here. It's brought to you by Bill Few Associates Wealth Management, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Italian subs for your finance team at Chicago. Easy Cater. Burritos for your call center crew in Plano. Easy Cater. Bagels for your sales reps meeting clients in Charlotte. Easy Cater. Hot chicken sandwiches for your third shift warehouse workers in Memphis. Easy Cater. Your teams may be spread out across the country, but you've got one platform to feed them all, whenever and wherever they work, with food they love from favorite restaurants. Easy Cater. Food for the workplace, all in one place. Order now at easycater.com.
Hear that? That's Mike. He took ZQL Pure Z's, so now he's sleeping soundly on a Sunday night. ZQL Pure Z's are fast-acting melatonin gummies with a complementary botanical blend to help Mike get the sleep he needs to wake up refreshed and ready to conquer Monday.
Let's do this Monday.
ZQL Pure Z's, just for sleep. Really great sleep. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Cloudy and 37 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 4 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. With their famous lifetime warranty on materials and labor, trustpj.com. Federal ICE agents are being deployed to Pittsburgh International Airport today, per confirmation from the Allegheny County Airport Authority. News Radio KDK's Tamara Rush has those details.
The airport authority says it's aware of ICE agents being deployed at airports nationwide and remains in contact with TSA, local law enforcement, and Allegheny County Police. Passenger Les Pierce of Indiana says TSA agents should be paid, but supports the use of ICE agents at the airport.
I think it's a shame that these people can't get a paycheck. Okay, TSA, they're working like everybody else does. They expect to get paid. And so TSA, they're here for illegal people, okay, that have broken United States law. So for them to help out where TSA people are in a bind and short staff, I think it's wonderful.
Security wait times at Pittsburgh International have remained consistent in recent days and weeks, with most wait times under 15 minutes. Tamira Rush, News Radio, KDKA.
Statement from County Executive Sarah Innamorato in response to the announcement that the federal ICE agents will be patrolling the Pittsburgh International Airport. Just like Allegheny County does not need ICE agents patrolling our neighborhoods, we don't need ICE at the airport, where TSA lines have remained short and manageable. Sending ICE into our public spaces and communities is never about safety and security threats and has led to racial profiling and harassment of our neighbors. Local ICE agents should skip the Pittsburgh International Airport, which is not requesting help. Instead, ICE should investigate why a Haitian refugee in their custody died hours after she was released in Pittsburgh a few weeks ago, and ensure tragedies like that don't happen in Allegheny County again. End quote. A fight involving roughly 80 young people broke out around 5:30 Sunday evening at Forbes Avenue in Market Square, and some deploying pepper spray. Department of Public Safety Director Sheldon Williams defended officers' decision to use pepper spray to regain control.
So our officers were responding in real time to those issues, and then that's what escalated it to the point where additional law enforcement was happening. So the initial deployment was on the kids themselves.
Pittsburgh EMS treated about 20 people on scene for pepper spray exposure, but no one required transport to a hospital, and no officers were injured. State police are searching for a missing Fayette County girl, 17-year-old Emily Salonik. was last seen at McDonald's in South Union Township on Wednesday. That was March 18th. She's 5'6", weighs about 140 pounds, has hazel eyes and black hair. You can see her picture and get police contact information at KDKRadio.com. NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell says next month's draft will give Pittsburgh a chance to shine. News Radio KDK's David Bolorado has more.
In an exclusive interview with KDKA Radio's Michael Bartley, Goodell said the event will attract visitors from all over the world. He says the Rooney family defines Pittsburgh in so many ways, and Dan Rooney taught him a lot about life and the league.
And I will be thinking of Dan. He was a great influence on me personally, career-wise. I'm sure I wouldn't be sitting in the seat without Dan Rooney.
He says the draft will screen Pittsburgh.
And I'm sure that's going to happen because of the fans, the iconic location we're at, with the stadium on one side of the river, Point State Park, that incredible intersection of the world.
Goodell says the draft defines hope and is the one day of the year when all teams get better. David Bolorado, News Radio KDKA.
On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 771 points, the NASDAQ up 380, the S&P 500 up 97 points. KDK Sports, the Pirates closed out spring training with a 5-2 loss today to the Braves, a game you heard right here on KDK. They finished the Grapefruit League record with 13-15 record. It's also getting real on Thursday. The Bucks will play the season opener at Citi Field against the Mets. First pitch at 1:15. KDK Radio News Time is 4:03. Right now, cloudy and 37 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDK AAA Traffic and AccuWeather together next.
Time to call Coit at 1-800-FOR-COIT during their fresh home sale. Call Coit today and save 35% off all Coit cleaning services.
I'm feeling the taste of a chocolate-covered peanut butter egg, potato chip egg, caramel pecan egg. Oh, wait, maybe a fruit and nut egg. Now that I have your attention, hi, it's Nan Cohen for Dorothy's Candies. When it comes to the Easter holiday, it has to be Dorothy's. Visit the store in White Oak, shop online at dorothy'scandies.com, or call 412-678-2723. One bite and you'll know it's Dorothy's Candies. dorothy'scandies.com.
This is Greg Truzinski of the Original Mattress Factory. OMF is kind of a unicorn in the mattress business. We build every mattress ourselves right here in town with quality materials that last. Then, we sell them directly to you, no middleman marking up the price. The result? Better quality mattresses for less money. That combination shouldn't exist, but it does. And you can see it for yourself by stopping by any of our locations around town. Or check us out at originalmattress.com.
Here we are, PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Margot.
Thanks, Colin. All lanes are now open on 28 outbound. However, residual delays from an earlier accident continue to have you backed up starting from the city as you head up towards the 31st Street Bridge. The other major roadways are still looking at their normal rush hour delays. The Parkway West outbound from 2nd Avenue. The Parkway East outbound from the Bend at Bates, and still seeing a bit of delays on the Parkway West inbound from the 79 interchange. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Brisk and much colder through the rest of this afternoon. Still a couple of rain or snow showers around with a high near 40, but the sky will clear out tonight. It will be colder, low 23. Partly sunny for tomorrow with a high of 48. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
If you're thinking it, he's saying it. Colin Dunlap on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, Rich Fitzgerald in just a little bit. So much to get to. It's almost time for Feed the Need, Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. When I say almost time, I mean like tomorrow. John Eagle Feed the Need Radiothon going to be raising money and providing meals for our neighbors in need. To donate, Metropolitan Window Company online donation page. Go to our website right now, kdkradio.com. Man, we're flying today. Short show, condensed show, and so much to get into. Grab another call or two on this ICE situation. And I got a great tweet here. And it's this. Hard left Democrats like Innamorato don't want air travelers to see firsthand ICE agents are helpful law enforcement professionals, like officers from other police agencies. They'd rather demonize by innuendo without letting the public see for themselves. I don't know how I can argue with that. Honestly, I don't know how I can argue with that. Look, and they haven't even worked. They're not out there in the public. They're not doing it. She is proactively issuing, and look, she never comes out of hiding, Sarah Innamorato, unless it's something that goes against her agenda. It's true. She does no media except softball media. That's it. So today, before men and women of ICE even worked one shift, she came out and buried them to try to get public sentiment on her side. As opposed to saying, wow, she didn't have to say anything, first of all. But here's a law enforcement agency that's already being paid for by the federal government that could help us potentially if the wait times get very long in Pittsburgh. I think that's how logical people see it, or many logical people. Also remember this. No one makes you fly. It's a wholly elective endeavor. It just is. And the other thing is this. Let's say they put these ICE agents on the floor. I want to see all these brave white suburban moms who drive their Cherokees and their Explorers and whatever else, who like to scream, F ICE, F ICE, F ICE at these rallies. I want to see them step out of line one time at the airport. You won't. Because you're not really about it. And God forbid we break up your spring break plans to Boca. You're just fake, is all you are. You're somebody who's tough on Facebook. You won't say a word to those people. You'll put your head down, you'll keep it moving, and you'll check your bag or do whatever. It's all just like Innamorato, just like Dan Grisbeck, just like Hallam, just like all Schulman, all of them. You're just about trying to create chaos through words and trying to skew public sentiment. You're not about it. It's not some revolution. You just want people to think that you're committing some act. You just want people to keep working at the place you go get $5 margaritas from. You just want your landscaping done. You don't care about these people. It's absurd. It just is. It's another case by Innamorato today. Mike's in Baden. Hi, Mike.
I don't understand how we can put them working for TSA agents. They have a hard time knowing their own rules. Let them learn their job first. What do you think?
Well, I think ICE has been quite effective if you look at the amount of people who have in this country who have been deported.
Yeah, but they face masks. Come on, man. You're covering your face like one third world country. Why is that?
I would cover my face, too, if I got doxxed that many times and my family was in jeopardy.
Their family's in jeopardy?
Yeah, do you know what doxxed means? You seem dim.
Wow. Are you Republican?
No.
Wow.
I'm not registered in either party, sir.
Okay. Really?
Yep.
Not at all.
No, my voting records, I'm sure it's public record, isn't it?
I don't know, but I know when I go vote, I go show my ID when I vote.
Yeah, I'd love to show my ID. They never asked me for it, which I find crazy.
Yeah, but don't you have to go to a certain spot in your neighborhood?
I go to the fire hall. What's it to you?
But I'm just saying, you've got to go to one certain spot, right? And they know your name when you go there, right?
Yeah, and the lady's about 104 years old.
There you go.
She doesn't know who I am. I've never met her other than sign here. That's your name? Okay. What are you getting at?
So you've never signed that book more than once?
No, I sign it every time.
Exactly.
What point are you trying to make, sir? I'm not following you at all. Let's back up.
You want to put ICE agents in charge of TSA.
No, I don't. I don't want to put them in charge of TSA. I want them to assist TSA when the numbers are down over 26% of people who call it off. And I'd call off, too, if I wasn't getting paid. Especially in places like Atlanta, especially in places like Detroit, especially in places like Miami, especially in places like Dallas, where in Orlando, where people are standing for hours. Why wouldn't you have somebody backfill and supplement and help out to make our travel easier, in particular around spring break time and in the Easter holiday season? What's the downside to this? You know why? Because you don't like them. You don't like them because they're deporting people who are in this country illegally. That's why. Kathy's in White Oak. Hi, Kathy.
Hey, hi, Colin. Nice to talk to you today. I just want to say I'm an old airline and an old travel agent from way back, and back in the day when airlines had metal plates where you validated the tickets on, and U.S. Airways was called Allegheny Airlines, and Southwest had their own ticket stock. And I recently flew on Spirit round trip to Florida. I went in October, and I went in just in January to Orlando, and TSA was so nice when I was there. They were in the first government shutdown, and my birthday was October 7th, and they clapped for me. I told them, today's my birthday, and I'm flying back home. And they were, like, real nice. You know, it's not easy being a TSA agent.
Not at all.
I don't understand.
Particularly when you're not particularly when your paycheck says zero, Kathy.
Yeah, I went to the airport just to see what was going on. I talked to one TSA agent, and they were really frowning during the last one. And I said, you know, the man said, well, it's going to end one of these days.
I hope so. The other part is the ICE agents are there being trained. They're not working right now. Should we wait until it gets to dire straits at the Pittsburgh airport and then train them? Or should we be prepared for when that number grows beyond the 26% that have had a sick out? Again, which I'm totally fine with because they're not getting paid. So now people are mad at proactivity, getting prepared for something. You can't win for losing. You just can't. But this is the atmosphere that's harbored by and bolstered by an Allegheny County executive who doesn't represent everybody. She only represents people on the far left and says words like that are insightful, that allows an atmosphere that you think it's okay. And that's fine. But it's okay for me to offer that counter. That's all I'm getting at. I think they're A-okay, and they're fine. And they could potentially help the next time I fly to keep it moving a lot faster. 866-391-1020 is that number. That's 866-391-1020. As always, you can listen to us, 100.1 FM AM 1020 KDKA, or in that Odyssey app, AUDACY. You can also watch us online. KDK's video stream. It's all presented by Metropolitan Window Company. Why don't you go to kdkradio.com and click on Watch KDK Radio's live stream. Our YouTube page is my favorite. Check us out there. Traffic with Margot now. All right, Margot. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDK AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. Getting a report of an accident on the 200 block of Millers Run Road in South Fayette Township. The other major roadways have normal brake lights. The Parkway West outbound, those brake lights start around 2nd Avenue. Both sides through the Liberty Tunnel are bumper to bumper, and the Parkway East outbound is slow moving as you approach the Oakland on-ramp and head towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Come on. No! It's just a golf lesson, champ. Loosen up. I can't. See that Hyundai Santa Fe? Yeah. I only paid to now sell. Finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
The biggest
biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565. Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Penalties and interest are piling up every single day. Wage garnishments and bank levies could hit any moment. If you've been avoiding it out of fear, you're not alone. But waiting only shrinks your options and ramps up the stress. The truth is, the IRS settles with taxpayers every day through legitimate programs, and many qualify to reduce what they owe, in some cases by up to 99%. That's why thousands turn to helpwithirsdebt.com. They've guided over 120,000 Americans, resolved more than $2.3 billion in tax debt, and back every case with their ironclad resolution guarantee. If there's no real path forward, you get a full refund, no fine print. They even randomly select one qualifying client each year and pay off their entire IRS balance. Terms apply. Don't let another day pass. Go to helpwithirsdebt.com right now. It's fast, easy, and confidential. Find out what's possible today. helpwithirsdebt.com. Once again, that's helpwithirsdebt.com.
Giant Eagle is committed to giving back to the communities it serves. The supermarket that calls Pittsburgh home has partnered with Odyssey since 2020 to provide millions of meals to those facing hunger through the Feed the Need Radiothon. Today, Giant Eagle offers numerous ways to support Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. Customers shopping at Giant Eagle stores can make a donation at the register through May 20th, or donations can be made anytime by visiting KDKA-radio.com.
Did you know that the only cause of mesothelioma is exposure to asbestos? Did you know that many local area tradesmen were exposed to asbestos and didn't even know it? The sad reality is asbestos-related diseases are often fatal, yet entirely preventable. Pittsburgh-based Goldberg, Persky, and White understands the complexities of asbestos exposure and are dedicated to fighting for the compensation you deserve. GPW can't change the past, but we'll work to transform your future. Call 1-800-COMPLEX to learn more.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Oil tumbling today, down 10%, closing just above $88 a barrel after President Trump backed down from earlier threats to obliterate Iran's energy infrastructure, shelving those plans for 5 days after what he calls productive talks with that country, and said more talks by phone will take place today. He also suggested the U.S. and Iran could jointly control the critical Strait of Hormuz, which could reopen soon. Now, even though Iran's remaining leaders say no talks have taken place and Trump is only trying to drive oil prices lower, Wall Street today was all in on hopes for some kind of settlement, sending stocks sharply higher. The Dow up 631 points, the Nasdaq up 299, both of those up 1 1/3%. The S&P added 75, a more than 1% gain. And after 6 weeks of testimony, closing arguments began today in a landmark trial in New Mexico where prosecutors accused Meta Platforms, the owner of Instagram, Facebook, and WhatsApp, of misleading users about the safety of its platforms for kids. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
It's Colin Dunlap on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Woo! What a day. Short day. Big day tomorrow. Feed the Need, so be sure to be listening. What was I about to say? Oh, I'm on a new kick. I want to buy an old analog car, or truck or Jeep or something. And by analog, I mean stick, roll down windows, no backup camera, non-electronic readout with a speedometer, like the old, little stick that goes back and forth, knobs, all that. Like, I don't know. I've been on a kick. Either like an International Scout or maybe like between 79 and 81 or 82 Jeep. Something like that. Just something to kick around in the summer. And it's got to be, I don't want backup cameras. I just want to drive and feel kind of, this is philosophical, but like be one with the vehicle. We've lost that so much. We really have. Anyhow. I've been thinking about that for like 6 months now. I'm saving up. I got money in this, not secret account, but my wife knows about it, but I don't know if she knows how much money's there. I'm thinking about really going after it. But I got to get it in for the summer. Like, I want one without a roof. And I don't want a little convertible car. I think I'm going to go for like a Jeep. Like between 78, maybe an 82. That's the sweet spot. Or should I get one that's a 76 that's as old as me for, just a certain sake. Nostalgia's sake, I guess. We'll talk to Rich Fitzgerald in just a couple minutes. We're like exactly a month out from the draft. Are we ready? I don't know. That's a question that'll only be answered kind of in the postscript. Not are we ready, but were we ready? There's only one way to answer that. Forgive me for doting or being proud, but I have to be proud of my daughter for a moment. And if you gave to the cause, thank you so very much. There are a lot of people who have. This is totally on her own. I only reappropriated on my social media for her. I had nothing to do with it. I like to distance myself from this stuff because I don't want anybody to think she gets some preferential treatment or anything like that. All on her own. As part of her thon with Hampton High School, which is coming up this weekend. She has attempted to raise money for kids with cancer because she's a cancer survivor. She's up over $8,000 now. And I think one of the leaders, if not the leader, at her school. So that's fantastic. Her goal was $1,500. And she's up over $8,000. I cannot be more proud of her and how proud of it she is of this whole platform that she's used and tried to reach out to people. And it's all going to Child Life, is my understanding, at Children's Hospital, which is awesome, which helps kids while they're in the hospital, make the hospital not so terrible. But she eclipsed $8,000 today, and it is, I think, ends at the end of the week. They have like their big thon at Hampton High School. It makes me so happy to see how much joy it brings her to help others. Oh, honestly, she is wired really, really special, and I'm proud of her. Rich Fitzgerald in just a couple minutes. Traffic now. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. Crews continue to clean up an accident on the 200 block of Millers Run Road in South Fayette Township. On the other major roadways, seeing brake lights start around the county jail on the Parkway West outbound. After the Fort Pitt Tunnel, it continues to slow you down as you make your way up towards Carnegie. The Parkway West on the inbound side is slow moving starting from the 79 interchange as you head towards Carnegie. And the Parkway East outbound, seeing some gridlock around the Oakland on-ramp as you head towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is Truck Month. Get to Schultz Ford. Oh, yeah. Oh, man, what a time it is. So, you want an F-150, you want a Ranger, you want to see yourself in one of those great trucks. All those great locations, Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling. And for this Truck Month, spoil yourself. Go get a truck. You can check it all out online at schultzford.com. Gigantic inventory right now, so get there. schultzford.com.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
I wanted a new color printer to add pizzazz to my prints.
Pizzazz can be pricey.
Well, now at Staples, you get up to 30% off select HP printers.
30% off an HP?
Yeah, I saved $120 on an HP Smart Tank 6001 with up to 3 years of ink included.
Why, that could be the last printer you'll ever need.
Could be.
Shop your local Staples today for big savings on HP.
That was easy.
Available in-store, online, or on the app. It's 4-4 exclusions apply.
Breakfast burritos for the morning brainstorm. Easy Cater. Paninis for the lunch and learn. Easy Cater. Barbecue for the clients from Boston. Easy Cater. Brownie boxes and mini bundt cakes for Brenda's workiversary. Easy Cater. One simple platform to feed any size group with food they love from favorite restaurants, plus tools to help you meet dietary needs and stay on budget. Easy Cater. All the food for your workplace, all in one place. Start an order at easycater.com.
You've spent decades building your savings and planning for the future. Now the focus shifts from accumulation to protection, from growth to sustainable income you can depend on. Secure Money Advisors helps retirees build structured retirement plans designed to help protect what they've worked so hard to build and preserve. Go to righttrackbook.com to claim your complimentary copy today. That's righttrackbook.com, where your retirement journey begins on the right track.
My friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. Stephanie from Murraysville used NASCO for minor roof repairs. When a storm created substantial roof damage, she called NASCO. NASCO worked with Stephanie's insurance company and installed a beautiful brand new roof. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Stephanie. Get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
Hey, folks, March is the time, man. The time to look outside and say, I got to get new windows. And the place to go, Universal Windows Direct. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, no limit. And check this out. 24 months, no payments, no interest. 2 years. $500 off when you start this home improvement project. Call Universal Windows Direct, 412-545-6003, 412-545-6003.
Your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
All the music.
All the sports.
All the news.
And all the podcasts.
Odyssey.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Cloudy and 37 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 4:30. I'm Paul Alexander. President Donald Trump announced Sunday ICE agents are being deployed today at U.S. airports, and Pittsburgh International is one of them. Border Czar Tom Homan said ICE won't operate X-ray machines, but will cover exit lanes and check IDs to free up screeners. A statement from the Allegheny County Airport Authority says its leadership team is in close contact with TSA, and Allegheny County Police will closely monitor the situation. Pittsburgh officials say Market Square is safe after a massive juvenile brawl Sunday, and they're focusing on prevention. News Radio KDK's Tamira Rush has the details.
Pittsburgh Public Safety Director Sheldon Williams was at Market Square Sunday when about 80 juveniles got into a fight. He gives his firsthand account.
What I witnessed in those time frames were a bunch of kids who were just gathered. Some of it was they were just being kids. You know, they were just running around horse playing and the like. And as I watched that, I wanted to see the progression of the behavior so that I had a better understanding. And then they slowly began to disperse on their own.
Williams says the city is focused on keeping Market Square safe and emphasized prevention and intervention, urging parents to monitor their children and noting social media can sometimes play a role in such incidents. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
Aliquippa has declared a state of emergency after 3 major water main breaks on Monday. 22,000 residents are impacted by the break. City officials say crews are trying to isolate the main break that's underneath Route 51. Repairs are expected to take 1 or 2 days or maybe even 3. Residents are asked to conserve water, check on older neighbors and those with medical needs, and to stay alert for updates. Bottled water and water buffaloes are being brought in for residents. Looking to free up parking, beautify the city, and address community concerns, the city of Pittsburgh is launching an abandoned vehicle blitz. According to the Pennsylvania Vehicle Code, vehicles are presumed abandoned when they're inoperable and unattended for more than 48 hours, remained illegally or on a highway or public property for more than 48 hours, or if a vehicle has been on a private piece of property without the owner's consent for more than 24 hours. The majority of the vehicles that are listed to be towed have been abandoned for weeks, months, or even years. The NFL Draft is a month away, and in an exclusive interview with KDKA Radio's Michael Bartley, NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell said the event would give Pittsburgh a chance to shine to visitors from all over the world, reflecting the sport's international appeal.
It demonstrates to me that people aren't just going to attend games in the UK or in any of our 9 international games this coming season. They're coming because they love the NFL. They understand that it's a year-round process, that how they build a team and the draft, the importance of that. All of that it brings it to life.
Goodell says the draft will give Pittsburgh a chance to shine a spotlight on the Steelers, their fans, and the iconic locations of Acrisure Stadium, as well as Point State Park. Yesterday's high temperature of 84 degrees set a new daily record for Pittsburgh, and the National Weather Service says it's also tied the all-time March high temperature. Last night's thunderstorms produced about 3/4 of an inch of rain. On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 631 points, the NASDAQ up 299, the S&P 500 up 74 points. KDK Sports, brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. Pirates closed out spring training today with a 5-2 loss against the Atlanta Braves. Paul Skeens and the Bucks open the regular season in New York against the Mets. That's on Thursday with the first pitch at 1:15. KDK Radio News time is 4:32. Time to call Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman at One Health Benefits at 724-799-8873 for the right health insurance plan that can save you thousands. Our next update at 5 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander and the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Spring cleaning is upon us, but there's one meaningful box that you don't throw away when cleaning out your closet. It's the box filled with your family's important videotapes, film reels, and photos. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago to help families organize and update their analog media to digital.
Legacy Box is simple and easy. It works and is safe. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box.
And Legacy Box has been featured in Good Housekeeping, The Today Show, and Rachel Ray.
Legacy Box is like magic, converting your shoebox of memories to the cloud or thumb drive, ready to watch and share.
Declutter your closet by digitizing your media. Become more organized and accomplished, knowing your family's recorded past is safe forever. Take advantage of our spring cleaning sale going on now. It's the easiest task to check off your to-do list.
For a limited time, you can get started for just $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/radio to get our $9 sale. That's legacybox.com/radio to get our $9 offer. Legacybox.com/radio.
All right, Rich Fitzgerald next. First, Margot gives you a traffic report from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Looking at some brake lights on the Parkway West outbound continue to back you up from the county jail as you try to leave the city. The northbound side of the Liberty Tunnel also looking at some brake lights there, and the Parkway East outbound is looking at some stacked lanes from the Oakland on-ramp as you make your way towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Still a couple of rain and snow showers around the rest of this afternoon as it will be brisk and much colder. Temperatures close to 40. Clear to partly cloudy and colder tonight, low 23. Partly sunny tomorrow, high 48. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Apple, the greatest business comeback in the history of mankind. David Pogue writes about it in his new book, and we'll talk with him. America at Night with me, LeGrand Milhaven, Come join us tonight at 10 on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right. From the Southwestern Pennsylvania Commission, let's welcome in, as we do every Monday at about this time, Rich Fitzgerald. Hi, Rich. How are you?
Doing well. Good afternoon. How are you, Colin?
I'm good. You know, you Central guys, by the way, another one today. I'm listening to the Pirate game, and they're talking about this Brave farmhand, and it's Jerry Olszewski's son. I looked him up. Do you know he went to Central, and he's in the minor leagues for the Braves?
I did not know that. Wow. I'm not surprised. They've done a good job of getting some good players and developing them over there in many sports over the last few years.
It's unbelievable. And he went to John Carroll, which is so very Central. Yep.
You poor Fox Chapel High School kids. I mean, I know you had it tough. It was a tough deal. You Sharpsburgians or whatever you.
But no, you guys are everywhere. You are. And I looked, I'm like, where did this kid go? And of course, Central. So anyway, all right, we're a month out from the draft. I did have one question. There were some people talking about the landscape, the trees, the way that they're changing in order to, I think, form a big set and sort of make all of the North Shore a set. All of that's going to be replaced. Am I correct on that?
That's my understanding. And typically what happens when organizations do remove trees, and I don't know how the age of these trees, like some old trees are more valuable than the new trees and the shading they can put off, et cetera. Sometimes they'll replace 2 trees for every tree they take out or 3 trees for every tree they take out. So I'm sure that's part of the some of the work that needs to be done, the infrastructure work that's being done in Arts Landing, Market Square, Point State Park, et cetera.
As we get closer and as we're drawing nearer, the commissioner was on today with Michael Bartley. It was a fantastic interview. Sometimes I can tell when people go through the motions and they say the right things. Roger Goodell seems genuinely excited to come to Pittsburgh and fulfill sort of the Rooney's vision of doing this. In all the preliminary talks you had, it doesn't just seem like another stop. It seems special to him, Rich.
I agree, and he has a little bit of a background. I think having gone to W&J, I think he does have a special relationship with the Rooneys, as the head office of the league does. And this is something that the Rooney family, the Steeler organization, really wanted to do. And this goes back, 5 years, 6 years. I mean, this doesn't just happen overnight. Putting the application together, watching how other cities do it, learning, the good and bad that happens in other cities. And so this is something that is really special, not just to all of us, but certainly to the Steelers and the Rooneys.
Now, not to put the cart before the horse, but let's say this goes off without a hitch, and let's say it's a rousing success, and I would hope it is with the draft. Are there designs on using this as a footprint? We've talked about so many things leading up to it, but bouncing it forward and saying, well, we hosted the NFL draft, certainly we could bring in this or that or the other thing. Are there designs for that to have other gigantic events moving forward?
I'm sure, and I'm sure Visit Pittsburgh will really be the people that spearhead a lot of that. So I'm sure when they go after major conventions that cities of our size tend to compete against, showing success, showing how people can get in and out, traffic-wise, and how reservations and work at our various hotels go, et cetera, et cetera. So I do think you will see some, as they go out and sell against other cities, they'll be able to talk about, look what we did with the draft. We handled 500,000 or 700,000 or whatever the number ultimately gets to, and use that as a platform for the next convention.
Are you, I don't want to say apprehensive, but are you keeping an eye on, for everything that you do with the Southwestern PA Commission, the resolution of the TSA stuff and hope that it comes quickly?
Yeah, no. There's a lot of things, obviously weather being one, which obviously have no control over. The road closures, the planning along those lines, the scheduling of, where the park and rides can pick people up and then drop people off when they're done, so that, there's not gridlock beyond, what you're normally going to have when you have that many people in such a confined space. Security, you're obviously hoping that goes well. Again, you have so many people coming in. You worry about those type of things. So, yeah, there's a whole lot of things. But I will say this, having been, involved in some of these meetings and been involved, watching the amount of planning and the amount of preparation that is being done from so many different organizations, of course, starting with the NFL and the Steelers and Visit Pittsburgh, there's been an awful lot of work that's gone into preparing for this.
You've been involved in the planning since sort of day one, right, in all of this. One thing that I haven't heard highlighted enough, or maybe I just missed it, what is Port Authority's role in much of this?
Oh, they're going to have a huge role. You mean PRT? I'm assuming.
Yeah, well, it's always a pat bus in my world, but you know what I mean.
Okay. It's funny. I heard someone say today the Port Authority, they announced this person, and it wasn't Catherine Kellerman, but it was New York Port Authority. But anyway, so that's why I got this morning. But yes, the PRT has been very much involved, planning on the routes from the four different directions, meaning north, south, east, and west, with park and ride in coordination with some of the other transit agencies beyond the borders of Allegheny County. So, yes, they are a key player. I think you might have seen maybe a week or so ago that they were given a grant of about $350,000 to help with some of the fares so that, in certain ways they won't be able to collect fares in doing certain things. So, yes, they are going to be an absolute key player. Look, we've been trying to tell people you don't want to drive your car into, it's not like going to even a Steeler game, which is not easy to go and drive onto the North Shore. But, you might have, 3, 4, 5, 6 times as many people as that. So really mass transit is going to be the best way to avail yourselves to getting there. So looking at the applications, it's online, the NFL One Pass. This will have the schedule. Let's say you're coming from Monroeville. Where can I get my park and ride? You're coming from the North Hills. Where can I get my park and ride, et cetera?
Rich, I think I surprised some people when I said I fully stand by and back the Pittsburgh Public Schools for keeping the kids at home because it's a big the kids could get caught up in the wash of all the things that are going on, and it's probably safer if they have the technology to learn for a few days the way that they will do this. And I think that surprised some people, but I honestly do think it's the safe bet. Where are you on all of this?
Well, I certainly see the ones that are within the footprint of downtown, Kappa, and maybe some of the ones on the North Shore, North Side, you can have. I wasn't so sure why, if you're at Carrick or, Alderdice or, some of the, further that you have to do that. But I guess system-wide for a couple of days, it's certainly going to be something that these students will remember for the rest of their lives, why we got off school for a couple of days. And if the remote learning can do its job, that'll be fine. So we're already talking a couple of days. We're not talking a whole lot of time missed.
I know, because I remember back in our day, they used to wheel that big TV and watch the NCAA tournament. We missed some days.
Yeah, and there's certainly been days with energy, cold weather where they take a whole week off if it was sub-zero weather, those type of things. Obviously, we know what happened during the pandemic a few years ago. So, I think, you're talking about just a couple of days, and you're right. I mean, notwithstanding the NCAA and, Pirate baseball, the baseball season will be starting. We'll be play some day games there. They could stay home. So they'll have plenty to entertain themselves for those couple of days, that's for sure.
Absolutely. We're getting down to the end. I appreciate it, as always. We'll talk again soon, Rich.
Catch up next week.
Absolutely. Man, he's seeing it all come to fruition. He is, and I'm happy for him. I hope it goes off and goes off well. And the closer we get, I guess apprehensive is the right word for me, but we'll just see. Weather is one thing that not a lot of people have talked about that could throw a big wrench into it, but you can't worry about it. You got no control. Janet Drexler, top of the hour, Giant Eagle, and they're a big part of our Feed the Need coming up tomorrow. I will talk to her about all we have planned tomorrow. Your calls next, and so much more to get into. Traffic now with Margot. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA-AA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. The major roadways not seeing many changes on them. The Parkway West outbound continues to slow you down around the county jail as you make your way towards the lower deck of the Fort Pitt Bridge and through the tunnel up towards Green Tree Hill. The Parkway East outbound also with its normal delays from Technology Drive. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum recognizes Pennsylvania's combat veterans who have received medals for gallantry. With this Hall of Valor moment, here's the Education Director of Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum, Tim Neff.
Private First Class Victor Tomsko of Allegheny County was awarded the Silver Star in Korea on November 16, 1950. Tomsko and his unit were engaged in patrol activity near Toryam-ni, Korea. While crossing a clearing, the patrol unit came under enemy crossfire and was forced to withdraw to a covered position. Responding to a non-commissioned officer's request, Tomsko volunteered to return to an exposed area to help recover wounded personnel. Without regard for his own personal safety and under constant enemy fire, Tomsko aided the volunteer group in a methodical search of the exposed clearing. Only after determining that all the wounded had been evacuated, Tomsko returned to the more covered position.
Soldiers and Sailors Memorial reflects the valor and heroism that shaped this great country. Consider a tax-deductible donation. Visit soldiersandsailorshall.org for more information.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Time for more of those magical March savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, center cut bone-in pork loin chops or roast for $2.49 a pound. In the produce department, easy to peel wonderful halos, 3-pound bags, $3.99 each. In our deli department, available every Friday, Coons battered dipped fish sandwiches, $11.99 each. Additional savings this week, Fiora 12 roll bath tissue, $3.99 each.
At Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
With multiple locations throughout the region, relief from peripheral neuropathy has never been more accessible. Tri-State Neuropathy Center's team of chiropractic physicians have successfully helped over 15,000 patients regain their comfort, mobility, and quality of life with Tri-State's effective treatment programs that utilize the most powerful technology available. No drugs, non-invasive, painless, and FDA approved. Dr. Sean Ritchie of Tri-State Neuropathy Centers is hosting a free educational peripheral neuropathy seminar this month in Wexford on March 25th.
Join us for a free peripheral neuropathy seminar and learn how our most advanced treatment program that has helped thousands can help you.
Reservations are required and seating is limited, so reserve your spot today. Call 724-940-9000. That's 724-940-9000 or go to marydanston.com. Attend this free seminar and learn how neuropathy sufferers are getting relief. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy.
Every family vacation looks different. Maybe this year it's ocean waves in Myrtle Beach. Maybe it's lake mornings in Deep Creek. Maybe it's palm trees and turquoise water in St. Thomas. Wherever your next memory takes you, SWAC Vacation Rentals has the space, comfort, and experiences that bring everybody together. And when you book direct, you get the best homes at the best price without the extra fees. Start planning your next trip at SWAC, SWACK vacations.com. That's SWACvacations.com.
Goldberg, Persky, White, Pioneers in Asbestos Litigation News Desk. A look ahead at what Paul's working on. Hi, Paul.
In a fight in Market Square. What happened? How can it be prevented? Details top of the hour Right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Reacting to the stories you're talking about. Colin Dunlap, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, here we go. So, in the 5 o'clock hour, Jana Drexler, she's from Giant Eagle. What's going on with Feed the Need? How much are they going to be involved? What are they going to do? What's on tap tomorrow? That's a big thing. You're going to hear something from a student athlete before we're out of here today that I think is just lights out that I heard over the weekend. It stopped me absolutely in my tracks. That's coming up in the 5 o'clock hour as well. And some of what Michael Bartley talked with the commissioner about. What's your feeling on the draft? Anxious for it to get here? You excited? Apprehensive is my word. I am. I'm a little bit apprehensive. Oh, and do we need something anymore? I heard they're remaking this. I don't even know if we need them anymore. But I just saw this not long ago. The city has issued this. And are you ready for it? So, be sure to get your car out. Well, where did it go? Oh, here it is. Be sure to get your car cleaned up if you've been letting it lay around forever. What's happening is this. They're having a blitz. Police addressed neighborhood blitz with citywide abandoned vehicle situation here. An abandoned vehicle blitz. Abandoned vehicle blitz. It's abandoned vehicle blitz. It's like ballroom blitz, but that was terrible. Anyway, so in an effort to address community concerns, free up limited parking, and beautify the city of Pittsburgh, in coordination with the Pittsburgh Bureau of Police, is launching an abandoned vehicle blitz. Who you fooling? It's because the NFL draft is coming, which is fine, but just say it. Just say it. Like all of a sudden on March 23rd, they're going to say, we're going to clean up all the vehicles on the street. Some have grown weeds because they've been there for 15 years, back behind, Kennard Park. But now we're going to pick them up and clean them up. Come on. Anyway, over the next 2 weeks, Pittsburgh police and 3 designated salvers, not McGann and Chester, will begin removing, and that's what it says, not McGann and Chester, will begin removing abandoned vehicles in neighborhoods throughout the city that have been reported by neighbors through 311 or police. Then it gives a quote from the mayor. For the purpose of the blitz, officers will prioritize vehicles for removal where the registration and inspection have expired more than 90 days and those that are considered a hazard for the street. And then it's a big, long press release. Cleaning up abandoned vehicles. I mean, because nobody cared or called 911 or 311 about that before the draft was coming. I don't mind this, but we don't call things what they are. It's just like the graffiti blitz they're going on. We're cleaning up abandoned vehicles now because we didn't care before the draft was coming. Just say it. This is all high comedy. It just is. It is high comedy. Oh, goodness. But that is good. At least there's a plus side to it. The abandoned vehicles will be cleaned up. I guess whatever it takes, right? Top of the hour, Jana Drexler from Giant Eagle. Feed the Need tomorrow. We're going to go over a lot of things with her, and we'll talk to her in just a little bit. We'll hit traffic right now with Margot. Hopefully there's no abandoned vehicles in this traffic, Margot. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. Looking at brake lights continue to back up the southbound lane in the Liberty Tunnel. The Parkway West outbound slows you down around the county jail as you head through the Fort Pitt Tunnel. The Parkway East outbound also looking at some gridlock there starting around Technology Drive as you make your way towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel, and the outbound side of 28 starts to slow you down around the city as you make your way towards the 31st Street Bridge. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for moms.
Here at 93.7 The Fan, we know a thing or two about winning an award, so I've got to congratulate my friends at Precision Pointing for winning the Best of the Best award from the Trib as the top masonry company in the region. I've known this for a while and have been telling you as much, but now everyone knows. So as you get on your spring to-do list with tax rebate season right around the corner, get to the long-delayed masonry projects on your home. The schedule, it's filling up fast. Chimneys, retaining walls, brick pointing, they do it all at Precision Pointing. BrickPointingPittsburgh.net.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest-lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Looking for the best of New Orleans? Let AAA take you to the heart of the Big Easy September 7th through the 11th, 2026. Enjoy round-trip air from Pittsburgh, 4 nights right on Bourbon Street in the French Quarter, and unforgettable experiences, including the New Orleans School of Cooking, Mardi Gras World, the National World War II Museum, a Louisiana Swamp Boat Tour, Laura Plantation, and a jazz dinner cruise, plus 8 delicious meals and more, all starting at $2,865 per person, double occupancy. Space is limited. Visit your local AAA branch or call 1-800-354-8761 today.
Are you struggling with hearing loss? Do friends and family complain that your TV is too loud? Are you tired of asking people to repeat themselves? If you want to hear clearly again, but don't want a bulky hearing aid that makes you look old, you need to try Atom X by Audion Hearing. The Atom X is a life-changing breakthrough, precisely designed by top audio engineers, fits comfortably in your ear, is nearly invisible, and lets you adjust your sound so you can hear conversations clearly, at home, at dinner, or on the go. And right now, you can try the Atom X risk-free for 45 days. Call Audion Hearing now at 800-295-HEAR. That's HEAR for a 45-day risk-free home trial with free shipping and money-back guarantee. The Atom X is lightweight, rechargeable, practically invisible, and costs 90% less than prescription hearing aids. Don't miss out. Call 800-295-HEAR for complete details. That's 800-295-4327. Hearing for everyone. Audion Hearing.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Cloudy and 36 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 5 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Home improvements with no interest financing if you need it. Trust PJ.com. Federal ICE agents are being deployed to Pittsburgh International Airport today per confirmation from the Allegheny County Airport Authority. News Radio KDKA's Tamara Rush has those details.
The airport authority says it's aware of ICE agents being deployed at airports nationwide and remains in contact with TSA, local law enforcement, and Allegheny County Police. Passenger Les Pierce of Indiana says TSA agents should be paid, but supports the use of ICE agents at the airport.
You know, I think it's a shame that these people can't get a paycheck. Okay, TSA, they're working like everybody else does. They expect to get paid. And so TSA, they're here for illegal people, okay, that have broken United States law. So for them to help out where TSA people are in a bind and short staff, I think it's wonderful.
Security wait times at Pittsburgh International have remained consistent in recent days and weeks, with most wait times under 15 minutes. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
A fight involving roughly 80 young people broke out around 5:30 Sunday evening at Forbes Avenue and Market Square with some deploying of pepper spray. Department of Public Safety Director Sheldon Williams defended officers' decision to use pepper spray to regain control.
So our officers were responding in real time to those issues, and then that's what escalated it to the point where additional law enforcement was happening. So the initial deployment was on the kids themselves.
Pittsburgh EMS treated about 20 people on scene for pepper spray exposure, but no one required transportation to a hospital, and no officers were injured. Visit Pittsburgh is looking forward to a big year in 2026, fueled in part by next month's NFL Draft. We have more from News Radio KDKA's David Bolorado.
We make moments that feel like they could only happen here.
And launching a new marketing theme, Forge On, at its 2026 annual meeting, highlighted by the NFL Draft and celebrating those who helped to bring it here. And as for gearing up for that event, Visit Pittsburgh's Jared Bacher says everyone has been working together, rallying around each other to make the event a success for attendees and Pittsburgh alike. As for concerns of another Market Square melee during the draft,
we want to make sure that Pittsburgh shows up and shows in the best way possible. We've got an incredible committee of public safety officials on a city level, county, state, and even federal level, working together with NFL security to make sure we create a really safe environment for everyone.
Highlights of the annual meeting included a panel with Pittsburgh Downtown Partnership Head Jeremy Waldrop, Mayor O'Connor, and County Executive Innamorato talking about their collaborative efforts to bring more people to Pittsburgh and what attendees can share with them to attract even more. David Bolorado, News Radio KDKA.
Aliquippa has declared a state of emergency after 3 major water main breaks on Monday. 22,000 residents are impacted by the breaks. City officials say the crews are trying to isolate the main break that's underneath Route 51. Repairs are expected to take 1 to 2 days, could even be 3. Residents are asked to conserve water, check on older neighbors and those with medical needs, and to stay alert for updates. Bottled water and water buffaloes are being brought in for residents. On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 631 points, the Nasdaq up 299, the S&P 500 up 74 points. KDK Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. Pirates closed out the spring training season with a 5-2 loss to the Atlanta Braves today. They finished 13-15 in Grapefruit League play. It gets real on Thursday. The Bucks play the season opener at Citi Field against the New York Mets. First pitch, 1:15. KDK Radio News Time, 5:03. Right now, cloudy and 36 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDK AAA Traffic and AccuWeather. Together, next.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
All right, here we go. Get ready for Feed the Need tomorrow in just a moment, but let's hit traffic now. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDK AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Margot.
Thanks, Colin. Normal rush hour delays continuing on those major roadways. The Parkway East outbound, that's the problem area as the congestion starts around Technology Drive as you head towards the bend at Bates and towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. And the Parkway West outbound continues to slow you down right around the county jail as you make your way towards the lower deck of the Fort Pitt Bridge. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Still a couple of rain and snow showers around the rest of this afternoon as it will be brisk and much colder. Temperatures close to 40. Clear to partly cloudy and colder tonight, low 23. Partly sunny tomorrow, high 48. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Cold weather can freeze pipes, and when they burst, the damage adds up fast. For homes or businesses, call ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh. On call 24/7, 365 for water damage emergencies. Demand that yellow van. Call 412-RECOVER.
The Drive at 5. The stories driving today's headlines. Brought to you by ServiceMaster of Greater Pittsburgh. When disaster strikes, demand the yellow van. On 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, I know it's Feed the Need time when I'm going to talk to our next guest, and she's so pleasant, so wonderful, and so kind to talk to. And she's been at this Feed the Need thing with me for so long, she even had a name change. Hi, Jana. How are you? She's Jana Drexler now. She didn't used to be Jana Drexler. Hi, Jana. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Wonderful. Jana from Giant Eagle. She's a spokesperson from Giant Eagle. We have forged, not me and you, but our companies, and me and you, I guess, a pretty decent relationship considering I think we all have the same goals, we have the same aim, and we have the same vision about what's going on tomorrow. So from Giant Eagle's standpoint, what is that?
Yeah, so from our standpoint, obviously we are a food retailer and we're based in Pittsburgh. So for us, we're really passionate about helping to fight food insecurity across our region. So this is something that just means a lot to us to be able to recognize that you guys at Odyssey are on the same page with us and supporting the work that the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank does to really make those ends meet for a lot of people and help Pittsburgh families put food on the table. So we're really excited to partner up once again and hopefully raise a lot of money to help feed people.
You know, and talking to Brian Gulish the other day, he was in the office with the food bank and talking to you, and then with people who have already reached out, it feels as if it's become one of those benchmark events in days on the giving calendar. I don't think I'm overstepping my bounds with that, but it takes a little while to get traction. And Jana, between Odyssey and between Giant Eagle, I think we may be there that there are certain people who look forward to Feed the Need and kind of now see it as an annual and a yearly event.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that is really just fantastic that we've been at this for so many years now. And the people are really starting to, like you said, have this date on the giving calendar and understand what an important, and I mean, we're 7 years in now, so it's not only an important need, but it's a persistent one. So it's really important that this is becoming a benchmark event, because that means that we are out here not only raising the very, very important funds, but also awareness that right here in our own Pittsburgh community, there are so many people struggling with food insecurity, not knowing if they're going to be able to put food on the table for their families. And at Giant Eagle, that's not a Pittsburgh we want to be in.
And one thing, we're talking to Jana Drexler from Giant Eagle. One thing that I've noticed in all the things that I've read with Giant Eagle and all the appearances that you've made and people from the company, it feels like, because it's a top-down initiative and a bottom-up initiative. There's not anybody at corporate, there's not anybody in the stores that isn't aware of this and your charitable endeavors. And I think that's enlightening with Giant Eagle. It's not, okay, we're just going to write a check. There is a real honest-to-goodness feel of helping Pittsburgh because you people are Pittsburgh people.
Yeah, and we really appreciate that that's how it comes across, because that really is how we view it at Giant Eagle. Like you said, it is top down and all the way through the organization. We all recognize the need that there is, and I think there's just something particularly moving to all of us about the fact that we are in the food business, that we feel that we have that responsibility, and working with food every day, I think it's something that we can really recognize the need that there is. And our store teams especially, they are interacting with so many different people across the city that you understand that people are out there and they're struggling. So for us to be able to try to connect those dots and honestly have such a great partnership with the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank is something that just means a lot to all of us at Giant Eagle.
And last thing before you go, before I let you go, the partnership that you have with the food bank, that's something I think that is a direct line in so much as this. There does, whether it's produce, whether it's canned goods, whether it's stuff that's going to go bad or stuff that'll keep, you sort of are able to, and not to go behind the curtain too far, but eliminate the middleman and go right to somebody who's then going to reappropriate it and get it to the people in need, where you can rid yourself of the unnecessary sort of lag time.
Yeah, absolutely. We just have so much confidence and belief in the work that the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank is doing. And we're fortunate to be able, like you said, to connect with them on so many levels, whether that be monetary donations, product donations, volunteer time, all of those things. We have an active registered donation campaign going on right now that benefits the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. So we're really able to connect with them across so many levels to really try to offer them the support that they need in these different areas to do the good work and help people get access to that important food.
Tomorrow, big day. Appreciate it. As always, we will talk again, I am sure, throughout the day and go from there. And as always, everybody at Odyssey appreciates what Giant Eagle does for us. Jana, thank you so very much. We'll talk soon.
All right. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. She is fantastic. She just is. And I don't say that. Believe me, I don't say that about everybody. She is a wonderful, wonderful person who we've forged a relationship with, both her and Giant Eagle, for a long time. So Feed the Need tomorrow. Be sure to help us out. It'll be full-blown all day, and you'll feel a lot better helping someone else out, I promise. 866-391-1020 is the number here. Oh, I see a special caller on the line. Before we get to something else, Lou's in Aspinwall. Hi, Lou. How you doing?
Just got back, brother.
Oh, were you up in Clarion or wherever again?
No, not up there. I just got back. I was swimming.
Where? Like the Oliver Bathhouse? Where were you swimming?
At the YMCA in Bethel for exercise.
Wait just a moment here. Wait just a moment.
Yeah.
You're not seeing that lady again, are you?
No, not at all. I got somebody else on the line.
Somebody else on the phone line or somebody else on the dating line?
The dating line.
Oh, when'd you meet her?
I don't know, but maybe a year ago at the meeting.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, wait just a moment. Were you double dipping at one point then?
No, we're not dating at this point. She has a couple daughters, and the one daughter's in college, and the other one's a senior, so she wants to wait till they get to college so she has more time. You know what I mean?
I thought that's what you said about the last one.
No, I didn't say that. You don't listen very well, do you?
No, you got me red-handed. Well, do you swim laps or do you just like swim around with your floaties on or what? What happens?
No, I swim laps. And there's a guy out there. I'm going to blow your mind up. You ready, my man?
I'm ready.
He's 85. He swims a mile and a half, and the guy looks like he's 60.
Holy heck.
Right, yeah.
Does he wear a swim cap?
No, but ask Dick Van Dyke about the key to longevity. You see him?
Yeah, when am I going to see Dick Van Dyke, Lou?
On a documentary on Channel 13, he's 100.
Yeah, he swims every day.
They showed him working out and dancing and socializing. They showed him acting. He was on a soap opera last year. You believe that?
Wow. You know who used to swim every day at the old PAA? Mr. Rogers.
Is that right?
That is right. I have a story about that I'm on the fence about telling next. I have an unbelievable story about Mr. Rogers swimming. Text me, 866-391-1020. Do you want to hear it, yes or no, about Mr. Rogers swimming? Huh. Oh, I'm on the fence. Traffic next. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Still looking at delays back you up on the Parkway East outbound. That is from the Oakland on-ramp as you head towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. Also, continuing to look at traffic crawling on the Parkway West outbound, starting from 2nd Avenue as you head towards the lower level of the Fort Pitt Bridge, and starting to see some congestion on the Parkway North outbound, starting from the city. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to Colin Dunlap on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Larry Richard for Lachina Drapery and Blind Factory. Refresh your home with beautiful custom window treatments made in Lachina's Pittsburgh factory. No middlemen, just unbeatable factory direct prices. Save on blinds, shades, shutters, and more. Professionally measured and installed by Lachina. Call 412-665-4900 or go to lachinadrapery.com to schedule a free shop-at-home appointment or visit one of Lachina's 2 showrooms. Lachina Drapery and Blind Factory. The quality you deserve, prices you'll appreciate.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Hey, it's Andrew Filippone for my guys at Comer & Cross. With warmer weather, right now is the right time to call Comer & Cross at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Before that schedule fills up, your new Comer & Cross garage floor will transform your garage in just one day. And take it from me, you will love it. Comer & Cross makes it so simple. They take all the stuff out of the garage for you. They can even make it secure on site. They'll fix your cracks and pits in your garage perfectly. And one day, you're driving on your gleaming new Comer & Cross garage floor. It is an incredible experience. So take advantage of Comer & Cross's great offer right now, the gold standard, a garage floor that's never going to chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever again. And these are pros, not subcontractors. So call Comer & Cross for your free, quick, and easy estimate before that schedule fills up. Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or just say, hey, Siri, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR to speak to them or go to COMERcross.com.
Goldberg, Persky, White, pioneers in asbestos litigation news desk. A look ahead what's happening. Paul Alexander. Hi, Paul.
Colin, good evening. What is the real effect of the NFL draft coming to Pittsburgh in a little bit less than a month? Details coming up. Bottom of the hour right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio, KDKA.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. President Trump today shelving his threatened strikes on Iranian energy targets for 5 days, saying the U.S. has had productive talks with the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, and more talks by phone were happening today. Although Iran counters that no negotiations with the U.S. are taking place, with all the shelling and drone attacks on pause for now, Wall Street sent stocks surging higher and oil sharply lower. Now, the major averages were off the highs of the session, but they all closed at least 1% to 1.33% higher. The Dow added 631 points. The Nasdaq up 299. The S&P was up by 75. And oil tumbling 10% today to close right around $88 a barrel. And Alphabet's drone delivery unit called Wing will begin delivering packages to homes in the San Francisco Bay Area sometime this year. Wing is already making drone drop-offs for Walmart and DoorDash in North Carolina, Virginia, and Australia. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Your drive just got easier. It's Colin Dunlap on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, bunch of yes votes, so I guess I got to tell the story. It's no secret, right? The PAA, that was a great building. You remember the bowling alley down in the basement? It was about this time of year. I had some rich friends when I was growing up, and they belonged there. And they would have like an NCAA day. We'd go on the Saturday, and we'd bowl, and then there was that gym upstairs, and we'd play basketball and bowl, and it would be phenomenal, and like go to the sauna and whatever, and watch all the games. That was a fantastic old, now antiquated, sort of like health club, men's club, dinner club, all of that. Man, the PAA, that was something. Anyhow, to the Mr. Rogers story. And you may have heard this before, you may have not, but overwhelmingly on the text line, people are saying, hey, you got to tell the story because I teased it. I have a friend who will remain nameless, but his name's Kenny Schultz, and he's an attorney downtown. And I grew up with him. He is, if honest people were in politics, he'd be the president. He's the greatest guy I know, one of them. But he's the kind of person who should be in politics, but no politicians are honest, so Kenny can't be a politician. So anyway, he was 8 years old, right? And he's at the PAA with some other guys, kids, right? And they had like a men's locker room, a women's locker room, and I guess the men's pool hours, the women's pool hours, I don't know how it all worked. But back in that day, and it wasn't that long ago, the men just swam naked. Just all out. Let's go. That's how it was at some of those old health clubs. And it's one thing if it's some guy that is an executive at, I don't know, Pittsburgh National Bank back in the day, or Mellon, or Coppers, or whatever. Who cares? It's just some other rich guy. Anyhow, 8-year-old Kenny comes traipsing through the locker room. Guy turns around, Mr. Rogers, totally naked, swinging. Like, what is going on here? Totally screwed up his childhood. Seriously. Like, wouldn't it yours? You see the guy on TV every day. Beautiful day in the neighborhood. He is the nicest guy in the history of the world. But he sees him naked. And he's walking through the locker room. He said he never saw Mr. Rogers the same again. Anyhow, that's how it was back in the day. You just swam naked in the place. Whew! I didn't see it. My buddy Kenny saw it. And it messed him up. To this day, if Mr. Rogers is brought up in the company of Kenny, he says, you'll never believe what happened to me when I was 8 years old. I come around a corner, and Mr. Rogers is, standing there, and it's like, you didn't see a lot that day. Maybe your dad. It was like the first, it was crazy. Anyhow, I wish the PAA wouldn't have been torn down. If you remember that building, the architecture inside, the way that it was, and look, I was absolutely not rich enough to ever go in there except with rich friends that I had. It was like, for a person like me, you saw the other side. Like, here's how the rich people do it when they're not at the country club, when it's like wintertime especially, and all the golf country clubs are closed or can't play golf. What a fantastic old building. And the architecture in there, the way that they were just waited on, it was unbelievable. But they swam naked. Just how it was back in the day. I'm glad it wasn't me. I didn't watch much Mr. Rogers, but from that day on, Kenny never watched Mr. Rogers beyond that. Anyway, 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. Michael Bartley had on the commissioner of the National Football League today. He had tons of great things to say, but how are you feeling right now about the NFL draft coming here now that it is 1 month away? I think apprehensive is the best way for me to put it. But we'll talk next. And before we're out of here today, I heard a student athlete say something that just blew me away for a 22-year-old. It did. It blew me away. The way that a 22-year-old expressed something over the weekend. You'll hear it before we're out of here today. You hear Margot now with traffic. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Looking at some heavy congestion on the Parkway North outbound, starting from the city as you try to head outbound on that route. The other major roadways, just looking at steady congestion on the Parkway West outbound from 2nd Avenue and on the Parkway East outbound from the Bend at Bates. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
Yo, Harvey, Zoe, group selfie.
Ooh, nice new iPhone 17, Drewski.
Let's do a triangle formation. I'm in front.
With a center stage front camera, everyone fits in the shot.
You got it at T-Mobile.
But switching takes forever.
Not anymore. Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes.
Focus, people. Nail your pose.
And you get a new iPhone 17 on them.
No way.
Yes way.
No way.
Yes way, guys. Switch to T-Mobile and get iPhone 17 on us. And right now, we'll pay off your old phone up to $800.
I'm grabbing my phone and switching to T-Mobile right now.
Get back, Harvey. We're taking a... let's go again, y'all.
With 24 monthly bill credits, finance agreement, 256 gigabytes, $830, eligible trade-in, example iPhone 13, and new qualifying line, $60 plus per month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. For well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. $800 via virtual prepaid card. Card typically takes 15 days after rebate submission, no cash access, and card expires in 6 months. Check out in 15 minutes per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
I was ordering food from our usual place for the big meeting. My VP said, "Please, God, no."
For workplaces suffering with corporate catering deficiency, every day's a struggle.
The food was always meh and over budget. Before Easy Cater, I thought that was normal.
Easy Cater is designed to treat CCD with a huge variety of restaurants, help meet dietary needs, and stay on budget. Use daily. One platform lets you save time and thrive. Ask your web browser about Easy Cater or start an order at easycater.com.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online.
Hey, it's Marty. Are you tired of pain or fear of falling that's holding you back, struggling with balance, neuropathy, or joint pain? At Monroeville Physical, spelled F-Y-Z-I-C-A-L, physical therapy is done differently because you are different. Folks, this place is amazing. I've seen it firsthand. Shoulder pain, knee pain, balance issues. They attack it and work it, and it works. Call today. Monroeville Physical, F-Y-Z-I-C-A-L, 412-457-8200. When it comes to building Pennsylvania's future, the laborers are on the job. From highways and bridges to schools, hospitals, energy projects, the men and women of the Pennsylvania Laborers District Council deliver the skilled work that keeps our communities moving forward. Joe LaQuatra is leading the charge to train the next generation, protect worker safety, and stand up for fair wages and benefits. When laborers build, Pennsylvania grows stronger. The Pennsylvania Laborers District Council, working hard every day. My people.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Cloudy and 36 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 5:30. I'm Paul Alexander. President Donald Trump announced Sunday ICE agents were being deployed today at U.S. airports, and Pittsburgh International is one of them. Border Czar Tom Homan said ICE won't operate X-ray machines, but will cover exit lanes and check IDs to free up screeners. A statement from the Allegheny County Airport Authority says its leadership team is in close contact with TSA and Allegheny County Police and will closely monitor the situation. Here's a comment from County Executive Sarah Innamorato. Just like Allegheny County does not need ICE agents patrolling our neighborhoods, we don't need ICE at the airport where TSA lines have remained short and manageable. Sending ICE into our public spaces and communities is never about safety and security threats and has led to racial profiling and harassment of our neighbors. Pittsburgh officials say Market Square is safe after a massive juvenile brawl on Sunday, and they're focusing on prevention. News Radio KDK's Tamira Rush has the details.
Pittsburgh Public Safety Director Sheldon Williams was at Market Square Sunday when about 80 juveniles got into a fight. He gives his firsthand account.
What I witnessed in those time frames were a bunch of kids who were just gathered. Some of it was they were just being kids. You know, they were just running around, horse playing and the like. And as I watched that, I wanted to see the progression of the behavior so that I had a better understanding. And then they slowly began to disperse on their own.
Williams says the city is focused on keeping Market Square safe and emphasized prevention and intervention, urging parents to monitor their children and noting social media can sometimes play a role in such incidents. Tamira, Rush News Radio, KDKA.
Visit Pittsburgh is expecting 2026 to be a banner year for the region, fueled in part by the anticipated success of next month's NFL Draft. At its annual meeting, the agency unveiled its new Forge On marketing campaign, positioning Pittsburgh as a 21st century maker city, building off its industrial heritage. Steelers president Art Rooney II was awarded the 2026 Spirit of Hospitality Award.
This hopefully is going to be an event that the benefits will be seen for many, many years, and I think that's what we're looking forward to, in addition to hosting another draft someday. Hopefully can do that too.
Visit Pittsburgh says last year it booked 291 events, drawing more than $433 million in visitor spending. On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 631 points, the Nasdaq up 299, the S&P 500 up 74 points. KDK Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. The Pirates closed out spring training season with a 5-2 loss to the Atlanta Braves today. They finished the Grapefruit League season at 13-15. It gets real on Thursday when the Bucks play the season opener at Citi Field in New York against the Mets. First pitch set for 1:15. KDK Radio News Time, 5:32. Time to call Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman at One Health Benefits at 724-799 for the right health insurance that can help you save thousands. Our next update at 6 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, folks, it's Marty. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and 24 months with no payments or interest, plus $500 off. Restrictions apply. Call 412-545-6003.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-948-7878. That's 800-948-7878.
Crowded waiting rooms, 5 rushed minutes with the doctor. No real answers, just solutions that mask symptoms. For so many, that's what healthcare has become. In and out, no time, no connection. Just another appointment on the schedule. At Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, it's different. They take the time to listen, explain, and design a plan built around you. Because real relief starts with understanding what's really going on, not just treating the surface. From allergy testing to in-office sinus and nasal procedures, their experienced team uses the latest technology and a personal touch to help you breathe, sleep, and live better. Here, you're not just another number. You're the reason they do what they do. Discover a better way to feel better, one that's built around you. Pittsburgh Sinus Centers. Schedule a consultation today. Call Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, 878-231-4950. 878-231-4950. That's 878-231-4950.
PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDK AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. Looking at those major roadways, still seeing some bumper-to-bumper traffic on the southbound side of the Liberty Tunnel. The Parkway West on the outbound side is brake lights starting from 2nd Avenue. And the Parkway East outbound, seeing lanes clogged around the Oakland on-ramp as you make your way towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Tonight's going to turn out colder under a clear to partly cloudy sky, low 23. Partly sunny for tomorrow, a high of 48. And then warming up nicely on Wednesday with clouds and sunshine, a high of 62. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Conroy Foods makes Beano's deli condiments right here in Pittsburgh. Beano's original submarine dressing was the first condiment to earn a home in grocery store deli departments throughout America. Today, they have a full line of distinctive deli condiment flavors to choose from. As a Pittsburgh-based company, they are committed to putting the needs of their neighbors first, which is why they've chosen to partner with the Greater Pittsburgh Food Bank as a proud supporter of Feed the Need.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Apple, the greatest business comeback in the history of mankind. David Pogue writes about it in his new book, and we'll talk with him. America at Night with me, McGraw-Milhaven. Come join us. Tonight at 10 on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The history of mankind. Greatest business comeback in the history of mankind. That's saying a lot. Man. All right, before we're out of here today, you're going to hear something from a student athlete over the weekend that blew me away. It just did. Also, this is as little of the NCAA tournament as I've ever watched. It's not that I'm totally not interested, but I'm not that interested. Here's why. NIL, and there are very few guys that you've followed and have played for teams for 4 years. It's hard to, and I don't want to be like back in my day, but seriously, think of those old Pitt teams. And not the very, very old, like the Jamie Dixon coached ones. You got to know those guys. You understood, and maybe it's because there aren't any local teams, but you saw them evolve. You saw them grow. You saw them get better. You saw them bond, all that. Now, guys are on, different teams every year. You don't even, it's tough to follow. From a competitive standpoint, yeah, it's neat, it's cool, it's whatever. But I've followed it a lot less than I ever have. Oh, I heard this story today. And I'll grab your calls in a moment. But this is interesting.
It's really awesome because all of our coins are going to have 1776, 2026.
That's Paul Hollis, director of the United States Mint.
Every coin's got a unique design.
There's a 1 cent coin for collectors and historic designs for the regular issue nickel, dime, quarter, and the half dollar.
The half dollar has a rendition of Lady Liberty, and it is stunning.
The 1 year dime is drawing some controversy as the olive branches, a symbol of peace, are temporarily replaced by a fierce-looking bald eagle clutching arrows.
Anyone and everyone can celebrate it.
Michael Toscano, CBS News, Washington.
All right, we're talking about redesigning coins, right? I was thinking of this when I heard that story today. The last time I used coins on purpose was, and it's one thing if you collect them, was probably in the fall when I went to one of those DIY car washes. And they take quarters, and you got to put in $8 in quarters. That was the last time. If we got rid of coins for good, would you bat an eye at all? When I heard that story today, I was thinking about that. It wouldn't impact my life one iota. I pay with my phone. I tap a lot of stuff. I carry some walking around money, but it's all bills. Now, it'd be impossible to round everything up to the nearest dollar, although they might find a way to do it anyway. But for younger generations, I mean this, like my kids that are 15, coins are like a nuisance to them. Yeah, they have value, but they're like a nuisance to them, carrying around coins. Even carrying around hard money is a nuisance to them. It's very weird. I like to keep at least $50 in my wallet. Just in case, walking around money, But coins, nah, I can't get rid of them fast enough. Go put them in a big jug at home or whatever, or pawn them off of my kids. Here you go. Here's 74 cents. Do with it whatever. And I don't know what they do with it, but I don't want it. This whole effort of redesigning them or spending any money on doing anything with coins seems to be an interesting development. Jack in Mount Lebanon. Hi, Jack.
Hi, Colin. How's the family?
Great. Had a good weekend. How was your weekend?
Good, thank you. How was yours?
It was fantastic, although I can't think of there was a pretty wacky weather weekend.
Yep, I agree. My guys in the Breezewood just texted me and said it's snowing in Cleveland.
Oh, yeah. Well, it was snowing here earlier today. There were a couple little flurries today that I saw at about, would have been just after 9 o'clock.
Yeah, my sister told me about it.
She told you about the snow.
It's weird.
It is weird. The weather's weird. So what did you do all weekend? Drink beer, watch, did you watch basketball all weekend?
I watched a little. What happened to that Virginia game?
I told you I didn't watch much of the tournament. But who did they play? Iowa?
I can't remember, but they said a referee blew a call.
Oh, they played Tennessee. That's right.
And I didn't see that.
Yeah, they lost to Tennessee, right?
I couldn't tell you.
Well, good thing you watched it closely. What else happened?
Nothing.
Nothing. What do you got going on this week, Jack?
Drink beer, go out to Panera's. That's about it.
Do you ever go to Aldi, by the way? That's one place people are pointing out you might need a coin to get a cart.
No, I don't go to Aldi's.
Why don't you go to Aldi's?
I go to Coons or Shop and Save.
Okay, fair enough. I actually like Aldi. I'm a fan of Aldi.
I've never been in one.
Well, how do you know you don't like it then?
I don't know. It's German.
That's insane. That is insane. I think you would like it.
Isn't their headquarters in Germany?
Well, I know it's overseas. I thought it was in Sweden. Let me see. Aldi is, what kind of company is Aldi? Yeah, it's German. You're right. Good call by you.
Yeah, so I try to use American things.
Oh, because I'm sure at both Coons and Shop and Save, there's nothing that is imported from another country.
Well, no. Their headquarters are in here.
You're right. You got me on that, Johnny Patriot. You're right. I just like Aldi because, I don't know, I walk around in there. It's nice. It's clean. The stuff's fresh. It has a quick sell-by date, a lot of it, but I eat a lot of fresh food, and I take it in the next 72 hours or whatever.
I use a lot of Molly's pizza, too.
Gets his commercial in for Molly's. Always gets that hoagie and that pizza. Good on Jack. Man, wait to hear what this student-athlete has to say. Before we get out of here, though, I want to talk to this caller from Shaler. How are you?
Hey, Colin. I just wanted your story about Mr. Rogers was no big deal to me. I went to Perry High School on the north side.
Yeah.
And all the guys swim naked all the time.
I know. You know who talks about that sometimes? Joe Starkey, back in his day where he grew up in Buffalo, swimming naked in phys ed class.
Yeah, yep. The girls, they got school-issued bathing suits.
How would you know?
Didn't they separate
How would you know? Didn't they separate the boys and girls during gym class?
Yeah, they separate them, but you could see them. When it was the girls' turn, you could see the matron handing out swimsuits.
Ah, gotcha. Yeah, it was no big deal back
for the guys.
It was no big deal back in the day.
No.
Yeah, modesty
Rogers,
didn't exist.
No
Yeah, modesty didn't exist.
If it did, that cured you.
You know, can I offer up some honesty? He was calling in as Dick in Shaler. Was his first name, Richard, But I thought it may have been a prank, so I just called him the gentleman from Shaler when I introduced him. But now I realize his name is probably Dick from Shaler. Considering what the topic was, I didn't want to, but it ended up working out. Coming up next, I heard a student-athlete over the weekend, and it's one of the greatest quotes I've ever heard from a student-athlete, particularly right after a competition. I'll play it for you. We'll get out of here. Feed the Need tomorrow. Don't forget to help us out. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic. It's all powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Margot.
Thanks, Colin. Lanes on the Parkway West outbound are stacked from 2nd Avenue, and the Parkway East outbound not looking much better as the lanes there are still congested starting from the Oakland on-ramp. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hey, folks, it's Marty. NASCO Roofing, the region's roofing leader. Wow, they're good. They continue to exceed customer expectation. For instance, Charles from Bethel Park highly recommends NASCO. Charles was pleased with NASCO's exemplary customer service and the quality of their work. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Charles. Now's the time to get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO, NASCO.
With multiple locations throughout the region, relief from peripheral neuropathy has never been more accessible. Tri-State Neuropathy Center's team of chiropractic physicians have successfully helped over 15,000 patients regain their comfort, mobility, and quality of life with Tri-State's effective treatment programs that utilize the most powerful technology available. No drugs, non-invasive, painless, and FDA approved. Dr. Sean Ritchie of Tri-State Neuropathy Centers is hosting a free educational peripheral neuropathy seminar this month in Wexford on March 25th.
Join us for a free peripheral neuropathy seminar and learn how our most advanced treatment program that has helped thousands can help you.
Reservations are required and seating is limited, so reserve your spot today. Call 724-940-9000. That's 724-940-9000 or go to marydanston.com. Attend this free seminar and learn how neuropathy sufferers are getting relief. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
My friends are holding an amazing fresh home sale with huge savings to get your home quite clean this spring. Save 35% off all Coit cleaning services, carpets, rugs, drapes, upholstery, and more. Coit did an amazing job on my home. They'll do the same with yours. Call Coit today to save 35%. 1-800-FOR-COIT. 1-800-FOR-COIT. Get your home Coit cleaned by the best. Coit, Pittsburgh's premier cleaning service since 1972. Love them.
The amount of compensation received from a lung cancer or mesothelioma lawsuit varies. But at Pittsburgh-based Goldberg, Persky & White, the goal is simple. Maximize your recovery and ensure you receive the full compensation you deserve. Asbestos manufacturers spent decades concealing the dangers of asbestos exposure, and today, many suffering from lung cancer or mesothelioma are fighting back. You are not alone in this fight. Call GPW today at 1-800-COMPLEX to learn more.
Goldberg, Persky, White, pioneers in asbestos litigation news desk. Here's a look at what Paul Alexander's working on. Hi, Paul.
Well, Colin, Pittsburgh City Council is bringing a brand new definition to de-icers at the Pittsburgh International Airport. Details coming up, top of the hour, right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio, KDKA.
You've heard the news. Now, talk about it with Colin Dunlap on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Pretty crafty stuff by Paul there. That's going to make you hang around for the update. Pretty fantastic tease. Anyway, 866-391-1020 is that number. That's 866-391-1020. So tomorrow, just as a programming note, let me go through what we got going on. Feed the Need all day tomorrow. So Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank, we're going to help them. Giant Eagle is helping us. All kinds of people are lined up. And what you can do, you can go to our website right now. You can check out how to donate, and you could donate right now. Or you could wait till tomorrow. What's going to happen tomorrow, we're not revealing these yet. You can be incentivized to donate. What it is there will be experiences, There will be gifts, so to speak, things in which if you donate at a certain level, there's some very, very special ones that you could potentially be the person that gets it. So I would check it all out. I would donate tonight if you can, or maybe hold off, but be sure that you tune in tomorrow and check it out, because there's some experience, especially the experiences. People love those. Instead of getting like a tangible thing, we found during Feed the Need that people love experiences. Go to a Pirate game, go to batting practice, go to this game, go to this experience, go do that on your day off. And it can incentivize you to give, and remember where it's going, the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank, to help people in need. But also, not that you do it to get something out of it, but you do, in fact, get something out of it. So there's value in it for you. So all that tomorrow, all day tomorrow, and it's going to be a fabulous day, and we're going to help other people so you feel really good helping other people. All right, so if you've listened to this show at all, you know my affinity for wrestling, right? Not like studio wrestling, but amateur wrestling. And they had their national championships this past weekend. And there were, I think, 6 Penn State wrestlers made the finals. Few of them won. Well, one of the guys he's probably their best is Mitchell Messenbrink. He wrestles at 165 pounds. He's 22 years old, and he's a junior. And he's from Wisconsin originally. He's this real learned fellow. I mean, he is very, very... He was quoting Aristotle or somebody in the pre-match stuff. He's just an incredibly intelligent guy. So anyway, he was 27-0 this year, and he won. He won the championship. He's won the last 2. He's 89-1 in his career at Penn State. So he was asked about the championship and the special moments in the championship, right? And the championships were just in Cleveland. And he cited religion a little bit. He cited God. But even if you take out the religious part of it, and if you're not religious, that's fine. Take out the religious part of it if you want, or leave it in, and just concentrate on the people who love you for who you are, not what you do. This is one of the most incredible quotes from a 22-year-old student athlete I've ever heard. And it was right after he won the championship at the press conference. Listen to this.
Yeah, it's that family, and that's one of the biggest things. Like, I know that when I look back on these times with these past, this past year, I know it won't be anything about bonus points or winning. It'll be about sitting in my hotel room with my dad and my mom and my siblings. And, yesterday we talked about adversity, and this year hasn't been easy at all, like I said. And I think that's when you need to pull those people that are closest to you and that God's pulling into your life. And I just really love and appreciate those people that I know God sent into my life, maybe pulled out of my life too. And I'm just really appreciative of God and those people that continue to support me and love me for I know who I am, and it's not what I do. And so if nothing went my way this weekend, I know that those people that were with me are going to be there today as well.
That's incredible perspective. It just is. And some will say, well, it's easy to say after you win a second straight championship, but if you followed him at all, it's how he's steady all the time. And to have the perspective to say the people who are in it for me for who I am, not what I do, are the ones I keep a really close circle and surround myself with the most, and that's what's important to me. Fantastic perspective. It just is. Good on him. We'll talk tomorrow. Feed the Need. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. The major roadways are starting to look a little bit better. However, the Parkway East outbound continues to slow you down around the on-ramp towards Oakland. all the way towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Need new windows or thinking about replacing the front door? Larry Richard for Specialty Window and Door. My friend Rick Fish and his local experienced installers have been specializing in windows and doors since 1980. Whether you're looking for vinyl, fiberglass, or wood, Rick features all the industry leaders: Provia, Joyce, Marvin, and Anderson. Whether it's one door, one window, or for the entire house, visit SpecialtyWindowAndDoor.com.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Talk about timing. I just got a new puppy, and I just discovered Rough Greens. Now, when you think about it, dog food is dead food. Traditional dog food, shelf-stable for years because it's lifeless. Rough Greens is an additive that brings the nutrition back, packed with life vitamins, minerals, probiotics, digestive enzymes, and omega oils. Behind that, Dr. Dennis Black. What a background. Dr. Black is a 40-year cancer survivor and has been helping humans and their pets for over 25 years. So why not start right from the beginning? Just add Rough Greens to your dog's diet, and they're offering you a free Jumpstart trial bag. You just cover the shipping. Use discount code KDKA to claim your free Jumpstart trial bag at roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Again, use promo code KDKA. Don't change your dog's food. Just add Rough Greens and watch the health benefits come alive.
Talking to my man JK, who owns a bunch of restaurants in Oakmont, the best out there. This is the place to watch all the basketball you would ever want right now. College hoops, killing it. Vinny's Sports Bar, 70 TVs. Carnivores Sports, 30 TVs. The cigar bar at the lot is amazing. All my boys, JK's restaurants and bars open at 11 a.m. Thursday and Friday all week. Check it out. The best. JK's Joints.
Larry Older here. Let me share Brian's story from Alabama, my mom's home state. He tells us after taking Relief Factor for just 3 weeks, at least 90% of my pain is gone. My pain had started to limit me at work and at home, and now I'm amazed at how much relief I've gotten, end of quote. These are Brian's own words, and they speak volumes about what Relief Factor can do for you. I've told you about my buddy Tom, an avid golfer out on the green almost every single day. He says without Relief Factor, he wouldn't be able to swing freely because of shoulder pain or back pain. But since taking it, he said he stayed active, comfortable, and confident in his swing. He is a scratch golfer. That's why I encourage you to try Relief Factor yourself and see what it can do for you. Don't wait. If you're dealing with daily pain, launch your 3-week quick start and see what Relief Factor can do for you. 800-4RELIEF, 800 the number 4RELIEF, or go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. How will it feel to be out of pain? 800-4RELIEF, relieffactor.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Cloudy and 34 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. For all your home's windows, siding, doors, and bath, TrustPJ.com. Pittsburgh City Council is about to take up the contentious issue of working with ICE. News Radio KDKA's David Ballarado has more.
Council members Barb Warwick, Deb Gross, and Erica Strasburger are introducing legislation that would, among other things, prohibit the city from entering into any partnership with federal immigration enforcement and would keep employees and agencies from providing access to anyone in city custody to immigration investigators. Warwick says she's confident these bills, designed to codify what Mayor O'Connor has already said on ICE, will pass any legal challenges.
These bills were sent to our legal department at the city and have been looked at by the ACLU, so we are very confident that we have the legal authority to do everything that we are doing in these bills.
She said they would also require any law enforcement officer to be able to identify himself in Pittsburgh to keep anyone from just putting on a mask and grabbing a gun and saying they're with ICE. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
An Air Canada jet carrying more than 70 passengers collided with a fire truck while landing at New York's LaGuardia Airport, killing 2 pilots and injuring several others. Officials say the fire truck was crossing the tarmac late Sunday after being given permission to check on another plane reporting an odor on board. Before the collision, an air traffic controller can be heard on airport communications frantically telling the fire truck to stop. CBS News correspondent Tom Hansen has details.
The plane traveling at 100 miles an hour T-boned that truck and basically crumpled it up while also destroying the nose of the plane, the wings of the plane, and jolting everyone on board, killing the 2 pilots as well.
This is an ongoing investigation. The NFL draft is a month away, and in an exclusive interview with KDKA Radio's Michael Bartley, NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell said the event would give Pittsburgh a chance to shine to visitors from all over the world, reflecting the sport's international appeal.
It demonstrates to me that people aren't just going to attend games in the UK or in any of our 9 international games this coming season. They're coming because they love the NFL. They understand that it's a year-round process, that how they build a team and the draft, the importance of that. All of that it brings it to life.
Goodell says the draft will give Pittsburgh a chance to shine a spotlight on the Steelers, their fans, and the iconic locations of Acrisure Stadium and Point State Park. Aliquippa has declared a state of emergency after 3 major water main breaks on Monday. 22,000 residents have been impacted by the breaks. City officials say that crews are trying to isolate the main break that's underneath Route 51. Repairs are expected to take 1 to 2 days, could even be 3. Residents are asked to conserve water, check on older neighbors, and to stay alert for updates. Bottled water and water buffaloes are being brought in for the residents. On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 631 points, the Nasdaq up 299, the S&P 500 up 74 points. KDK Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. Pirates closed out their spring training season today with a 5-2 loss to the Braves at Lake-Comp Stadium. And their overall record in the Grapefruit League, 13-15. It gets real on Thursday. The Bucs will be in New York to take on the Mets at Citi Field. First pitch at 1:15. KDK Radio News Time 6:03. Right now, cloudy and 35 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDK AAA traffic and AccuWeather together next.
Larry Older here. You know, one of the most rewarding parts of sharing Relief Factor with you is hearing real stories like that of Sandra. She tells us, I've been hearing about Relief Factor on the radio for a couple of years, and I finally decided to try it because nothing else was helping my back pain. I know the feeling. With a 3-week quick start, she said, I went for it. Now I feel like a new person. That's Sandra's own words, and it's so gratifying to hear. I've told you about my brother Kirk, having difficulty going up and down the stairs in the morning. He wouldn't listen to me. I told him to take Relief Factor. He finally did. Began moving better, feeling stronger. Too bad he didn't listen earlier. Try it for yourself. The 3-week quick start. And see how Relief Factor could be your game changer, too. It is only $19.95. Think about it. Do the math. Less than $1 a day. So, call 800-4RELIEF. That's 800, the number 4RELIEF, or go to ReliefFactor.com, all one word, ReliefFactor.com. How will it feel to be out of pain? 800-4RELIEF, ReliefFactor.com.
KDKA traffic on the 5s.
All right, it is 6:05 Manic Monday with your Pratt Pack underway. And from the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDK AAA traffic, powered by Balsu Chevrolet, here's Margot Rensel.
All right, thanks, Rob. Just seeing a bit of leftover traffic on the Parkway East outbound starting around the bend at Bates. Just wanted to warn you that PennDOT is announcing a closure of Route 130 or Brown Avenue this week as they do repair work between Ivy Street and Cedar Street. It will start at 8 a.m. tomorrow, so your USPS Ground Advantage reliable routes are, if you're traveling northbound, to follow the detour signs to end up on Route 30, and the southbound detour will be to take the Parkway East to Churchill Road. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
The sky is going to clear out as we head through tonight. It will be colder, low 23. Partly sunny for tomorrow, a high of 48. And the clouds moving back in tomorrow night with a low around 34 degrees. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Food insecurity is still a reality in our community. 1 in 8 neighbors struggles to put food on the table, and many are seniors. That's why MediConnect is partnering with KDKA Radio to help feed the need right here in our community. MediConnect also helps seniors understand their Medicare options. If you're turning 65 or reviewing coverage, their local experts provide trusted one-on-one guidance at no cost. 888-818-6334. MediConnect. Insurance.com. Love them.
Many in the Pittsburgh region are fortunate to have enough food to never go to bed hungry. Your friends at Rome Monument would like to ask everyone to take a moment to raise some much-needed funds for the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. $1 provides 3 meals to a neighbor in need. The Diagardi family is grateful for your support of their 4th-generation business. On behalf of the Rome Monument family, thank you for considering a donation to this very worthy cause.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Monday, page 1. Pittsburgh Mayor Corey O'Connor has officially submitted proposed revisions for the 2026 budget following warnings earlier this month that the city's financial outlook is more dire than anticipated. After weeks of review, Mr. O'Connor previously said his administration is reopening the 2026 budget to make adjustments to this year's spending plan as well as the 5-year forecast. The proposed amendments add $28.3 million in spending, largely to bolster programs and obligations, Mr. O'Connor says, were underfunded. Increased allocations included retiree health care, fuel expenses, boiler and roof replacements, and overtime payments. So I just want to say thank you to the Honorable Mayor Corey O'Connor for actually standing up and delivering. But I also want to thank Rachel Heisler, the city controller, who has been on point with this for long before the mayor was sworn in just a few weeks ago. So let me just say, hey, it's nice to see youth being served, and we actually see something happening in the city of Pittsburgh. And all I can say is if that mayor, his administration reaches out and your pockets are deep enough and you call city of Pittsburgh your home, it's where your employees work, it's where you make a living, and it's where you've been successful for a long time. It's just like when I grew up. When a neighbor needed that extra pot of food to make it through another day, you found that there was always more than enough in your pantry or refrigerator to get them through the day. There's a reason they call it the city of neighborhoods, and I have been embraced by it for over 40 years, and I have loved every minute of it. So anytime that I'm down in the Golden Triangle or on the North Shore or the South Side or everywhere in between and all around, there is such a sense of warmth that radiates from that community. You know, whenever I'm downtown and I'm stuck at a red light and I see a PRT bus, I see those cabs, I see people walking across the street, either heading into one of those buildings to go to work or after a long day, and maybe just somebody relaxing and enjoying an evening after work in that fair city, I simply am grateful to be a part of Pittsburgh. And I have never, ever taken anything but the utmost respect from everybody in government trying to make a difference, and especially all of the people who work for the city who do things every day that sometimes it makes me simply scratch my head and say, how do they do that? Well, it's simple. They're superheroes to me because they get up every single day with one purpose in mind, making people who live in the city of neighborhoods or people who visit there comfortable, happy, and, well, have an experience that they're satisfied with. Well, let me just say it's always been 5-star, but now I think because of leadership in the city, it's going to get even bigger than that, and we're going to shoot for the moon. So, it's Politics 101. Go to work every day, roll up your sleeves, and get her done. And that's exactly what this current administration is doing. Thank you, Corey O'Connor. All right, listen, this was a great day at KDKA. So I was up early doing my work in the home studio, plus all the other things you have to do when you live in a home, right? Taking the trash out, running the sweeper, all this other good stuff, getting ready for spring cleaning and thinking what I'm going to be doing out in the yard when the weather does take hold and get good. But I had a bunch of notes, Post-it notes on the refrigerator. Make sure you get on that Odyssey app at 9:30 to hear Michael Bartley with the commish. That was fantastic. I've never been more proud to be a part of Odyssey than I was today. And to you, Mr. Bartley, even though I already sent a text message to you and our program director, Mr. Kamancic, all of you at KDKA, from that man who runs the show down the hall, Mr. Spacciapoli, thank you, because it was nice to be a part of this team today. And I want to say this about the W&J grad. It has nothing to do with it. I love the NFL more than sometimes any other thing on the planet. But I loved Mr. Dan Rooney, and we had a special relationship. And I know what I know, what I know. And what I was so joyful to hear today was the commissioner talking about how he really, in a roundabout way, was kind of responsible for him elevating to the position of being commissioner. So thank you for that, sir, and remembering Mr. Dan Rooney, because we all remember him. But then the other thing, you know, it's always about local. That's what we get told all the time. Local, local, local. Even if it's a national or international story, find a way to make it go full circle and make it be about local. So I started with another local story to begin the broadcast tonight, our budget, right? Well, the city may not get a lot more cash than many of you think that they should be getting from this, but the hotels and those cab drivers and the PRT and people, you know, getting a little bite to eat or an ice cold beer after a long day of just kind of getting ready, and then it's ready, set, go, and the commish steps to the podium and the first player taken on that April 23rd evening is underway and the world is watching, but it'll be all the drone shots and all of the great visuals and the parts and the special things that the NFL Network and every major sports brand, including Odyssey and 93.7 The Fan, KDKA, Y108, 100.7 Star, will be involved in. And we're all going to be a star for those few days in Pittsburgh. But revenue will be coming into the city. Those who wait on tables or work that bar at that hotel, please tip those who are out working and standing on their feet to put a smile on your face. But what I loved, he talked about it's about Pittsburgh. Give me some of that flavor, that secret sauce, a Cold Iron City beer, a Permane Brothers sandwich. Listen, I love that. So get out your terrible towel, wave them, and get ready to sell a whole lot of them. And to be able to go over to Accushore, to that Hall of Fame that the Steelers have put up, the Heinz History Center, obviously PNC Park, the best ballpark in America, and some of the best hotels on the planet. It's Pittsburgh. So that's what I really admired the most about the commissioner today, other than obviously Dan Rooney. He talked about, we want it to be about Pittsburgh. We want it to be about you. We want to show the rest of the world what you're famous for. And then a little light bulb went off in my head, and it was like I was sitting across the desk from Dan Rooney, as we did on many occasions, talking about what? His beloved high school football. That's why he would summon me to the North Shore. It wasn't to talk about his football team. It wasn't to talk about business. It was family and give me the latest scoop on high school football. And when his father, the chief, and them decided years ago to put those championship games on the carpet at Three Rivers, they knew what was it about, and I've been told by many people I have a lot of respect for. And I knew it too, 20 years behind a play-by-play mic in front of a television camera, covering it when no one was even coming near it. Guess what? It's community. And that's what we do with those games that we bring you every Friday night. And what is this all about, the draft? Community. And even the commissioner of the biggest brand in the world, the NFL, telling Michael Bartley today, it's about you, Pittsburgh. So give us a flavor of what's it like to be a Yunzer so we can show the rest of the world. Man, I'm giddy. It's like Christmas Eve. I can't wait, and I know many of you feel the same way. As always, you can listen to us at 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDKA, or on that Odyssey app, AUDCAY. You can also watch this KDK video stream presented by Metropolitan Window Company. Just go to KDKRadio.com and click on KDK Radio Livestream, or now you can just go to our KDK Radio YouTube page and watch everything we are doing in the studio. NASCO Roofing Instant Access to our shows. A click away. Email us at Instant Access, KDKRadio.com. It's your Pratt Pack at 6:15. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDK AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Margot.
All right, thanks, Rob. Taking a look at the major roadways, just seeing a bit of leftover congestion on the Parkway East outbound as you make your way right before the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Yo, Harvey, Zoe, group selfie.
Ooh, nice new iPhone 17, Drewski.
Let's do a triangle formation. I'm in front.
With a center stage front camera, everyone fits in the shot.
You got it at T-Mobile.
But switching takes forever.
Not anymore. Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes.
Focus, people. Nail your pose.
And you get a new iPhone 17 on them.
No way.
Yes way.
No way.
Yes way, guys. Switch to T-Mobile and get iPhone 17 on us. And right now, we'll pay off your old phone up to $800.
I'm grabbing my phone and switching to T-Mobile right now.
Get back, Harvey. We're taking a... let's go again, y'all.
With 24 monthly bill credits, finance agreement, 256 gigabytes, $830, eligible trade-in, example iPhone 13, and new qualifying line, $60 plus per month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. For well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. $800 via virtual prepaid card. Card typically takes 15 days after rebate submission, no cash access, and card expires in 6 months. Check out in 15 minutes per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-2523. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-2523. That's 800-575-2523. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Beat the spring cleaning rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. This month, buy one, get one room of carpet clean for free. Unlimited rooms of carpet. Visit ZeroResPGH.com and tell them KDKA sent you.
At UPMC Hillman Cancer Center, we believe cancer care shouldn't just be good enough. It should be life-changing. As the region's only National Cancer Institute designated comprehensive cancer center, we provide groundbreaking treatments and innovative clinical trials with renowned cancer specialists and a compassionate support system for patients and their families. Discover more at upmchillman.com/lifechanging.
Giant Eagle is committed to giving back to the communities it serves. The supermarket that calls Pittsburgh home has partnered with Odyssey since 2020 to provide millions of meals to those facing hunger through the Feed the Need Radiothon. Today, Giant Eagle offers numerous ways to support Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. Customers shopping at Giant Eagle stores can make a donation at the register through May 20th, or donations can be made anytime by visiting KDKARadio.com. I'm with Joe Potocznik, JP Roofing and Siding, with an exciting opportunity.
Normally, Larry, we offer $500 off any complete roofing and siding replacements. For our spring promotion, we're offering an additional $500 off.
Joe, that's $1,000.
That's right, Larry.
You better call today. The roofing experts, JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711, 412-829-7711. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you, Larry.
Embark on an unforgettable journey through Japan and South Korea with AAA, April 3rd through the 12th, 2027. Sail 9 incredible nights aboard the boutique luxury ship Azamara Pursuit. Enjoy immersive overnights and extended time in port. Experience samurai towns, bonsai gardens, and incredible cuisine. Relax with fine dining, premium beverages, and shipboard gratuities included. Club Veranda staterooms start at $4,569 per person, double occupancy. Visit your local AAA branch or call 1-800-354-8761 today.
File with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then they help you do more with it. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
All right, 6:20 on a Monday with your Pratt Pack. And from the Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk, here's KDKA Radio News anchor Paul Alexander. Paul?
Rob, thank you very much. Part of the cleanup before the draft will include getting rid of those eyesores, those abandoned cars. They're going to be gone. Details coming up. Bottom of the hour, right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
That's why I did not double park, Paul. All right, time for some money news. Bloomberg Money Minute time. Bloomberg Radio, KDKA Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Prices at the gas pump continue to head higher. AAA says the nationwide average for a gallon of regular gas right now, $3.96, up by nearly $1 from before the U.S.-Israeli war against Iran began. But oil today tumbling 10% lower, close at $88 a barrel. As stocks shot sharply higher after President Trump said the U.S. has been having productive talks with Iran, setting aside threats to attack Iran's energy infrastructure for 5 days to see how those talks play out. With that, all the major averages up at least 1% higher today. The Dow adding 631 points. The Nasdaq up 299. The S&P was up 75. And Apple today not only announcing plans to boost revenue by putting advertisements on its Apple Maps app, it also plans to unveil a make-or-break collection of AI features, including its new updated Siri voice assistant at its annual Worldwide Developers Conference in June. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
I love all that stuff. Come on, give me all that business news. Exciting stuff. All right, do you know someone in your community who has done something extraordinary in the past year? Nominate them now, KDKRadio.com, to be honored at this year's Larry's Hometown Hero. So I saw this on the official White House presidential Donald Trump Facebook page today. I know, I follow it all, I scroll it all. But guess where the Prez was today? It was the Commander-in-Chief meeting. Thank you very much. He went to Graceland, Elvis's mansion, and I saw some of the footage in one of our back studios preparing for tonight's show about an hour ago. And let me say something. This guy, our president, our commander-in-chief, in that Brooks Brothers suit, today wearing a blue tie, by the way. Usually it's red, but he knows how to work a room. So I saw one of these things earlier about 10 things that are fact or fiction about the president. He's the richest president in the history of our country, worth a little over $7 billion. So I started thinking, this guy, it's all about ego. And that's good. You got to have an ego to work a room like this guy can. He went into Elvis's mansion, and they had the perfect set shot. You know, his staff, basically the door opens, the front door of Elvis, where the king lived for years up until his death in 1977. And by the way, the king purchased Graceland for $150,000 back in the late 50s. That's it. And when Elvis died, his estate, he was only worth $5 million. That's why he was doing these nonstop touring things. You know, he recently had been in Pittsburgh for New Year's Eve, going into the new year, meaning 76 into 77. He's barnstorming the country, you know, generating as much as he can, couple of $100,000 a month to kind of keep the lights on at Graceland. So now that he's gone, that estate's worth about $1 billion, and it's been sold by the Presley family, and others are, you know, using his likeness and making money, and that's a good thing. But I'm going to tell you right now, this was such a coup for the people who own the naming rights, who want to make Graceland relevant, and a guy who understands how to embrace his voting public. So the Prez comes in. He couldn't have been nicer. Oh, thank you. Nice to meet you. Congressional Medal of Honor, pointing things out, this, that, whatever. I mean, it was fascinating. For this guy who we have seen take everyone to the canvas, right? During the election back when he got in 2016, and recently in the election that he lost, and in office, never holding anything back, just laying it on the line, telling everybody the way it is, whether they want to hear it or not. It was like he was coming to visit your grandmother, and he was waiting to offer a box of candy and some cookies that he brought for her. I mean, this guy is great. And that's why all these things that are happening, he seems to know how to connect all the dots. He gives a $17 billion order for Pennsylvania for this energy factory, right? And he's got the U.S. Steel deal done with the Pawn Steel, in which usually members of the USW, who are always promoting the Democratic Party, I'm just saying, were standing behind him with hard hats on, holding signs saying, "Thank you, Mr. President." He doesn't need the job. He's got enough money. 80 years old, soon to be. It's not like he's out trying to earn extra bucks on the after-dinner speaking circuit, right? His kids are doing well. His businesses are doing great. People continue to push back. He simply chuckles and moves on and gets the next bucket of Kentucky Fried Chicken to put in Air Force One so he can get to places like Graceland. You know, when you think about it, he's kind of like Elvis Presley. Elvis Presley was a guy who basically did whatever he wanted to do, and he performed when he wanted to perform. He did what he wanted to do, and more importantly, everybody, good, bad, or indifferent, even the teenage guys that were jealous of him because all of their girlfriends wanted to hang out with him in the 50s, they grew into this respect factor. You know, it's good to be the king, but I must tell you, it's good to have a commander-in-chief who can work the room. It has nothing to do with presidential politics, but with what he did today, going to Graceland, people from all walks of life, and what made Elvis Presley so popular is that he had the white audience, he had the black audience, he had the rich audience, he had the poor audience, he had the female audience, he had the male audience, he had the teenager audience. And guess what? Great-grandparents are still playing his music to this day. So today, a good day for the president leaving the White House. And as the person who greeted him at the door said, "Welcome to the second most important house in America. Mr. President, you live in number one, and this is the second house most popular in America, Graceland, the home of the king of rock and roll, Elvis Aaron Presley." Drama. Absolutely love it. It works, and I think that's just another reason why so many people admire President Trump. You can say what you want, but he is the red, white, and blue, and he is America through and through. All right, news coming up next. Stay with us. Your Pratt Pack Monday night.
Spring cleaning is upon us, but there's one meaningful box that you don't throw away when cleaning out your closet. It's the box filled with your family's important videotapes, film reels, and photos. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago to help families organize and update their analog media to digital.
Legacy Box is simple and easy. It works and is safe. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box.
And Legacy Box has been featured in Good Housekeeping, The Today Show, and Rachel Ray.
Legacy Box is like magic, converting your shoebox of memories to the cloud or thumb drive, ready to watch and share.
Declutter your closet by digitizing your media. Become more organized and accomplished, knowing your family's recorded past is safe forever. Take advantage of our spring cleaning sale going on now. It's the easiest task to check off your to-do list.
For a limited time, you can get started for just $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/radio to get our $9 sale. That's legacybox.com/radio to get our $9 offer. Legacybox.com/radio.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
A luxury vacation home where the only decision is pool time or beach time. Your own private indoor pool, a real movie theater, a kitchen big enough for everyone to cook together. Whether it's a deep water dock on the lake or a private path to the ocean, SWAC Vacation Rentals has the place where this summer's memories are made. And when you book direct, you skip the extra platform fees and you get the best price. Give yourself something better to look forward to this year. Let's be honest, you've earned it. Visit SWAC, SWACK Vacations.com.
The
from the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Cloudy and 34 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6:30. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Need a new roof or just want to repair a small leak? Trust PJ.com. An Air Canada jet carrying more than 70 passengers collided with a fire truck while landing at New York's LaGuardia Airport, killing 2 pilots and injuring several others. Officials say the fire truck was crossing the tarmac late Sunday after being given permission to check on another plane, reporting an odor on board. Before the collision, an air traffic controller can be heard on airport communications frantically telling the fire truck to stop. CBS News correspondent Tom Hansen has details.
We know that the truck was responding to another potential emergency, a United Airlines flight that reported that it had an odor on board, and it was cleared by air traffic control in order to pass the runway. That is runway 4 right behind me. It was cleared to pass there, and that is when it was hit by the plane.
The investigation is ongoing. 3 city council members are introducing legislation Tuesday designed to prohibit Pittsburgh police from working with federal immigration enforcement. Bob Warwick says police would not be able to ask anyone taken into custody about their immigration status.
They also will not share information with ICE about anyone who they may have in custody for another crime.
The other sponsors are Deb Gross and Erica Strasburger. A fight involving roughly 80 young people broke out around 5:30 Sunday evening at Forbes Avenue and Market Square with some deploying pepper spray. Department of Public Safety Director Sheldon Williams defended officers' decision to use pepper spray to regain control.
So our officers were responding in real time to those issues, and then that's what escalated it to the point where additional law enforcement was happening. So the initial deployment was on the kids themselves.
Pittsburgh EMS treated about 20 people on scene for pepper spray exposure. No one required transport to a hospital, and no officers were injured. Looking to free up parking, beautify the city, and address community concerns, the city of Pittsburgh is launching an abandoned vehicle blitz. According to the Pennsylvania Vehicle Code, vehicles are presumed abandoned when they are inoperable and unattended for more than 48 hours, remained illegally on a highway or public property for more than 48 hours, or if the vehicle has been on private property without the owner's consent for more than 24 hours. The majority of the vehicles that are listed to be towed have been abandoned for weeks, months, sometimes even years. On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 631 points, the Nasdaq up 299. The S&P 500 closed up 74 points. KDK Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. The Pirates today closed out their spring training campaign with a 5-2 loss to the Atlanta Braves. They finish up their Group League record at 13-15. It gets real. Thursday at Citi Field in New York, the Pirates taking on the Mets. First pitch, 1:15. KDK Radio News Time, 6:32. Time to visit RomeMonuments.com. Life is a journey to remember. Memorialize that journey. RomeMonuments.com. Our next update at 7 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander, the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Tech, sponsored by Ethos.
NVIDIA and Texas Instruments are partnering on new technologies to assist in the development of humanoid robots. Texas Instruments has real-time control, sensing, and power portfolio tools. NVIDIA added that the safe operation of humanoid robots requires a massive leap in processing power to synchronize complex AI models with real-time sensor data and motor controls. I'm Jason Brooks.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, it's Andrew Filippone for my guys at Comer & Cross. With warmer weather, right now is the right time to call Comer & Cross at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Before that schedule fills up, your new Comer & Cross garage floor will transform your garage in just one day. And take it from me, you will love it. Comer & Cross makes it so simple. They take all the stuff out of the garage for you. They can even make it secure on site. They'll fix your cracks and pits in your garage perfectly. And one day, you're driving on your gleaming new Comer & Cross garage floor. It is an incredible experience. So take advantage of Comer & Cross's great offer right now, the gold standard, a garage floor that's never going to chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever again. And these are pros, not subcontractors. So call Comer & Cross for your free, quick, and easy estimate before that schedule fills up. Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or just say, hey, Siri, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR to speak to them or go to COMERcross.com.
KDKA traffic on the 5s.
All right, 6:35 on a Monday with your Pratt Pack. And from the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet, Margot Rensel.
All right, thanks, Rob. Just looking at a little bit of leftover brake lights on the southbound side of the Liberty Tunnel. Other than that, you should be mostly clear on your commute home. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Tonight's going to turn out colder under a clear to partly cloudy sky, low 23. Partly sunny for tomorrow, a high of 48. And then warming up nicely on Wednesday with clouds and sunshine, a high of 62. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Isley's has been a part of family traditions for generations, from famous chip-chopped ham to classic ice cream. These products still remain to be family favorites. We are proud to announce the opening of our Isley store this summer in Pittsburgh's historic Strip District at 2111 Penn Avenue. Stop in and enjoy all of your favorites. We look forward to seeing you. Isley's request that you consider joining them and the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank in raising much-needed funds for our neighbors in need.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Apple, the greatest business comeback in the history of mankind. David Pogue writes about it in his new book, and we'll talk with him. America at Night with me, McGraw-Milhaven. Come join us tonight at 10 on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, before we get to Paul and some draft stuff, I'm going to talk about something I saw, a CBS News poll. So a lot of people don't agree with the war, but they want the regime out. Okay, let me repeat this. So a lot of people don't agree with the war, epic fury, but they don't want that government left in power. So what do? You send them a candygram? I mean, what do you think you're going to do? The Ayatollah Khomeini, 1979, the hostages, if you're a baby boomer like me, you remember it all too well. And, of course, the late 70s, double-digit inflation, gas rationing, and Jimmy Carter. Yeah, Jimmy Carter, the nicest guy in the White House with the Mr. Rogers sweater, couldn't get it done because he wasn't tough enough. And it's not his fault. It's not his fault. But like the Fonz used to say in Happy Days, if you're old enough to remember, you can get a tough guy reputation, but you have to at least punch somebody in the face one time. Donald Trump is doing it every day. Peace through strength. He warned them. He even said weeks ago, yeah, it could be even maybe, let's say, Saturday we could attack. Trying to give the Iranian people a chance to hide. And thank God, because many of them did. But because of the arrogance of this regime that has been around since 1979, they thought, they'll do what Biden and everybody else has done. They'll just send us a bucket of cash to keep us calm, and we'll say thank you, and we'll use that to hire terrorists to commit whole kinds of terror around the world to keep eyes and ears off of what we're doing behind closed doors. You realize they recently launched a missile that traveled 4,000 miles. So, not that I was ever great at geography, because I wasn't great at anything in school. Basically, was always going for extra credit before the next 6-week period started. And I got out of there clutching my diploma, running as fast as I can before they changed their mind. But even I know any major city in the UK, France, Italy, could be bombed. Israel, which has already suffered way too much. So how much longer do you think before they're able to launch a missile to the United States? And if you think that they're going to say, no, we don't want to kill innocent people in the United States, wake up, smell the coffee, and get the cobwebs out of your mind and the thought process, because they're cold-blooded killers. And by the way, not that I'm supporting the Shah of Iran, who was there before this regime, because he wasn't any good either. But we could actually do business with him, and we actually put food into the mouths of the American people because people were making a living out of what was going on in Iran and coming out of Iran, meaning oil. Yeah, I know. You don't want to tolerate certain people, but if they can help the citizenship, you have to. I get it. Not that you have to turn the other, cheek or look away or turn a deaf ear, but sometimes you overlook certain things because you're looking out for the men and women and the people who represent the United States. But Donald Trump said, look, you just killed 35,000 of your own people who were simply asking for a better way. Okay? And we in this country, people wake up every day with a better opportunity. They simply are pointing fingers and shouting at our government. I mean, go figure. Why don't you go out and find a way to make a better opportunity for your family? Because the Iranian people, that thousands were gunned down because they were protesting about it, they would give anything to have a slice of American pie. And that's all they really want. The Iranian people, no matter what any of the pundits or talking heads try to tell you, want us to be there. And they do want to talk because they're up against the ropes. And the official, meaning the ref, is about ready to count them out at 10. So the president is simply twisting it a little bit, pushing a little bit, and making them sweat a little bit. After what they have done for over 50 years, they should sweat. And for those of you who do not support the war, that's another gift that you have because you live in the most powerful free nation in the world in which people have laid down their life to give you that opportunity. So when you look at that red, white, and blue and field of stars, the American flag, contemplate what it would be like if that were an Iranian flag and where you would be right now. So let's get it done. Let's eradicate this regime. Let's let the Iranian people use the rich, commodity they have in oil to share the wealth around the world and to rebuild their country and government. And guess what? They're going to get opportunity. And I can promise you they'll make every opportunity matter because we in this country, sadly, many of us have forgotten what it means to be an American and the gift that it is to live in the United States of America. Every single day you open your eyes and take that first breath, you have a chance to do something special with your life. And when you think about Donald Trump, who was born into wealth because of hard work, and he took a stipend from his father and turned it into billions for his children, he did it because he sleeps 4 hours a night. He did it because he takes risk. And after it was all said and done and he made more money than he'll ever know what to do with it, and he did it by not creating an app or sending a spaceship to the moon. He did it by going out and, generating revenue in the entrepreneurial spirit, by buying real estate, getting into the, ownership business of contracting and developing hotels, gaming casinos, golf courses, and more, and had a successful TV show that ran for over a decade on network TV that basically started reality TV. Not everything he has touched has turned to gold, but he continues to work hard every day for the country he believes is the reason why he had that thing called opportunity to do something with his life that his great-great-grandchildren will benefit. But I can promise you this, just like him, they'll be working, as we should, in the way of trying to free the Iranian people from this devastating thing that is this regime. They got to go. End of story. No negotiating, unconditional surrender. And here's the other thing I want you to consider. Harry Truman was the president, Korean War. It never came to an unconditional surrender. And we went through JFK. Obviously, Dwight Eisenhower started it off, JFK, and then we rolled into LBJ, and then, of course, Richard Nixon and beyond, George H.W. Bush, George Herbert Walker Bush. Mention all of them. Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, never an unconditional surrender. Vietnam to Afghanistan, 20 years and leaving $8 billion worth of weapons behind. This might be the first president in my lifetime, in anyone's lifetime, prior to Harry Truman, that we actually get a win for Team USA, for the brave men and women of our military who continue to put their life on the line, even in Iran, as we speak. All right, some draft stuff now with Paul Alexander.
now for an update from the KDKA Draft Information Desk, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
And Rob, thank you very much. If you're anything like me, you're trying to envision exactly what our city's going to look like down around Acrisure Stadium. And, of course, a big role will be at Point State Park. So I suggest you go to visitpittsburgh.com because the renderings are out. And, man, is it looking cool. Now, the Draft Theater viewing area is going to create a dramatic setting. And, of course, the skyline will be featured. Now, imagine if you're not going downtown, you're going to be watching on TV. Wow, is Pittsburgh going to look cool? You have to see this to believe it. And then all of the activities over at Point State Park, well, that's a big part of the experience itself. You can do all sorts of interactive things. You can see how far you can throw a football, how fast you can run a 40-yard dash, all the kind of things that they're actually looking for from the players that will be drafted come April the 23rd through the 25th. It is going to be an amazing experience, and our city will probably never, ever look as good as it's going to look during that weekend. I'm Paul Alexander, live at the KDK Draft Information Desk.
I have to use an hourglass to time my 40-yard dash. I got to get my kids and grandkids involved in that. Good stuff, Paul. All right, 6:45 from the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDK AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Margot.
All right. Thanks, Rob. Taking a look at the major roadways, not seeing anything else that will back you up this rush hour as you make the end of your commute home. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
It's never too soon or too late to need a wealth manager because life is complicated. At Bill Few Associates, we help you manage the complexities and enjoy the peace of mind that should come with financial achievement. Often that means adding value by simplifying things for you. When do you need a wealth manager? Now is when. Bill Few Associates, Wealth Management. BillFew.com, 412-630-6000.
Conroy Foods makes Beano's Deli Condiments right here in Pittsburgh. Beano's original submarine dressing was the first condiment to earn a home in grocery store deli departments throughout America. Today, they have a full line of distinctive deli condiment flavors to choose from. As a Pittsburgh-based company, they are committed to putting the needs of their neighbors first, which is why they've chosen to partner with the Greater Pittsburgh Food Bank as a proud supporter of Feed the Need.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Centimark provides solutions for commercial roofing and flooring needs, re-roofing to roof repairs to concrete polishing and traffic solutions. While roofing and flooring is the business, giving back to the community is Centimark's commitment. 724-514-8700.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
With special guests John Morgan and Shane Prophet. Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh.
Y'all say we have a little bit of fun. Y'all ready?
You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Giant Eagle, Pool City, True Green, and Broken Bow Records.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
All right, from the Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk, here's Paul again.
Rob, thank you very much. An horrific accident at LaGuardia Airport. We have the very latest for you. Top of the hour right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio, KDKA.
All right, Bloomberg Money Minute time, Bloomberg Radio, KDKA Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Iran's Speaker of the Parliament says no one from his country has been in talks with the U.S., as President Trump has said, accusing the president of lying about talks to lower oil prices. But Wall Street believes, sending stocks sharply higher. Oil sharply lower today, closed at $88 a barrel after the president called off threats to strike Iran's power plants, at least for the next 5 days, citing constructive talks with more talks to come. No reported hostilities today, so all the major averages rose from 1 to 1.33%. The Dow today up 631 points, the Nasdaq up 299, the S&P up 75. Estee Lauder is reportedly nearing a deal to buy the Spanish beauty products maker Puig Brands, creating a beauty giant with about $20 billion in annual sales. And Pfizer reporting positive results for the first ever Lyme disease vaccine. It now plans to submit that vaccine to the FDA to get approval. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Where Pittsburgh comes to talk. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, you know, it's amazing, but TMZ, and I've seen it happen in my lifetime, has become a credible journalistic news source. They just continue to break all these stories, and it amazes me what they do with that brand. But neither here nor there. Bill Cosby lost a big battle in court. Jury awarded Donna Motzinger $19.3 million over a 1972 assault claim. So the great Bill Cosby, the pride of Philadelphia, his name continues to slip into the abyss. You know, this guy, you know, he's 89 years old, accomplished things and broke barriers and did so much at such a young age and was a part of all of our lives as a pitch man, and obviously Saturday mornings. He did the animated stuff as well. A really good actor, starred with Sidney Poitier, maybe one of the greatest actors of all time. And it's gut-wrenching to see, and it's just horrible to see, but it is what it is. Now, Alan Richardson, who happens to be the star of Reacher, and has this new movie out called War Machine on Netflix. It's 35 million views already. And, you know, I made this comparison, and then obviously a bunch of people have jumped on it, but I'm sure they were thinking about the same thing. But as I've been watching his career start to elevate, I've been saying he's going to be the next Arnold Schwarzenegger. Obviously, he's got the muscles and the brawn to prove it. But, you know, he's just been involved in a couple of things. Like one time a person that was trying to carjack someone in real life, he chased that person. A purse snatcher, he chased that person. And then TMZ puts up this video today showing, you know, him punching out a neighbor. And I'm thinking, man, that's just not good. Why would he do something like that? And I'm saying, listen, I hope that it really ends well, or at least because, you know, you need those superheroes. You know, when I was growing up, we had Clint Eastwood, Charles Bronson. It's, you know, it's the movies, and you need that, right? Going back to John Wayne and what have you. And this guy really has a lot of promise. Plus, the guy really can act. He can actually sing. I just heard him sing the other day for the first time, a little a cappella, really talented, and seems like a really down-to-earth, you know, family man living within his means, talking about, you know, he's making millions, but he's not spending it. His children, his wife. And then, you know, these two motorcycles, like out in the street in front of their houses, and he basically gets this guy with two uppercuts, right? Well, here it turns out that the guy pushed him off his bike twice and initiated the fight. So the guy's okay, and hopefully this thing will go away. But, man, I got to tell you, that neighbor, I don't know what he was thinking if that's what he did, right? All right, the other thing, and I was talking to Margot about this, you know, Justin Timberlake, who I've been a fan of forever, and we all have our moments, but he got picked up DUI not too long ago, right? Well, they released the arrest footage today, and I had a chance to watch it. And I really don't like watching this stuff, but for the grace of God, you know, that whole thing. I'm not one that likes to bring up bad news, especially when it has someone of celebrity. And as long as no one gets hurt, all's well that ends well, right? But, we have all this P. Diddy stuff. We have the Epstein stuff. Stormy Daniels with a president. It just doesn't go away. Well, this is a DUI case, right? Britney Spears his ex-girlfriend recently got picked up too, and she's been spiraling out of control for a long time, sadly, as well. But I'm looking at this video, and this kid and he's a kid to me, he's in his 40s. Good actor. He's been in some movies, something about The Curveball with Clint Eastwood, Amy Adams. The guy's got some acting chops, right? And he can sing and he can dance. And probably nobody known for that more so than maybe Michael Jackson before him, who happened to be one of his idols. Well, he's in this, police building in the back, and they're interrogating him, and you can tell he's inebriated. And I'm thinking to myself, listen, with that kind of coin, get somebody to drive you. I talk about this when it comes to athletes who get, in some sort of speeding chase or get arrested after an accident and they've been drinking. Look, even nobody, whenever I would go out, and it's been years, I always, somebody who didn't drink always had a designated driver, even if it was 1 or 2 beers. You cannot get behind the wheel of a vehicle drinking today, period. Not only is it a costly fine, it can go on your record and all that other stuff, you may actually take someone's life from making a mistake. So I just thought to myself, lesson well learned, and I'm sure he will look at it differently now. But I'm just watching this guy going, with that kind of money, why would you drive yourself? And here's another story that TMZ broke earlier today. And I don't know how many of you remember, but I was enamored, coming of age, absolutely loved her. Valerie Perrine, famous for her work in multiple Superman movies, has died. The actress passed away Monday at her home, according to her social media page. The cause of death is unclear, but her family says she had been fighting Parkinson's disease and also was dealing with tremors and all sorts of issues. She starred in the 1978 Superman and the 1980s Superman 2. Lex Luthor's personal assistant and love interest, Gene Hackman, of course, played Lex Luthor before Superman fame. Valerie was in the 1974 movie Lenny with Dustin Hoffman about Lenny Bruce. She won the Cannes Film Festival Award for Best Actress. And she just was incredible. She was nominated for an Academy Award as Best Actress. A lovely woman, but I think her look kind of hurt her because she was so beautiful that most people got enamored with that. But if you have a chance, you got to watch her in Lenny. And I remember when that movie came out, and Dustin Hoffman was already one of the top box office stars in the country, The Graduate and all the other things that he did, Midnight Cowboy with John Voight. She was tremendous. Absolutely tremendous, and never really got a chance after that to get that opportunity. And sadly, I think it's because she was too beautiful, and it shouldn't have been. And she obviously was in failing health. In recent pictures and video I have seen of her, and you just feel really bad that she never got a chance to do what I think she could have done. And she had a kind of a rough childhood, got an opportunity, made the most out of it. But one of my favorites from the 70s, 80s, and 90s, Valerie Perrine, has died at the age of 82. All right, short break. We're coming back with a whole lot more just getting underway. Your phone calls coming up next hour on KDKA, your Pratt Pack.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Performance Food Service Pittsburgh is one of the nation's largest and fastest growing distributors. As we grow, we need to continue adding great people. We're currently hiring for Class A drivers with a $15,000 sign-on bonus. If you're hungry for a great company, great culture, competitive pay, and full benefits, visit us at jobs.performancefoodservice.com. That's jobs.performancefoodservice.com. And as always, we urge you to support your local neighborhood restaurants. That's Performance Food Service Pittsburgh.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax. Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
How was your break?
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So, even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code WAGON for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WAGON for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's WAGON.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Cloudy and 34 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7th. I'm Paul Alexander. An Air Canada jet carrying more than 70 passengers collided with a fire truck while landing at New York's LaGuardia Airport, killing 2 pilots and injuring several others. Officials say the fire truck was crossing the tarmac late Sunday after being given permission to check on another plane reporting odor on board. Before the collision, an air traffic controller can be heard on airport communications frantically telling the fire truck to stop. CBS News senior transportation correspondent Chris Van Cleve has more on the investigation.
The NTSB is going to look at the totality of this accident, and you can't do that without really zeroing in on what was going on inside that air traffic control tower. When you listen to the audio of not only the event on runway 4, but the United flight that aborts its landing and then has an odor which turns into an emergency.
This, of course, is an ongoing investigation. Pittsburgh City Council is about to take up the contentious issue of working with ICE. News Radio KDKA's David Botterato has more.
Council members Barb Warwick, Deb Gross, and Erica Strasburger are introducing legislation that would, among other things, prohibit the city from entering into any partnership with federal immigration enforcement and would keep employees and agencies from providing access to anyone in city custody to immigration investigators. Warwick says she's confident these bills, designed to codify what Mayor O'Connor has already said on ICE, will pass any legal challenges.
These bills were sent to our legal department at the city and have been looked at by the ACLU, so we are very confident that we have the legal authority to do everything that we are doing in these bills.
She said they would also require any law enforcement officer to be able to identify himself in Pittsburgh to keep anyone from just putting on a mask and grabbing a gun and saying they're with ICE. David Botterato, News Radio, KDKA.
Aliquippa has declared a state of emergency after 3 major water main breaks on Monday. 22,000 residents are impacted by the breaks. City officials say that crews are trying to isolate the main break that's underneath Route 51. Repairs are expected to take 1 to 2 days, but could be as many as 3. Residents are asked to conserve water, check on older neighbors, and to stay alert for updates. Bottled water and water buffaloes are being brought in for residents. Pittsburgh officials say Market Square is safe after a massive juvenile brawl Sunday, and they're focusing on prevention. News Radio KDKA's Tamara Rush has the details.
Pittsburgh Public Safety Director Sheldon Williams was at Market Square Sunday when about 80 juveniles got into a fight. He gives his firsthand account.
What I witnessed in those time frames were a bunch of kids who were just gathered. Some of it was they were just being kids. You know, they were just running around, horse playing and the like. And as I watched that, I wanted to see the progression of the behavior so that I had a better understanding. And then they slowly began to disperse on their own.
Williams says the city is focused on keeping Market Square safe and emphasized prevention and intervention, urging parents to monitor their children and noting social media can sometimes play a role in such incidents. Tamira Rush, News Radio, KDKA.
KDK Sports, the Pirates wrapped up their spring training season today with a 5-2 loss to the Atlanta Braves. The Bucks finished the spring at 13-15. It gets real on Thursday. They'll open against the New York Mets in New York. First pitch, 1:15. Paul Skeens will be your opening day starter for the Bucks. KDK Radio News Time is 7:03. Right now, it's cloudy and 34 degrees in Pittsburgh. I'm Paul Alexander on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
When your money gets tight, you have to make some tough choices. Do you pay the mortgage, pay the credit cards, or pay the IRS? For lots of people, taxes get pushed aside until the letters start, then the threats, then the action, bank levies, wage garnishments. You can stop worrying. The IRS is offering new opportunities to help you resolve your back taxes, and Guardian Tax knows how it all works. If you owe more than $10,000 in back taxes, you may qualify to reduce your total tax debt by a very significant amount, even if you're years behind on filing. But timing matters, and so does who you trust. Guardian Tax knows the system and how to work it in your favor. They step in, deal with the IRS directly, and fight to protect what you've worked so hard to earn. In today's economy, you can't afford to lose more. Call Guardian Tax now for a free confidential consultation. 800-404-4307. 800-404-4307. Don't wait for the IRS to make the next move. Make yours first. Call now. 800-404-4307.
Looking for the best of New Orleans? Let AAA take you to the heart of the Big Easy September 7th through the 11th, 2026. Enjoy round-trip air from Pittsburgh, 4 nights right on Bourbon Street in the French Quarter, and unforgettable experiences, including the New Orleans School of Cooking, Mardi Gras World, the National World War II Museum, a Louisiana Swamp Boat Tour, Laura Plantation, and a jazz dinner cruise, plus 8 delicious meals and more, all starting at $2,865 per person, double occupancy. Space is limited. Visit your local AAA branch or call 1-800-354-8761 today.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
The sky is going to clear out as we head through tonight. It will be colder, a low 23. Partly sunny for tomorrow, a high of 48. And the clouds moving back in tomorrow night with a low around 34 degrees. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in store and online. Staples, that was easy.
All right, buckle up. Here we go. I'm going to ask you something about the city's finances. So you're within the sound of my voice, okay? Let's just kind of make it a regional thing. Beaver, Butler, Lawrence, Allegheny, Westmoreland. Would you be willing to pay an extra $5 tax or $10 tax every year to help the city of Pittsburgh? Why not? What could that do for the city of Pittsburgh? All of those outlying counties and people that are actually working hard, making that mortgage payment, paying their property tax, paying all the tax that they need to pay within their community. But they say, give us 5 or 10 more, and it'll go directly to the city. That would wipe out a whole lot of debt, would it not? Put them back on solid ground. And I'll tell you why I would be for it. And we're all paying way too many taxes, and I get it. But when you think about the resources that we get, I mean, water into my house, electricity, heat in the winter, cool air in the summer, trash picked up every single week, same time, same curb. I mean, there are a lot of things. Police protection, fire protection. I have all of this stuff, and you have it too. But the people in the city of Pittsburgh need to be covered too. And look, I believe, no fault of their own, the people that live in all those neighborhoods, they've been paying their bills like everyone else. But we really seem to have leadership in Pittsburgh right now. And yeah, I'm a little biased because of my friendship with the O'Connor family. I don't pull any punches. But when it comes to Rachel Heisler, I've never met her in person. I will this Friday for the first time because we're going to be doing something with the Pittsburgh firefighters, St. Therese Calcutta. We're going to be out there in Beachview or close to Beachview, I think. exactly. I'm not sure. I think it's Broadway Avenue, but I'll put it in the GPS later. We're going to be there live on Facebook at a fish fry, kind of promoting the city, more importantly, her office, which does great work, and the firefighters in Pittsburgh. But I know what I know, and I know leadership when I see it. I've been in this business for close to 50 years. Even before I got here, I covered politics, and a lot of people in the House, a lot of people in congressional seats. I've even made trips to D.C. back in the 70s and got to know some influential people that are still friends to this day. And the city of Pittsburgh is everything. Without the city, we're all in trouble. And I believe right now we have the type of leadership that if they would have gotten that windfall from COVID, and I'm not pointing fingers, but I'm just saying I think it would have been spent a little bit differently or saved for a rainy day. And we seem to have a lot of those of late, do we not? But you have the city controller and you have a former Allegheny County controller. That's why we kind of broke that story right after I saw it in the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette about the extra 28 million being added and where we are that the mayor talked about earlier today. That's why he decided to reopen the budget. And I got to believe, and I'm not asking him or anybody to admit it, but I think Rachel Heisler made everybody's ears perk up. And, you know, you got to thank her for having the chutzpah to basically stand up and say, okay, I'm going to say something you may not like. And look, Sarah Innamorato, whether you like this or not, she said, look, assessment, we're in trouble. So if I could help out even Allegheny County by a $20 bill, 10 for the city, 10 for Allegheny County till they get on their feet, I don't have a problem with that. Because I'm not a big fan of going after the nonprofits, and I'm going to explain why. And he did get UPMC to step up. PNC Bank stepped up, and thank goodness for PNC Bank, a proud brand that wherever I see it anywhere in the country, it reminds me of home. But you understand, when the mills left, we lost about 200,000 steel jobs. We did. And now, what are there, maybe 30, 40,000 in the immediate area? And when you basically take a look at Beaver, Allegheny, Butler, Lawrence, I mean, and of course, Nippon, U.S. Steel, but there will be more, believe me. And the building trades will benefit from what Nippon is going to spend with U.S. Steel. But you understand what replaced them were the healthcare workers, the nurses, the dietitians, the doctors, the physician assistants, all of the people, the janitorial service, the cafeteria workers, the security workers, all of them that work at the footprints that are AHN, Highmark, where I live, Heritage Valley, all of them, right? Those people make good paychecks because they work really hard. And they take those paychecks and put it into the local bank. They spend money on food. They buy cars. They buy stuff for their children, family members, and yeah, they pay for that roof over their head. They spend money. So you may not think that these nonprofits pay taxes, but their employees do, lots of them. And the thing that these nonprofits do, they save lives too. The Hillman Cancer Center. I mean, they save lives. The HN Cancer Institutes, they save lives. And they have brick and mortar, and they pay utility bills. They've got cancer institutes. Even in Beaver County, we have one. They have these neighborhood hospitals from Hempfield to Brentwood. This is just my opinion, okay? And they also support a lot of good causes and pay it forward. You know, another thing people don't understand, Royal Dutch Shell, they do a ton for nonprofits, a ton. And, you know, people are like, okay, so they spend $8 billion, they've got 500 people working there. How good is that doing us? A lot of good. They're paying taxes. Okay, maybe they got a few breaks to come here, but they're here, and they're helping nonprofits out every day. So that's why if someone would say to me, look, Rob, give me 10 more out of your yearly income to help the city of Pittsburgh, and give me another 10 to help out Allegheny County, just till Allegheny County gets on their feet, until the city gets things turned around. This is a off-the-wall, a shot in the dark, but I want to hear what you have to say. So how much do you love the most livable city? How much do you love the city that some people, and I still believe, is someplace special? Look, that's a cup of coffee and a hamburger. It's worth it. And if it could keep the wolves off the door a little bit longer, I'm for it. Look, I see those who pick up your trash. I see those who remove your snow. I've been watching them for years. They work hard. They work hard. So something has to be done. They need quick cash flow in the city. And I don't want to be, the draft is fantastic, okay? But that's 1 week and it's over, done, out of here. It's going to be great. I love the interview today with Michael Bartley and the commissioner. Fantastic. Big get, as we like to say in the business. But it's about the long haul, moving forward. And if I could help out, I'll pledge $20 right now. Because I love the city of Pittsburgh. I love Allegheny County. But what she said about these, Sarah said about these assessments, look, it has to be done. We have it going on in Beaver County. I have people coming up to me. I'm trying to get my hair cut, and they're like, hey, can you do anything about my assessment? I'm like, hey, I'm a broadcaster. I'm not a miracle worker. I'm getting hit too. Look, homeowners insurance, forget about it. What goes up every year. I mean, the only way we get back to some sort of normality is by creating foundation, jobs, people that want to develop property and build things, manufacturing. Look, I'm thinking about my friends in Aliquippa. They're dealing with the water issue. It's on my mind right now. I want to wish the mayor and everybody best of luck and all my friends that live in Aliquippa, and I have a lot of them and business owners too. But all the infrastructure, everything needs done over ground. I mean, Duquesne Light talks about it all the time. Everything has to be updated. That's why we have to start generating revenue and quit pointing fingers and blaming people. The big picture is we have basically done nothing for 50 years. There's a way to fix it, but don't point fingers at people who are saying, look, we have a problem, Houston. All right, so we're going to get to your calls on the other side, but would you be willing to do it? And I know many of you are going to probably push back, but think about how you basically throw a $20 bill away every day. You do. I care too much about the city. I care too much about Allegheny County. It's just one man's thought. It's just one man's opinion. 866-391-1020. It's your Pratt Pack.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Jen, I didn't know you shopped here. Hey, I'm hunting for something fresh for spring. Oh, girl, skip them all. Jewelry Television has the best spring looks right now. JTV, way ahead of you. Just hit up JTV.com yesterday, scored the cutest clover earrings, 2 tennis bracelets, and this gorgeous pearl ring.
Right now, new customers get $20 off any purchase of $99 or more at JTV.com.
Oh, and gold hoops and this turquoise bracelet. Just a couple things, huh? Maybe more than a couple.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hi, this is elder law attorney Carl Zachariah. Betty called me last week because her mother's in a nursing home and had given her $30,000 2 years ago. I told her that 5-year look back will not apply. We can get it fixed. Call Zachariah Brown at 724-942-6200 or visit PittsburghElderLaw.com.
Keeping up with bills can be tough, but you don't have to do it alone. Duquesne Light Company's Customer Assistant Program helps income-qualified customers lower their monthly electric bills. The employees at Duquesne Light realize these are difficult times, and they're committed to supporting our communities. Applying is simple. Just visit DuquesneLight.com/CAP and apply online. Don't wait. See if you qualify today. At Duquesne Light Company, they are here to help when you need it most.
Hey, folks, March is the time, man. The time to look outside and say, I gotta get new windows. And the place to go, Universal Windows Direct. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, no limit. And check this out. 24 months, no payments, no interest. 2 years. $500 off when you start this home improvement project. Call Universal Windows Direct. 412-545-6003. 412-545-6003.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint, Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
Time for more of those magical March specials at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Tantisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, Hershey's deviled crabs are 2 for $3. In the produce department, fresh red ripe strawberries 1-pound packages 2 for $5. In our deli, available every Friday, Coons batter dipped fish sandwiches $11.99 each. Additional savings this week, selected varieties of Coke, Sprite, or Dr. Pepper 6-pack half-liter bottles are 4 for $16.
At Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
The 50,000-watt voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
So you remember the scene in Rocky 1, Burgess Meredith, when his eye was swollen shut? And he said, I'm going to have to stop the fight. I'm going to have to stop the fight. And Stallone said, as Rocky, cut me, Mick. Cut me. I'm going to probably get beat up really bad here tonight for that opening statement. But I love Pittsburgh. And I know that Corey and Rachel and the council, I know they're trying to figure it out. And I know the hardworking people that are out hauling your trash and doing all the things that they do, snow removal in the city, and our Pittsburgh police and firefighters. It's just me. I know what I used to blow every day in the way of money when my kids were growing up and it was Toys R Me as opposed to Toys R Us. I get it, okay? And I realize how much I spend on coffee every day because I was out from the time the sun came up till the time the sun came down. I've learned to prepare meals at home, save money. I'd be more than willing to shell over a $20 bill, 10 for the city, 10 for Allegheny County. Do you realize Allegheny County and Pittsburgh have made it possible for me to feed my children? If there's no Pittsburgh as we know it, or Allegheny County, where we sit now in Green Tree, I would not have been able to raise my children, put a roof over their head, and give them more than they probably really needed. So that's why I have that thought process. And I know a lot of people don't have it, and I know a lot of people, I'm paying enough. But are you really going to miss it? And I'm not saying it would wipe the slate clean, but it'd come pretty close. It would help. It would help. All right, let's go to Aaron in the car. This ought to be good. Aaron, you're on KDK with your Pratt Pack. How you doing?
I'm well, thanks. Thanks for taking my call.
You bet. Go ahead, please.
So I don't really have a problem giving money as well. I'm on the same page as you. However, I would really like to see that, the city and the county go through a full audit by the controllers to make sure that the money is appropriated correctly and not misappropriated, because I feel that the budgets themselves are not balanced and a lot of the funds don't go where they're supposed to go in the first darn place.
I don't see a problem with that, Aaron. And I'm sure if I get a chance to talk to the mayor or talk to Rachel and have them on the air, because it won't do you any good if I ask them off the air, because I want to hear it come from their mouths and off their lips. Yeah, I don't see a problem with that. That may be a standard procedure too. Maybe moving forward they'll do something like that. But what I can't wrap my hands around, and I'm not pointing any fingers, okay? I'm just saying this because it boggles my mind. And it's something Rachel kept saying over and over. If you had all that money for COVID, I mean, where did it go? I mean, you think you'd have shoved $10 million under a mattress somewhere.
I tend to agree that there was a lot of money. Where did it go? Show us the money. We need that. We need that. The auditing by the controller's office to show us where the money went, and it didn't just line somebody's pockets.
Well, let's see what happens. Aaron, great call. Get home safe. Let's go to Joanne, Point Breeze. Joanne, welcome to a Monday edition with your Pratt Pack, KDK. How are you?
Hi, Rob. You know what? I don't believe that they should go after UPMC by themselves. They need to come together with many of the people that may not be paying their taxes. But UPMC has been good, really, to the people that they work for, whether people say it or not. They have been. You know, they give you a chance to save a little money. I mean, you didn't have to save a lot, but at least they were matching at one time or another. I think they still do. So, don't go after UPMC. Go after the other ones. There's other people. Go after them all if you're going to go after. And as far as the county, everybody knows that our taxes should have went up before. What's her name? Amarato. Before she got in there. We all know it, but nobody likes to point the fingers. And that's the same thing with these young hoodlums out there. Why did they let the juvenile place go down and not get the money to fix it? They knew as many juveniles criminals that are out there, they couldn't afford to send them to other places because they have to pay when they send them somewhere else. So now they're just out in the street, the havoc. And, I mean, it just really makes me angry at what's going on. The other thing, CBS, they were talking about the news, and they're not going to do the news anymore.
CBS Radio News, right.
Yeah. The thing that bothers me is they had been getting sued, and we know who by.
Well,
little things
okay, all right. I'm just going to jump in here and interrupt you. I don't think that had anything to do with it. I know the story you're talking about, but he has sued others. And good journalism will always be a part of who we are, and the good people here and at that brand that is Odyssey, they'll figure it out, and you'll continue to get the news. I mean, that's where I got the story from that broke about CBS Radio News from Odyssey. So I don't want to turn this into a political thing, Joanna, and I hope you'll understand where I'm coming from because, look, CBS Radio News has meant a lot to me. For a very long time. It's one of the reasons why I fell in love with broadcasting as an adolescent, listening to KDKA Radio and others growing up. And it is a sad day. And I'm thinking about the giants in this industry, the Edward R. Murrows and Eric Severides and, of course, Walter Cronkite, Dan Rather. So it's sad. It is. But time stands still for no one. The only thing that's constant is change, and everybody's going to figure it out. But it is sad. It was really tough for me to, fathom that story when I saw it. So, listen, and just know this. Everything changes. But one thing is for sure, you've got Odyssey, you've got KDKA, we've got some of the legendary brands like KDKA from coast to coast, and we bring you news round the clock pretty much, okay, as far as what's happening locally. I mean, let's face it, today we have the commissioner of the National Football League, Roger Goodell, on KDKA Radio on our morning show, the Big K Morning Show with Michael Bartley. I mean, that's massive. This guy is the man behind the biggest brand in all of sports, and they are bringing their brand to Pittsburgh. And he was here a month to the day before he is at the podium in downtown saying exactly who the Las Vegas Raiders will take. So just remember, you got that dial set at AM 1020 or 100.1 FM, the Odyssey app. It's a free app. Download it wherever you go. Our YouTube channel, Metropolitan Window Video Screen, KDKRadio.com, KDKA Watch. So you're always going to be informed for sure. But the world is changing, and we're going to continue to change and move forward with it. And as the great Warren Buffett has said many times, if you don't change, you get left behind, and you got to change, and we will figure it out. All right, so we obviously have stirred the pot. We got a bee's nest here. Lots of folks buzzing on the phone lines, want to discuss what I said. Look, this isn't me, telling those of you out there to get into your pocketbook, your checkbook, and, dive in. But let's face it, we haven't had any manufacturing or anything that really is worth speaking of to help boost taxes and really keep the census numbers going upward as opposed to being, losing thousands every time that we take those census numbers in Pennsylvania. But maybe, just a little bit of cash from all of us in the tri-state may actually right the ship. I mean, after all, it's the city of neighborhoods, and as far as I'm concerned, it's a part of all of our neighborhood. And isn't that what neighborly people do in someone's time of need? Listen, as Pittsburgh goes, we all go. Allegheny County goes, we all go. Just something to think about. Your thoughts. 866-391-1020. It's your Pratt Pack. Paul's next.
Would you file taxes without an expert? So why choose health insurance on your own? The experts at One Health Benefits can be your personal advocate at no cost to you. One Health Benefits' Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman are licensed insurance agents who understand the possible loss of ACA subsidies, Medicare updates, and insurance premiums. One Health Benefits works for you. Don't make a costly mistake. Get One Health Benefits and clarity in your corner. Call 724-799-8873 or go to onehealthbenefits.com.
When you're handling an estate or an inherited home, the decisions can feel overwhelming. At Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, we help families through this every single week. We make a quick, fair cash offer on the home, coordinate any cleanouts, help you through the process, and we'll buy it in its current condition. No pressure, no surprises. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057 for help selling today. That's 412-500-9057 for help selling today.
Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh's local trusted home buyer since 2015.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com
an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
It's almost that time for us to feed the need with the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank on KDKA Radio. On March 24th, our Giant Eagle Feed the Need Radiothon will be raising money to provide meals for our neighbors in need. Text NEED to 50155 on our Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union text line, and your donation will provide meals locally. Brought to you in part by Rome Monument, Hampton Beer Outlet, and by MediConnect. Medicare made simple. Details at kdkaradio.com.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Cloudy and 33 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7:30. I'm Paul Alexander. 3 city council members are introducing legislation Tuesday designed to prohibit Pittsburgh police from working with federal immigration enforcement. Bob Warwick says police would not be able to ask anyone taken into custody about their immigration status.
They also will not share information with ICE about anyone who they may have in custody for another crime.
The other sponsors are Deb Gross and Erica Strasburger. The bills would also prohibit owners of property to stage or assist any federal immigration enforcement activities. A man driving an SUV crashed into his neighbor's house, missing a 3-year-old girl by a couple of feet. This happened Monday morning in the 1300 block of Heritage Drive in Unity Township in Westmoreland County. Pennsylvania State Police say the homeowner knew the driver, who was a neighbor from down the street. State Police confirmed the driver was David Hess. Hess was given a field sobriety test and agreed to a blood test for a DUI. He was released back to his wife, and they will await the results of the blood test. There was extensive property damage, but no one was injured. The NFL Draft is a month away, and in an exclusive interview with KDK Radio's Michael Bartley, NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell said the event would give Pittsburgh a chance to shine to visitors from all over the world, reflecting the sport's international appeal.
It demonstrates to me that people aren't just going to attend games in the UK or in any of our 9 international games this coming season. They're coming because they love the NFL. They understand that it's a year-round process, that how they build a team and the draft, the importance of that. All of that it brings it to life.
Goodell says the draft will give Pittsburgh a chance to shine a spotlight on the Steelers, their fans, and the iconic locations of Acrisure Stadium and Point State Park. Visit Pittsburgh is looking forward to a big year in 2026, fueled in part by the NFL Draft. We have more from News Radio KDK's David Ballarado.
We make moments that feel like they could only happen here.
And launching a new marketing theme, Forge On, at its 2026 annual meeting, highlighted by the NFL Draft and celebrating those who helped to bring it here. And as for gearing up for that event, Visit Pittsburgh's Jared Bacher says everyone has been working together, rallying around each other to make the event a success for attendees and Pittsburgh alike. As for concerns of another Market Square melee during the draft,
we want to make sure that Pittsburgh shows up and shows in the best way possible. We've got an incredible committee of public safety officials on a city level, county, state, and even federal level, working together with NFL security to make sure we create a really safe environment for everyone.
Highlights of the annual meeting included a panel with Pittsburgh Downtown Partnership Head Jeremy Waldrop, Mayor O'Connor, and County Executive Innamorato talking about their collaborative efforts to bring more people to Pittsburgh and what attendees can share with them to attract even more. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
KDK Sports, the Pirates wrapped up their spring training portion of the season with a 5-2 loss to the Atlanta Braves today. It's real. The next game they play, they will open the season in New York against the Mets. First pitch, 1:15. KDK Radio News Time, 7:32. Our next update at 8 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander, and the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Yo, Harvey, Zoe, group selfie.
Ooh, nice new iPhone 17, Drewski.
Let's do a triangle formation. I'm in front.
With a center stage front camera, everyone fits in the shot.
You got it at T-Mobile.
But switching takes forever.
Not anymore. Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes.
Focus, people. Nail your pose.
And you get a new iPhone 17 on them.
No way.
Yes way.
No way.
Yes way, guys. Switch to T-Mobile and get iPhone 17 on us. And right now, we'll pay off your old phone up to $800.
I'm grabbing my phone and switching to T-Mobile right now.
Get back, Harvey. We're taking a... let's go again, y'all.
With 24 monthly bill credits, finance agreement, 256 gigabytes, $830, eligible trade-in, example iPhone 13, and new qualifying line, $60 plus per month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees. For well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. $800 via virtual prepaid card. Card typically takes 15 days after rebate submission, no cash access, and card expires in 6 months. Check out in 15 minutes per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
During Lowe's Pro Savings Days, save more on what goes into the job. Add power to your lineup with a free DeWalt 20-volt max 5-amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt 20-volt max tool. Plus, get up to 35% off select major appliances from Whirlpool, Maytag, and more. Get the job done right. Keep more in your pocket. That's Pro Savings Days. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 3/27. Selection varies by location. While supplies last.
Folks, John Perry is a good friend and a great lawyer, one of the best lawyers. His record of verdicts and settlements proves this. His team, superstars, also amazing. Mike Calder, his partner, and his sons, Alex and Trevor. Let me tell you this. They're feared by doctors and insurance companies. They have doctors on staff. Perry Calder Law, caringlawyers.com, 412-281-4200. I challenge you to go to the webpage and check out the mind-blowing verdict.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446. The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 evenings to deepen your understanding of the world around you, featuring Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden, and the former U.S. Ambassador to China Nicholas Burns. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
The KDKA AccuWeather Forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Tonight's going to turn out colder under a clear to partly cloudy sky, low 23. Partly sunny for tomorrow, a high of 48. And then warming up nicely on Wednesday with clouds and sunshine, a high of 62. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Ready to start thinking like Wall Street without leaving Main Street? Tune in Sunday mornings at 6:30 for a slice of advice with Kelton Burgess. Right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Apple, the greatest business comeback in the history of mankind. David Pogue writes about it in his new book, and we'll talk with him America at Night with me, McGraw-Milhaven. Come join us. Tonight at 10 on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, so coming up shortly, former state rep Jim Christiana. We haven't had him on in a long time, being that he's kind of got that Shell USA footprint, that sports complex in nearby Beaver County, in which thousands are using it on a daily basis. Literally, the place is packed. We're going to talk about, back in the day, he and then Governor Tom Corbett got the Shell petrochemical plant up and running. Natural gas, one of the reasons why one of the Fortune 500 companies on the planet from the Netherlands, Royal Dutch Shell, decided to put the millions here in this region. We're going to talk because of what's happening with oil and, of course, the Middle East. We're going to talk about this thing that is natural gas and why now the future is bright, maybe brighter than it's ever been. And with Shell being here, we have a great opportunity to do some big things right here in our region. So we'll get caught up with Jim Christiana in just about a half hour for one segment. But the majority of tonight and right through the rest of the week, it's going to be your phone calls talking about a number of things. So let's get right back to work. And let's say hello to David in West Mifflin. He joins your Pratt Pack on KDKA. Hi, David.
Hello, Mr. Pratt. Good evening, sir. How are you?
I am good. Good to hear your voice. What's on your mind tonight?
Not too much. I won't rattle on like I go too fast before. I'll work on my speed of my voice, Rob. But Rob, just a few things I'd like to say. I told Margot I was going to call on a different subject, but first of all, Rob, I want to give a big shout out to all the great doctors and nurses up at the VA Oakland campus on UPMC who take care of veterans like me. I mean, I should have said something before, but I'm eternally grateful for the great health care I get in the health care, and I'm going to be biased for a minute. The health care has been better under President Trump. He's got rid of all the bureaucracy and the red tape. I'm grateful that I got my VA claim in and, that I serve this wonderful country, and by the grace of God, I got great health care through the VA, and I just want to say thank you to all the great doctors and nurses and everybody that worked there. Give them a shout out, Rob.
Okay. Sounds good. Anything else?
Something, Rob, about what you said earlier really caught my grip, and when you said about people complaining and everything, because Rob, you know as well as I do, the people that complain the most do the least. It seems, they want to be they're more part of the problem than the solution. And I don't care if it's a politician. I mean, for example, Rob, I don't agree always with our Senator Fetterman, but when I see people from his own party attacking him, saying, "Oh, I wish he died of the stroke," you see it on social media. I mean, I would never say that about somebody, and I thank God every day that he's recovering from his stroke, and I pray for him and his wonderful family. In fact, I'm driving through Braddock right now, going back home to West Mifflin, but I just want to say, people, lighten up. He went through a life-changing event, and, I mean, I have spoken to him at the waterfront. He walks around there, but I just prayed for him, Rob. Even I prayed for our political, not adversaries, but people I disagree with, because that's part of living in a constitutional republic, and that's all I had to say, Rob.
Appreciate the call. And, there's been talk about Connor Lamb or somebody running against him, in which they may try to primary him, his own party. All I can say to my fellow Democrats in the Democratic Party, you don't want to have this guy out of office, because there's a good chance you may be dealing with a Republican administration for some time. I mean, and listen, if Donald Trump gets an unconditional surrender, the economy turns around, and all of these dividends as far as oil, $17 trillion in all from Venezuela, Cuba, and he ends up stopping the war in Ukraine because there'll be no more oil flowing to that Russian military, gets a Nobel Peace Prize, the economy does well, and it really hasn't been doing all that bad despite people harping about the price at the pump, which a little bit of pain now for a whole lot of relief for generations to come. I'm willing to do it. One of the reasons why I said I'd be willing to kick in an extra $20 a year to help Allegheny County and Pittsburgh out, right? This Republican Party, and I'm a Democrat, and I have no intention of changing, but could be in the White House for some time to come. And the only way you've been getting anything done at all and a few feathers in your cap is because of a guy who understands bipartisan politics and who is a moderate. And he does what's right for the people. And if it's something that the president is doing or the Republicans that he doesn't like, he speaks out. But when he thinks like helping Israel and the war in Iran and all the other things that he has supported the president on, so be it. And he did take it upon himself, and no other Democrat thought of this, and it's something I will remember him about forever, before the president, after getting elected again, and that time between November and when he was sworn in the third week in January, He said, I'll pay for the freight, and I'm going to go visit this guy in Mar-a-Lago. What's the worst thing he can do? Is shut the door in my face? And he didn't. And even President Trump said he likes the guy's conviction. He likes who he is. But I can promise you they're not going to dinner together. He's not going to support everything that Fetterman does. He has a responsibility, as does Fetterman. But when it comes down to actually supporting something that's good for the citizenship, it works. And that's what politics is about. Reagan, Tip O'Neill, that's what politics is about. You have to be able to reach across the aisle and make things work. You know, Rachel Heisler used to work for a congressman, a friend of mine, Jason Altmaier, who was basically shown the door and got elected out, okay? And that district has grown. But I must tell you, when he was in office, it was a breath of fresh air. He may be the last true moderate that I've ever really been around of local interest up until John Fetterman. And I don't even know if Jason was that removed from being able to lean into the Republican Party as much as Fetterman has. But look, Fetterman, even though he's had some health issues, the guy's got his eye on the prize, and he's never backed down. He's never complained. He's never pushed back on his health restrictions. He's been full steam ahead. And the guy's on Fox News being interviewed as much as he is on CBS. That's a good thing. That's journalism. That's politics. And it's about brokering, communicating, and being out front. It's the, here we go, art of the deal. And that's what politics is. It's the art of the deal. And believe me, the president went to visit Elvis's mansion, not because he wanted to feel the king of rock and roll, but he wanted people to understand in that part of the world that he's got their back. He understands who they are, and he would be grateful for their vote come midterm time. It's the art of the deal. That's what works. That's the meeting of the minds, and that's how things get done. 866-391-1020. We'll be back.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
This is Dave DeSimone. Please join me this Wednesday at 7 p.m. for Pittsburgh Works. We'll cover restaurants and share seasonal wine tips. Tune in to FM 100.1, AM 1020 KDKA, or listen to KDKA-radio.com.
Centimark provides solutions for commercial roofing and flooring needs, re-roofing to roof repairs to concrete polishing and traffic solutions. While roofing and flooring is the business, giving back to the community is Centimark's commitment. 724-514-8700.
Columbia Gas of Pennsylvania is committed to the communities they serve, ensuring that all their customers stay safe and warm in their homes during the cold winter months. To ensure that no one goes without heat when the temperatures drop, Columbia Gas offers energy efficiency and bill payment assistance programs to make their customers' lives easier. To learn more about the valuable services available through Columbia Gas, call 1-888-460-4332 or visit online at columbiagaspa.com.
Life-changing medicine is happening every day at UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute.
We have the luxury to be bold, to continue to be pioneers in the world for innovative heart care.
We are the place of discovery. Literally, the world experts in cardiac care are in this institution.
By combining technology, research, and the latest innovations, patients from all over the world come to UPMC.
Because of the expertise that exists here at UPMC, it allows us to take on patients that have been turned down at other centers.
We offer unique heart procedures that you cannot get anywhere else.
One of our founding mantras is that compassion has to be at the forefront of everything that we do.
From leading the region in cardiac procedures to being the only center in the state to offer integrated women's health and heart care, UPMC is pioneering life-changing cardiac care every day. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to learn more.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Don't miss the Battle of Pittsburgh on Wednesday, March 25th at 7 p.m. at Highmark Stadium. The Riverhounds take on Steel City FC in the first round of the Lamar Hunt U.S. Open Cup. Be there for this city rivalry matchup. Get your tickets now at riverhounds.com/tickets. Join March for Babies on April 12th to improve the health of families. With your help, we can tackle America's maternal and infant health crisis, one person, one community, and one step at a time. Every step counts. Thank you to signature sponsors Highmark Whole Care, Allegheny Health Network, UPMC, and UPMC Health Plan. Happy home improvement season from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Home equity loan rates are as low as 5.25%. For full terms and to see if you qualify, visit AllegiantFCU.org. Membership eligibility required. Equal housing lender. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
Performance Food Service Pittsburgh is one of the nation's largest and fastest growing distributors. As we grow, we need to continue adding great people. We're currently hiring for Class A drivers with a $15,000 sign-on bonus. If you're hungry for a great company, great culture, competitive pay, and full benefits, visit us at jobs.performancefoodservice.com. That's jobs.performancefoodservice.com. And as always, we urge you to support your local neighborhood restaurants. That's Performance Food Service Pittsburgh.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Join Beth Andrews for the Net Worth Financial Hour Saturdays at 1 to get the news and information you need to make your retirement dream a reality. That's the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews, Saturdays at 1. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
All right, Jim Christiana for a couple of minutes after the news at 8, then we'll get right back to your calls. And we got some calls right now as we speak. Let's head to Chuck in Shaler. Chuck, you're on KDK. Good evening. How are you?
Good evening, Rob. This is one of the few times I really disagree with you.
That's okay. Go ahead.
Okay. As far as the tax-wise goes, these people need to control their spending. You work in the city of Pittsburgh, you pay $52 a year, $1 a week occupational tax. You live in a county, you're paying an extra 1% sales tax on everything. Allegheny County and Philadelphia, the rest of the state doesn't pay for it. I'm paying a 10% drink tax, and my property taxes went up 36%. That's a lot more than a $10 or $20 bill.
You're right.
That's a lot of money, but they can never cut back on anything. Where does it end?
Where would you like to see him cut back? Where do you think they could cut back, Chuck?
Well, I mean, one of the first things when Sarah Amarato got in office was she hired more people and gave everybody a raise right off the bat, and then raised their property taxes 36%. Run the county, run the state like a business. If the money ain't there, then you got to cut back on certain things.
All right.
I mean, you just can't.
Fair enough.
You can't force everybody else to keep cutting back. You're making me and my neighbors and my kids and everybody else cut our budgets back, but they refuse to quit spending on anything.
So my question to you is, one time and also accountability, show where the money's going, or would you be not willing to balance things out even doing it one time? And it's okay if you disagree.
I would balance. If you want me to take out of my paycheck, then you got to be willing to take something out of your paycheck. Not you personally, but if you want me to cut back, then you show me the cutbacks on your end.
Okay, fair enough. I appreciate.
That's all.
That's good. That was a good argument. Appreciate it. Thanks, buddy. All right, let's go to Gary in Georgia, and I'm sure he may feel the same way. Gary, welcome to KDK. How you doing?
I'm not real good.
I kind of figured. I've been getting your messages all day, so you are on the air. Go ahead.
Well, I know I'm on the air, and we've been waiting, and the listeners are waiting, and we heard what you had to say, and I was going to say this, but I'll repeat it. You know I'm a huge fan of yours.
I appreciate that. I appreciate it.
Right to the bone. However, there is an however. I'm disappointed. And I hope I can stay on long enough. I know it's bumping out near 8 o'clock.
Go ahead. You got some time.
But, okay, all right. I'm going to tell you why I'm disappointed. Number one, two things. Let's talk about the war here. Just 2 days ago, he was bragging so that I'm not going to make no deal with Iran, correct?
Yeah, go ahead. I don't want you to run out of time, so keep talking. Go ahead, Gary.
Well, I asked you a question, correct?
Yeah. But I don't want to go back and forth, and we're going to run out of time. So you got to just speak your mind. You got a couple of minutes. Go ahead.
I'm going to prove. Okay. All right. Look. He's playing a game. I think they're worried that they've made matters worse. So you follow. I think they are worried they made matters worse. I mean Trump and his cronies. Okay. Mm-hmm. Now, secondly, have you made a remark? I might have missed the remarks about what he said about Robert Mueller.
That was horrible. If he said that, that's horrible.
Now, I'm going to ask you something. Here's why I'm disappointed in you. You represent, you and the other 39%. No, there's not. Yeah, there are millions that are like the guy, but there's 39 from 100% that don't want him in there, and I'm one of them. And I don't have a big ego. I have a little ego about romance and one other thing. You know what it is? I'm a real Democrat. And these remarks by him wanting a person dead, he's glad that he's dead. Mueller, who won the Purple Heart, has tremendous reputation. You 39% are looking away, it's wrong.
No, I brought that up, and I said I thought it was disgusting. So you may have missed that, but I'm already one step ahead of you. And what's great about this country, you get an opportunity to speak your mind. You've got 1 minute, then I've got to go to break. Go ahead.
I did speak my mind.
Okay.
I'm very disappointed in you. You're supporting this guy, and you're bragging about him.
I'm not supporting everything.
Yes, you are. Let me finish. You're interrupting me.
Okay, go ahead.
You're interrupting me.
Finish.
You said you're bragging. You're bragging about him being the richest president and all this money and all this nonsense. This guy is bad news for America. Look what he said about Robert Mueller. How would you like it if he said something about your family like that?
I would speak up and say that was horrific to say such a horrible thing. Why would you do that? Just as you are right now. But here's the thing, Gary. I don't want you to hyperventilate. Here's the thing. You'll have a chance in just a short period of time, 2028, it'll be here. You can cast a no vote. And if other Americans feel the way you do, they will not reelect a Republican, and a Democrat will get in. But if a Republican gets in, whether it be Marco Rubio, J.D. Vance, then they will have the upper hand, and America will have spoken. I do not agree with a lot of things, including that statement, if it's fact. But I can tell you right now, he's not going anywhere for a while. I appreciate the call. I got to get to break, and we'll come back. We'll spend some time with Jim Christiana. But for those of you who want to come at me because of some of the things that I was talking about in the way of maybe giving a $20 bill, 10 to Pittsburgh, 10 to Allegheny County, so they can right the ship and we can all benefit. If you disagree, that's okay. But something's got to be done. And everybody says, cut. Well, how much more can you cut? But there are people that need our help, and it's the neighborly thing to do. We'll be back. It's your Pratt Pack.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for moms.
With Aetna, I always get a quick answer, and I don't have to search on the internet. They go above and beyond to help me with whatever I need.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up on calls with members and doctor's offices when requested. We show up with access to convenient care options. We show up for you. Because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
Just don't do it. Just don't go another day climbing in and out of that unsafe, ugly old bathtub. Today's the day to step into a gorgeous new shower from PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold. Just walk right in. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and installs in just one day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit trustpj.com today for your free design consultation.
Yo, Harvey, Zoe, group selfie.
Ooh, nice new iPhone 17, Drewski.
Let's do a triangle formation. I'm in front.
With a center stage front camera, everyone fits in the shot.
You got it at T-Mobile.
But switching takes forever.
Not anymore. Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes.
Focus, people. Nail your pose.
And you get a new iPhone 17 on them.
No way.
Yes way.
No way.
Yes way, guys. Switch to T-Mobile and get iPhone 17 on us. And right now, we'll pay off your old phone up to $800.
I'm grabbing my phone and switching to T-Mobile right now.
Get back, Harvey. We're taking a... let's go again, y'all.
With 24 monthly bill credits, finance agreement, 256 gigabytes, $830, eligible trade-in, example iPhone 13, and new qualifying line, $60 plus per month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. For well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. $800 via virtual prepaid card. Card typically takes 15 days after rebate submission, no cash access, and card expires in 6 months. Check out in 15 minutes per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Mostly cloudy and 33 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 8 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. An Air Canada jet carrying more than 70 passengers collided with a fire truck while landing at New York's LaGuardia Airport, killing 2 pilots and injuring several others. Officials say the fire truck was crossing the tarmac late Sunday after being given permission to check on another plane reporting an odor on board. Before the collision, an on-air traffic controller can be heard on airport communications frantically telling the truck to stop. CBS News senior transportation correspondent Chris Van Cleve has more.
The NTSB is going to look at the totality of this accident, and you can't do that without really zeroing in on what was going on inside that air traffic control tower. When you listen to the audio of not only the event on runway 4, but the United flight that aborts its landing and then has an odor which turns into an emergency.
This, of course, is an ongoing investigation. Pittsburgh City Council is about to take up the contentious issue of working with ICE. His radio KDKA's David Ballarado has more.
Council members Barb Warwick, Deb Gross, and Erica Strasburger are introducing legislation that would, among other things, prohibit the city from entering into any partnership with federal immigration enforcement and would keep employees and agencies from providing access to anyone in city custody to immigration investigators. Warwick says she's confident these bills, designed to codify what Mayor O'Connor has already said on ICE, will pass any legal challenges.
These bills were sent to our legal department at the city and have been looked at by the ACLU, so we are very confident that we have the legal authority to do everything that we are doing in these bills.
She said they would also require any law enforcement officer to be able to identify himself in Pittsburgh to keep anyone from just putting on a mask and grabbing a gun and saying they're with ICE. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
Aliquip has declared a state of emergency after 3 major water main breaks on Monday. 22,000 residents are impacted by the breaks. City officials say that crews are trying to isolate the main break that's underneath Route 51. Repairs are expected to take 1 or 2 days, but could be as many as 3. Residents are asked to conserve water, check on older neighbors and those with medical needs, and to stay alert for updates. Pittsburgh officials say Market Square is safe after a massive juvenile brawl on Sunday, and they're focusing on prevention. News Radio KDKA's Tamara Rush has the details.
Pittsburgh Public Safety Director Sheldon Williams was at Market Square Sunday when about 80 juveniles got into a fight. He gives his firsthand account.
What I witnessed in those time frames were a bunch of kids who were just gathered. Some of it was they were just being kids. You know, they were just running around horse playing and the like. And as I watched that, I wanted to see the progression of the behavior so that I had a better understanding. And then they slowly began to disperse on their own.
Williams says the city is focused on keeping Market Square safe and emphasized prevention and intervention, urging parents to monitor their children and noting social media can sometimes play a role in such incidents. Tamira Rush News Radio, KDKA.
The NFL draft is a month away. In an exclusive interview with KDKA Radio's Michael Bartley, NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell said the event would give Pittsburgh a chance to shine.
It demonstrates to me that people aren't just going to attend games in the UK or in any of our 9 international games this coming season. They're coming because they love the NFL. They understand that it's a year-round process, that how they build a team in the draft, the importance of that. All of that it brings it to life.
Goodell also says it's a great opportunity to showcase the Steelers, their fans, in the iconic locations of Acrisure Stadium and Point State Park. KDKA Sports, the Pirates closed out their spring training season with a 5-2 loss to the Atlanta Braves today. They close up Grapefruit League play at 13-15. It gets real on Thursday when they take on the Mets in New York. It will be Paul Skeens on the bump for the Bucks. First pitch at 1:15. Right now, it's cloudy and 33 degrees in Pittsburgh. Tell your smart speaker to play News Radio KDKA so you can listen to Pittsburgh's news, weather, and traffic. Our next update comes your way at 8:30. I'm Paul Alexander, the voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio KDKA.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
The sky is going to clear out as we head through tonight. It will be colder, low 23. Partly sunny for tomorrow, a high of 48. And the clouds moving back in tomorrow night with a low around 34 degrees. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Rob Fracks on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, former state representative, entrepreneur, NFL agent, man behind that Shell USA Sports Complex, Beaver County, Jim Cristiano. Let's welcome him back. Metropolitan Window video screen, KDKRadio.com. Click on KDK Watch. You being an NFL agent, the commissioner on earlier today, Roger Goodell. So how big for M7 and your company that the draft is coming to the Burgh? Good evening. How are you?
Hey, Rob. Good evening. Thanks for having me on. I think it's kind of once in a lifetime opportunity for a city that is known around the world for our sports teams. And I think it's a great showcase and a great opportunity. There just continues to be reasons why Pittsburgh is such an amazing sports city. Can you imagine if we had a really good baseball team this season? What this city and does every year, and whether it's the NCAA tournament or the Frozen Four, it's just countless examples of how, for a pretty small city and compared to the behemoths around the leagues, it's an amazing opportunity to showcase Pittsburgh again, and I think it's really exciting.
Listen, so is that sports complex. I drive home every night, especially even on the weekends in the afternoon. There's not an empty parking space. So give me an update. Why have people bought into this so quickly? Look, I've never doubted you, but I thought, boy, this is palatial. I hope it fills up. Well, it's beyond belief. I mean, and the consistency is amazing. Why is it working?
Well, I think it's a product of the people that we have. I mean, obviously, there's a huge market opportunity in youth sports and fitness, particularly post-COVID. Families looking to put their kids in as many activities as possible. But the true talent are the people that administer the programs, the people that run the 5th, 6th grade league. Our director of basketball, Taylor Kirshner, we've just been so lucky to build a truly integrated opportunity. And we're soon to be launching a nutrition program and a mental health program. In addition to being a first-class space, I think my vision all along has been to give kids everything that they need in order to be successful in athletics and to leverage athletics for success in life. And, it's one thing to dream and have a vision. It's another thing to start to bring it into, existence. And I couldn't have done it by myself, and I couldn't have done it without the grace of God and the amazing opportunities and resources that have been provided to us in order to provide these programs. And it's really remarkable.
So Shell USA, the Shell petrochemical plant, two separate entities, but they do pay it forward in a big way. And I was talking about the petrochemical plant backing so many nonprofits in the region that a lot of people just don't read about or hear about because it doesn't have that sizzle in the steak. And, people want to see other things such as negative things, but they do so much good. Let's talk about something that could do all of us good, and that's the natural gas footprint. They were willing to step up early to get the petrochemical plant going. They understand the Utica Shale, the Marcellus Shale, what we have, what we're dealing with in Iran, the oil situation, and it's got to stop the madness. And I think our president is trying to do that, but also save the lives of the Iranian people who have suffered long enough. But talk to me about natural gas and energy, and something you talked about all the time while in Harrisburg. But now it's time for us to really move the meter and how we could help America and obviously put people to work, including Pennsylvania. Jim.
Well, for me, if we want families to make a living wage when other countries treat their people like slaves or indentured servants and they pay them pennies for a hard day's work in really tough labor conditions, it's really hard to compete with countries that are willing to do that to their own people. And we don't have to do that in our country. We can reward like the unions and the trades have done and fought decades for getting their employees to be well compensated. We have great laws in our country and great organizations like labor and the trade unions that continue to advocate on the behalf of the individual workers. So how do we compete with a country that is willing to pay their people pennies and make the same product? Well, the one way that we can do that, where we can have our cake and eat it too, is to have really low energy cost. For me, that was what was the deciding factor. We can't have raging high energy prices and pay our people what we are paying them and compete. And we don't have to make that choice, but we have to embrace a diversified, cheap energy portfolio in order to do that. If we don't, we can't compete. We're not going to be able to manufacture things. So, I was raised in a blue collar family. My dad worked in a steel mill. My stepdad worked in a power plant. I saw what a blue collar job could do for a family in Beaver County. But here's the hard part. When I was growing up, those jobs were leaving. And what the petrochemical industry and the data centers provide is an opportunity to reinvent ourselves. But we've got, for both of those industries and so many more in manufacturing, in the 21st century manufacturing, for us to revitalize this region and to embrace our blue collar our roots, and to provide that to the next generation, we've got to have major employers, and we've got to have really, really affordable and cheap energy prices. If we don't do that, we can't compete as a country, and we definitely can't compete as in Beaver County or Western Pennsylvania. We can't compete. So it's necessary.
All right, so let me end on this note, and I'm glad you brought it up. When you have companies like Meta signing a 20-year deal to get some power that is much needed so they can move their footprint around the world with what is going to happen, Frontiers Group, the old Bruce Mansfield coal-fired power plant, EQT, Toby Rice, they're going to supply the natural gas. Look, I'm so excited about it, I can't even begin to tell you, but then Indiana County, Homer City, population 900, you're going to have thousands of the building trades there, billions invested, thousands working there. What do you make of these data centers coming to Beaver County and Indiana County? Go ahead.
Well, the first thing I look at is we can debate, and I've got a lot of skepticism about the consequences of AI, right? Ultimately, the product that those data centers are going to produce. But you also have to stop and say, okay, where are those data centers going to locate? I understand the skepticism and criticisms about AI, but the data centers that power it are going to go somewhere. And this is the same fight we had back in 2012 about Shell, and the reasons that we passed the incentive package we did is you can go 15 miles west, and you could go 30 miles to the southwest, and you could be in 2 other states. And those same trade unions will build it there. But the long-term economic benefits, we would lose. And so when we're a border county and a border region with 2 other states that are chomping at the bit to try to get those data centers in their location, we've got to be competitive. We've got to have local government work with the trade unions and the business community and the education community. And so I look at it as, let's build them here if they're going to go somewhere in this region. And then, I'll give Governor Shapiro some credit. Like, he's going around talking about the concerns and the need for precautions as it relates to the use of AI. But we also got to look from an economic development standpoint and say, hey, if they're going to build a data center that's going to employ thousands of trade unions and tens of thousands of workers and provide school districts with Aliquippa and Beaver Falls and others with the potential of, really significant property tax dollars, why in the world wouldn't we get them here in our area?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Let's end on this. I got one more for you. Nippon U.S. Steel, already they have said hundreds and millions are going to be headed towards the Mon Valley, so they're living up to their word. What does that mean, this investment, Nippon U.S. Steel, that is actually a reality now? Go ahead. We'll end on that one.
It's amazing when the federal government, local government, state government, they all work together, rowing in the same direction with labor and the business community and the education community. It is amazing what we can accomplish. I mean, from the president of the United States, you use that example, the president of the United States was involved in that deal. The unions continually to fight to protect their workers, right? I understand that. We all come to the table and we find where we agree. There's nothing that we can't accomplish. The problem in modern day politics right now is those examples are the exception. The rule when you get to Harrisburg or Washington is you're on this team, and we don't focus on common ground. That's what's gonna fix people's frustration with government and elected officials is we have more examples of everybody working together.
We have been on a journey, have we not, buddy?
No doubt about it. We're just getting started. Even you're just getting started too, my friend.
No. I'm passing the ball to the young man in the center square. Listen, thanks so much for joining us. I'm so proud of you, and I love the complex. Keep up the great work, okay?
Thanks, my friend.
There he goes, Jim Christiana, and I will have him handy for the upcoming NFL draft. You can definitely believe that on the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday show. Good guy doing some good stuff. And if you are looking for a place to take those elementary students of yours and let them exercise their muscles and become better people by communicating with people and stretching all those brain cells and really learning every day, this is a really cool place, and it's in nearby Beaver County. It's the Shell USA Sports Complex. Get back to your calls next on KDKA. It's your Pratt Pack.
Your source for everything that's news. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
Last year, I had back pain radiating down my right leg. The pain was so bad I was willing to cut my leg off to stop the pain. I could barely walk and had to stoop over when I did just to take pressure off the spine. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. In my professional career, I've represented thousands of people who've had herniated discs and issues with their neck and back, but never fully appreciated what they were going through until it was my turn. It's like trying to describe colors to a blind person who's never had sight. All I can tell you is it hurt like hell, but worse. My daily walk was gone, and that bothered me a great deal. Then I thought of all of you and how much more devastating this type of injury could be for you. My life stopped. I now feel your pain. Just know at Morgan & Morgan, we got your back. I understand. Morgan means more.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Rob Frax on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, coming up tomorrow night, he is columnist with the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Jonathan Salant will be talking about epic fury and the war in Iran. And let's get to Andy in Butler. He's been waiting patiently. Andy, it's all yours. Welcome to KDKA.
Hey, good evening, Rob. Great show tonight.
Thank you, sir.
So, about your thought on a one-time $20 gift to the city or whatever you want to call it, fee, all right? Has the city ever before needed a one-time something? Because by definition, if it's a one-time something and sometime in the past they asked for it, then they don't get to ask for it again, correct?
Correct. I don't remember them doing that. They may have, but I don't remember.
Okay. Well, I haven't looked it up yet, so I'm not saying that they have. I'm just saying, are you marking this date down as the date that you gave your one-time $20? Because it's one time this year and one time next year, and, you know, the problem is you need to grow your tax base. You need jobs, and I know you know that because you preached on that. Going after the people because Pittsburgh can't figure out how to fill those office buildings to get them the tax revenue they need is not a solution. All right? Look at New York State and the governor up there who recently came on and said, we need to bring people back from Florida because our tax base is hurting. Okay? Is that what we want Pennsylvania to end up? Saying, hey, we need to go bring people back from other places because we need them to pay taxes here. We need to bring jobs here. I remember whenever it was first announced that the football draft was coming to Pittsburgh, and people were like, oh my, that's going to save the city. Well, if that's going to save the city, then you don't need to give $20. The simple fact is that's not going to save the city. And it didn't save any of the businesses that didn't make it from the time that announcement was made until now. The businesses that went under, you know, that draft didn't save them. Now, the NFL draft is a great thing, and Pittsburgh should be thankful to have it, and the NFL should be honored that they brought it here. because the Steelers are a fantastic team. I'm not taking away from the draft. I'm simply saying it's not the cure to everything. The cure is more things like the cracker plant. The cure is more investment in steel. The cure is those data centers. And, the cure is jobs in this area. So if you want to make an argument for a one-time thing for the city, okay, I get you. I'll even support you on that. But mark the calendar down as one time, and let's not hear about a one-time need going on in the future. And like I said, keep New York in mind. The governor there is, begging for people to come back to New York because they realize that when you drive away your businesses and your people and your tax base because you've raised your taxes too high, like New York did, then there's a price to be paid and people suffer. That's all I got. Have a good evening. Great show.
All right, Andy, thanks. So let me kind of reset the bar because we kind of stepped out for a moment and had Jim Christiana here. So what I said to begin the show, I led with a story that I saw that was broke in the Post-Gazette earlier today, literally by the time I got to the station, so it was late in the day, right, about 5 o'clock. The mayor is, obviously we know, reopening the budget, something Rachel Heisler's been talking about issues for the longest time, and a lot of it has been spent with me on this show. But he says 28 point whatever more million will be spent. But I said I was so happy because you can't fix a problem unless you face a problem. And for the longest time, many people in politics, and I'm not saying the mayor's office or prior administration, so don't put the words in my mouth, but a lot of times, they sidestep. And I think one of the reasons why people do not like Donald Trump and Doge and all the things that we've been through and the tariffs is because he's simply saying we got a problem. We got a major problem in this country with finances. And you do have to be held accountable, and that's something that he's trying to make sure that we do, even when it comes to things like Social Security and Medicare. He just wants transparency. He wants people to be held accountable, right? But let me just say this. We have a mayor who happens to be the member of a different party than the president, and that's okay because it should always be about what's best for the citizens. Why I was promoting John Fetterman a little bit earlier. He looks at the big picture, as I think Corey is, as I think Rachel is. They know this is affecting young and old, people of all walks of life, races, how many zeros they have at the end of their name, or whether they're a D or an R. But they both have said there's an issue. We've got a problem. So I know there's a reason they call it the city of neighborhoods. I know how much Pittsburgh has meant to me. I know how much Allegheny County has meant to me. My paycheck, this radio station, this brand has been making me able to take care of my children. Look, I know there are a lot of you struggling out there, and I say, but for the grace of God. And it's one of the reasons why I worked multiple jobs, because I was always running because of fear. That's no longer because I know what I have as far as time on this earth. I'm 69 years old. I'm hoping to be the next Clint Eastwood, but there's also a chance that ain't going to happen. So it is what it is, okay? But I worry about my children, your children, young couples. I worry about that student who's trying to get through college and wondering if they're going to get a job to pay their student loan. Okay, I'm worried about the family that one job has been lost because of whatever reason. I worry about people to the point it literally keeps me up at night. When I don't worry about myself anymore, because at this point, it is what it is, as I like to say. But I am worried about you and you and you. And I want you to be able to have something. I'm worried about the shop owner, the restaurateur, the person that owns the bar in downtown Pittsburgh, the company that finally signed a lease to, rent some space in one of the beautiful office buildings downtown, and now they're wondering if they're going to be able to make the rent. I worry about that stuff. I worry about our legacy in the steel industry and who we are and why that stuff still matters. And I do wish more politicians, including Corey and others, will be talking about the significance of Nippon and U.S. Steel. And I believe, as Andy was saying, if we would get back to more of those jobs, we would do better. But you got to crawl before you walk. And if I can kick in $20, and I don't even know, you throw in Beaver, Butler, Lawrence, Washington, I don't even know if everybody could give $20 today. But I don't even know if they could, if it would be enough. But one time, why not? I mean, if I came to your house and said, look, I haven't eaten in a couple of days, and I'm your neighbor, and you know who I am. And I say to you, look, I got a paycheck coming, but could you spot me $20 until I get paid? Do you have any leftover food? You see, that's the difference between today and when I was growing up, when the mills were booming and everybody had a paycheck. When somebody was struggling, you knew it. You didn't have to wait for them to tell you. And you found a way so they could keep pride by saying, you know what, we made too much food tonight. I don't want this stuff to go to waste. Can you take this whatever off my hands? And you know what? We kind of saved a little bit more than we thought. And we know you have the kids and you're working hard. Here's a little extra. Why don't you go out and get ice cream tonight? That's what we used to do. That's the neighborly thing to do in the city of neighborhoods. And Pittsburgh needs our help. And remember this, it's the beacon that everybody follows, like that splash when you come through the Fort Pitt tunnels. Imagine if there were no lights on. It wouldn't be good for any of us. It's the heartbeat, it's the pulse of who we are. So would you be willing to do it or not? 866-391-1020.
Make 380 Auction of Murraysville your next stop for name brand furniture. Stop in and compare their quality and pricing. 380 Auction has name brand furniture for less. Before you buy, shop 380 and save on your next furniture purchase. 380 Auction is open Tuesday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., Sunday noon to 5 p.m., or call 724-339-3132. That's 724-339-3132, or log on to shop380.com and save.
Hello, KDKA listeners. This is Carlos, owner of Greater Pitt Tree Service. If you have any concerns about any trees on your property, call Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. We have an A-plus rating on the Better Business Bureau. To serve your needs best, we have an ISA-certified arborist on staff. We have 32 years experience, 412-884-TREE. We will be your best choice for tree work. Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. And remember, we did your neighbor's tree.
It's about time delivery worked on your schedule. Same day, next day, or scheduled in advance. However you plan it, the Home Depot delivers the whole job. From drywall to doors, plumbing to paint, we'll get it there when you need it. Because on the job site, timing is everything. You order, we deliver. It's that easy. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
Hear that? That's Mike. He took ZzzQuil Pure Z's, so now he's sleeping soundly on a Sunday night. ZzzQuil Pure Z's are fast-acting melatonin gummies with a complementary botanical blend to help Mike get the sleep he needs to wake up refreshed and ready to conquer Monday.
Let's do this Monday.
ZzzQuil Pure Z's, just for sleep. Really great sleep.
These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team when they discuss seafood, Seder meals, and family traditions. It's the Coons Cooking Hour presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
Pittsburgh is on the clock. Our comprehensive draft coverage is powered by Bowser Chevrolet. It's more than just the players. It's the vibe of the city. Where to go? What to do? We have you covered. It's presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office and by Groundworks, formerly Baker's Waterproofing. On the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. Breaking news, Republican Senator Markwayne Mullin has just been confirmed as DHS Secretary. Under investigation is the deadly collision of an Air Canada jet after landing at LaGuardia and a fire truck. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy.
As our airports go, LaGuardia is a very well-staffed airport. We're a couple controllers short in total, but it is a well-staffed airport. Again, 33 certified controllers that operate out of the tower here at LaGuardia.
As Iran threatens to mine the entire Persian Gulf, President Trump says his deadline for the Strait of Hormuz to reopen is postponed amid talks with Iran.
They called. I didn't call. They called. They want to make a deal.
Supreme Court hears arguments over mail ballots that arrive after Election Day. CBS's Katrina Kaufman.
What the Republican National Committee is arguing is that ballots need to be in by Election Day, that is the federal law.
CBS News Brief, I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines.
These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Brian Schlaba here from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. Born and raised right here. Since 2015, we've helped over 1,000 Pittsburgh homeowners sell their houses quickly and without the stress. No repairs, cleanouts, inspections, or appraisals. We give fast and fair cash offers, buy your home as is, and you choose the closing day. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057. That's 412-500-9057.
Pittsburgh's local trusted homebuyer since 2015.
Did you know that the only cause of mesothelioma is exposure to asbestos? Did you know that many local area tradesmen were exposed to asbestos and didn't even know it? The sad reality is asbestos-related diseases are often fatal, yet entirely preventable. Pittsburgh-based Goldberg, Persky, and White understands the complexities of asbestos exposure and are dedicated to fighting for the compensation you deserve. GPW can't change the past, but we'll work to transform your future. Call 1-800-COMPLEX to learn more.
Tickets are on sale now for the upcoming season of the Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, with Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden, and acclaimed war photographer Lindsay Addario. For information and tickets, go to pittsburghspeakers.org. Sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Tonight's going to turn out colder under a clear to partly cloudy sky, low 23. Partly sunny for tomorrow, a high of 48, and then warming up nicely on Wednesday with clouds and sunshine, a high of 62. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Apple, the greatest business comeback in the history of mankind. David Pogue writes about it in his new book, and we'll talk with him. America at Night with me, McGraw-Milhaven. Come join us. Tonight at 10 on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
I love Apple. I think about it all the time. I just saw an interview with Tim Cook. This is a $1 trillion company, and they continue to evolve, and I'm looking forward to that interview tonight. But you know what? The whole sad thing about Apple is that Steve Jobs passed away. And, look, the guy was a tactician. He was tough. He was a businessman. Most people that are that successful, they, have to be a little tough from time to time. But it just goes to show you, no matter how much you have, you just never know. So you got to live life to the fullest every day. But anytime somebody talks about the success of Apple, I think of Steve Jobs, and it's just kind of a very sad story. 866-391-1020. Here's Jody, Pittsburgh. She is on KDKA. Hey, Jody.
Hi, thanks for taking my call.
You bet.
So I love your idea. I grew up in the city of Pittsburgh. We were just talking last night about memories, going downtown, shopping, Hoffman's, Gimbels, and Horns, etc. I currently live right outside the city, but I would be willing to pitch in.
Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of people because, money is stretched thin as it is for everyone, and I get that. And I know a lot of people don't like paying taxes to begin with, but how can we let the city of Pittsburgh fall? I mean, how can we do that? I mean, I don't know.
We can't.
No.
Yeah, we can't. And am around your age and have the means, I would pitch in. I'd give more than 20 so that someone else wouldn't have to.
In the long run, it's gonna benefit everybody. I mean, it really will.
It will.
And look, I don't even know, because I don't know exactly how many people, I haven't looked at the census numbers, live in some of these places, but I believe that it would be more than enough to at least put a dent into what they are, upside down with. And one thing I can tell you about Corey O'Connor, and yeah, again, I am a little biased because I care about the family and I had a great relationship with his late mother and father, but he's not going to take his eye off the prize. Once he gets the money that he needs to do business, he's going to watch every single penny and where it's going. Penny may not be worth a lot, as they say today, but to Corey it is. And I know Rachel Heisler, she's really tough at what she does and very good at what she does. So I wouldn't, put it this way, I wouldn't have a problem either one of those balancing my personal checkbook. I just think we owe it to the city, and for those of us who grew up here and love the city and have spent time in the city, I just don't like what I see happening in the city. And what people don't understand, you help firefighters, you help yourself. You help the police, you help yourself. And if you make the streets cleaner and more businesses come and people return to work, we all benefit. And Joe, look, you've been around long enough, as I have. There's still nothing better on a hot summer night going into the city of Pittsburgh.
I agree. Whether you're going in for fireworks, for a baseball game, or just to have dinner somewhere.
Yeah, I know.
And personally, I feel safe going downtown.
Why do you think so many people, and I'm getting a lot of pushback, why do you think so many people just disagree with what I'm trying to say here tonight? Nobody's ever brought this up, and I knew it would be controversial, and I know it would get people, and I haven't had an empty phone line since I got on the air tonight, but I think it's something we need to talk about. I mean, that's what makes Pittsburgh special, and that's what makes, even where I live to this day, I know my neighbors on the right side of me and the left side of me, and if I called them and I needed their help, they would be there for me as I would for them. I mean, isn't that what we're supposed to do? And right now, if there was a way out of this, they'd have taken it a long time ago. But guess what? We're in a mess. We're in a situation. They've confronted it. And if this can help them one time, get everybody square, and then we move forward. But as Andy said, you can't do it every time, but maybe a little bit of money to help someone out, I don't see it's a bad thing. I just don't.
I agree with you. You and I grew up in a time when we would go outside and talk to your neighbors and help your neighbors. Right now, people that buy homes, they don't go outside. They don't talk to their neighbors. There's so much social media. They're in their homes. Even when I grew up, we would go outside and play kickball in the streets. All the parents knew each other. But that doesn't happen now.
No, sadly. And we all kind of wish we could be younger at times, although I feel pretty good right now. But to be honest with you, I don't think I'd want to go back and be young again with all the things that the country is facing right now. I don't. And when I drive through Pittsburgh and I go through places that I used to go through all the time, it saddens me. And look, it's still my city and I still love it. But I spent 25 years just about every day downtown and night. And there was, nights where I would get off the air at 11 o'clock or midnight or whatever, and I'd walk outside and go to the McDonald's or wherever and get a cup of coffee and enjoy every minute of it. And I used to love, seeing the buses and people walking and, in the wintertime, the steam coming up from the streets. And there was always people on the streets. And I don't know about you, Joe, but I miss that.
I miss that. I agree. So do I.
All right. So, hey, that's one. I think you're the first that's agree with me tonight. Maybe the last, but we'll see. All right. Here's Anthony in Oakland. Anthony, go ahead, sir.
Rob, you got to quit harking back to the 1980s. Downtown. Downtown is not that way anymore. You've got stuff that's completely out of control. You had people on city council in those days who believed in law and order. Michelle Madoff, Sophie Maslow, Diane Alvarado, Jack Wagner. The clowns you got down here on city council now, like Barb Warwick and them, they think Pittsburgh is San Francisco. So they have policy. You had Barb Warwick. She's sitting around there talking about new legislation to control ICE when you had juvenile delinquents who go online and say, let's meet up in downtown and cause havoc. She ain't mentioned that.
Yeah, that's a little ridiculous.
That's more of a bearing on what happens here in Pittsburgh than the ICE. ICE is in the purview of the federal government. They control immigration, but these progressives, they want to be selective in law. You can't be selective in law. You take an oath to the Constitution. So I'm sick of. Here's how Corey and Ms. Heiser need to. Here's their understanding. This is how you get control of the budget here in Pittsburgh. You cut workers that aren't essential. You're just not going to raise taxes your way out of the hole here. And he said he was not going to have layoffs. Well, then you're not going to solve the problem. You know, essential jobs you keep.
So, Anthony, no, you're good. I'm sorry. Here's the deal.
I went down the wrong throat.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm sorry. No big deal. Hope you don't choke. Anyway, listen. Here's the thing. I don't know what you can cut. I mean, how about adding jobs? But let's give them a one-time shot. See what they can do with it. And if they drop the ball, we're out $20 each. I mean, so be it. You don't buy them another drink. If they get drunk and make a fool out of themselves, you don't buy them another drink. I mean, but we're just basically telling Pittsburgh, hey, good luck, you know. But I'm not talking about the council or the administration in general. I'm talking about the hardworking people that many of us know who live in those homes that have been in their families or neighborhoods for the last 100 years. Those are the ones that I'm concerned about. And sadly, unless they bring manufacturing back, it's not going to happen. And none of them, with all due respect, mentioned anything about Nippon U.S. Steel. They didn't even want to talk about it. And that's the biggest story that we've had in the last 20, 25 years in Pittsburgh.
Rob, you're not paying attention to the new technology. Robotics are going to replace those type of workers you're talking about now. I just saw a 60 Minutes episode yesterday on how the United States is not building ships. Did you see that 60 Minutes yesterday?
I did not, but I will definitely find it.
Well, you go see it. The technology in Korea has to build us ships right now, including warships, because we don't have the people or the facilities to do it.
I did know that.
And how they do it is through robotics. Now, people play a part, but it's robotics. Look, if your budget is simple to you, if you look at how much money comes in and how much is going out, you look at what you don't need anymore and what you can get around without spending. And that's what you do here. You have duplicate workers in this fat, bloated city government, and you have to cut it. You do. See, what you have to understand, Rob, we're in a competitive time. You got taxes and regulation. If you want to get population to come to Pittsburgh, that's what you start at: cutting taxes and regulation, and you're not going to grow it through illegal immigration. You got to get people to want to come here, like you have right now, where people want to escape Pennsylvania, who want to escape New York and California. And Illinois. Where are they going? They're going to the states who have cut regulation, have cut taxes, who have no income tax. That's who you're in competition with. But these lame numbskulls who are on council and progressives from Philly, they don't see it that way. The first thing they want to do is say, let's raise taxes. Well, that drives people away. You got the mayor of the governor of New York crying the other day on television, telling the people that she drove out of her state to please come back because we need the income. Well, you drove them out. So, Rob, I love the '80s too, but this is Richard Caligari's not downtown. That downtown Pittsburgh was a beautiful time. This downtown Pittsburgh looks like Escape from New York. And we have no one to blame when we allow these progressives to come from the West Coast to come in here and control our politics. And we're going to be in a sad state. That's why Fetterman's ready to leave the party right now. He has no other choice because the lunatics are going to drive him out. Even though he votes 91% of the time with the Democrats, that ain't good enough. Thanks, Rob.
All right, my man. Appreciate it. 866-391-1020. $20 out of our own pocket. 10 to Pittsburgh, 10 to Allegheny County. You for it or not? 866-391-1020. We'll be back.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey folks, it's Marty. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and 24 months with no payments or interest, plus $500 off. Restrictions apply. Call 412-545-6003.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
Aetna has been my lifesaver. Easy to understand, and if not, customer service is always there to help.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up with care management that ensures doctors work together on complicated conditions. We show up with the latest in online tools to make healthcare easier to use anytime. We show up for you, because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint, Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, right back to the phones. Here's TJ in Carrick. TJ, how are you? Good evening.
Hey, Rob, you were saying something about the residents of the city of Pittsburgh giving $20. Is that right?
No. I was saying people in Allegheny, Beaver, Butler, Lawrence, Panhandle, West Virginia, Eastern Ohio, everybody that uses the city, needs the city, and also how important Allegheny County is. 10 to Allegheny County, 10 to the city of Pittsburgh. That's what I was saying, not the people of Pittsburgh.
Okay, for everywhere. But Rob, the first thought that came to my head whenever I heard that was, it seems like the same thing that a beggar does on the street corner in the city of Pittsburgh.
Well, that's a great analogy. I was actually going to bring that up. I mean, how many times have you given a few bucks to somebody who's on, a roadway somewhere saying they need money to eat? They may not be using it to eat, but if you find out, or if they're there a week from now, you don't do it again. So you're going to basically put some faith in the people who run Pittsburgh to make it work, and if they don't, then you don't give them another opportunity.
Yeah, but that's just like a city worker, or not a city worker, but a city politician getting the $20 so that they can put more money into their pension. So it's the same thing. It's like a beggar asks for money that they don't have, but the city has the money. They just don't use the money properly. People get to retire early. So it's chaotic. But, Rob, I live in the city since I was born. I know exactly firsthand something that you guys haven't talked about what happened to our city. I grew up here since I was born, and now I'm an old man, and I live in the same neighborhood, in Carrick. And I see this in all of the other neighborhoods where my dad lived in Brookline, my grandmother lived in Allentown, my whole family was from the South Side. Rob, here's exactly what happened. So everybody out there knows exactly. We had a lot of investors that used to be local investors buy up our city neighborhoods. So the government stole our neighborhoods away from us, and this is how they did it. With halfway houses, sober houses, drug rehabilitation houses, three-quarter housing, Section 8 housing, scattered site housing, refugee housing, illegal alien housing, migrant housing. It just goes on and on. The government took over our city neighborhoods. Not all 89 neighborhoods, but almost in the 80s. This is and the investors, Rob, used to be from Mount Lebanon or ritzy areas. People that had money would come into the city and buy houses cheap, and they're making big buku bucks to rent these houses out for sober house, halfway house, a Section 8 house. They get twice as much money if they rent it out to a government entity than they would if they rented out to somebody that had to pay the rent. This is amazing. Now these investors, Rob, used to be local investors. What I find out now, these investors that are making money off the taxpayers, the American taxpayers, they're from other countries now. They're buying up houses. People in other countries are buying houses in the United States, renting them out, government subsidized renting, and they're taking our tax dollars and they're taking it to another country. Unbelievable. This is exactly the downfall of the city of Pittsburgh. And there, all this stuff has got to stop, and all the houses need to be sold and bought by people that own these houses, not subsidized housing. Looks like we're one big public housing entity. The whole city of Pittsburgh is one big public housing entity. The government stole our neighborhoods away from us. Hey, thank you, Rob.
All right, man. Appreciate it. Look, I love Carrick. I've been in Carrick a lot lately, and I must tell you, it's just another reason why I promote the city and this region as much as I do. Look, and we're going to get to your calls on the other side. Anybody else wants to jump in on this very polarizing topic, and here again is what I've been proposing. One time, fool me once, fool me twice, that whole thing. One time. $10 if you are making a good paycheck and you are living comfortable, not paycheck to paycheck or struggling. And believe me, the world knows who we are and everybody's working hard, and I give everyone credit. We've all had that time in our life when we're doing good, we're doing great, we're not doing so good. But if you can afford it, if you could pay another $20 one time a year, tax, 10 for the city of Pittsburgh, 10 for Allegheny County, and we're talking Beaver, Butler, Lawrence, all of the surrounding neighborhoods, one time. And if it could do something to right the ship of this region, because when you think about it, one of the reasons why a lot of the outlying areas are doing so well is because people have moved out of Allegheny County and they've moved out of Pittsburgh because of the struggles and the property taxes and everything that's gone with it. But maybe if the ship could get righted, it could balance it out. More people would be staying in the city and life would be getting a little bit better. Something to think about. You believe that would be a good idea or not? One time, $20. 10 to the city, 10 to Allegheny County. 866-391-1020. More of your calls on the other side. CBS Radio News at 9 next. Good evening.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
We welcome Rachel Eisler, who is the controller for the city of Pittsburgh.
There was about what we would expect, about $10 million in an unpaid water bill that the city would owe. I can't explain why the previous administration did not pay it. As you might know, the city's annual audit is currently underway, and our office will release that report on May 1st.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom. Ahoy, matey! Is that a new phone?
Aye, Captain, that's my new Samsung Galaxy S25 FE.
You must have paid a pretty doubloon for that.
Nay, 'twas zero down from Cricket Wireless.
So, you plundered it.
Nay, again, 'tis a monthly payment plan with BreadPay.
You're shivering me timbers.
I shiver you not. Me first payment is next month.
Aye, that's not a plunder. That's a steal.
Get a new Samsung Galaxy S25 FE for $0 down when you pay over time with BreadPay. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Subject to approval of credit application. BreadPay loans are made by Comenity Capital Bank and Bread Financial Company.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Why would a guy in financial services pick a fight with the financial industry? Because in many cases, the system they built works more for them than it does for you. Tune in for a new kind of retirement show with Greg Ayler. Now at a new time, Saturdays at 5 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Roofing Company.
Planning for retirement isn't easy. If you don't know where to start, join Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors every Saturday at 1 for the Net Worth Financial Hour. Beth shares helpful tips and strategies that just might change the course of your retirement. Listen every Saturday at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Net Worth Advisors, LLC, is a registered investment advisor.
Columbia Gas of Pennsylvania is committed to the communities they serve, ensuring that all their customers stay safe and warm in their homes during the cold winter months. To ensure that no one goes without heat when the temperatures drop, Columbia Gas offers energy efficiency and bill payment assistance programs to make their customers' lives easier. To learn more about the valuable services available through Columbia Gas, call 1-888-460-4332 or visit online at columbiagaspa.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Christopher Cruz in Washington. Lines at some of the nation's airports are still hours long, even though ICE agents are taking over some duties of TSA officers, so those officers can man security checkpoints. CBS's Nicole Skanga is at Bush International.
Standing next to the bitter end of airport security, a maze of more than 5 hours right now. 6 weeks into this DHS shutdown, nearly 40% of TSA officers here in Houston have called out sick, but travelers we're speaking with aren't blaming them. They have harsh words for Washington.
To LaGuardia Airport in New York, where an investigation continues into last night's collision of an Air Canada jet and a fire truck while landing. The 2 pilots were killed. Here's CBS's Chris Van Cleve.
The NTSB is going to look at the totality of this accident, and you can't do that without really zeroing in on what was going on inside that air traffic control tower. When you listen to the audio of not only the event on runway 4, but the United flight that aborts its landing and then has an odor which turns into an emergency.
The fire truck was crossing the tarmac late Sunday after being given permission to check on that plane that was reporting an odor on board. A source confirms to CBS News that Iran and the U.S. are talking about beginning negotiations on ending the war. From Tel Aviv, CBS's Charlie D'Agata.
In the middle of the latest wave of airstrikes across Iran, a sudden about-face from President Trump, postponing for 5 days a deadline to obliterate Iran's power plants in order to break the country's siege on the Strait of Hormuz.
The Pentagon says American forces so far have struck more than 9,000 targets in Iran and damaged or destroyed more than 140 ships and boats. Two drug makers say a Lyme disease vaccine that they've developed appears to be working.
Pfizer and Valneva have announced 4 doses of an experimental Lyme vaccine reduced the number of tick-borne infections by more than 70%. The manufacturers are now hoping for approval from federal regulators. If they get it, their antidote will be the only Lyme vaccine available. A previous shot, Lymerix, was approved in 1998, but it was pulled 4 years later because of poor sales. Symptoms of Lyme disease can include fatigue, fever, and joint pain. Left untreated, it can turn into a chronic condition that causes symptoms like arthritis and heart inflammation. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
And this is CBS News.
What is going on?
What's going on here?
How is this possible? Great storytelling starts here.
Oh, come on.
Why? It's time for 60.
Jen, I didn't know you shopped here.
Hey, I'm hunting for something fresh for spring.
Oh, girl, skip them all. Jewelry Television has the best spring looks right now.
JTV, way ahead of you. Just hit up JTV.com yesterday, scored the cutest clover earrings, 2 tennis bracelets, and this gorgeous pearl ring.
Right now, new customers get $20 off any purchase of $99 or more at JTV.com.
Oh, and gold hoops and this turquoise bracelet.
Just a couple things, huh?
Maybe more than a couple.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
A restaurant review written by a 3rd grader in Dallas is getting a lot of attention, including from the restaurant.
9-year-old Catherine Peel wrote a review of her favorite chain, La Madeleine, for her school newspaper.
It's just always been like one of my favorite restaurants. The food is great.
When Catherine's father posted the review online, it went viral and caught the attention of La Madeleine brass.
When I read her review, honestly, it was like the biggest compliment ever.
The restaurant asked Catherine to help make changes to its kids menu. Among her ideas?
So like a half hollowed out croissant with grilled chicken in it.
Yeah, we're definitely going to listen to Catherine.
Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Some students at the University of Alabama have filed a federal lawsuit. They're challenging the suspension of 2 student-run magazines that are focused on black students and women's issues. The lawsuit accuses the university of censorship and violating students' First Amendment rights. Christopher Cruz, CBS News.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
The sky is going to clear out as we head through tonight. It will be colder, low 23. Partly sunny for tomorrow, a high of 48, and the clouds moving back in tomorrow night with a low around 34 degrees. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Rob Fracks on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, 866-391-1020. And I have not forgot about the war in Iran. And I really do believe that Iran is on their last legs. And the president has to finish the job. We've got to get an unconditional surrender. No peace accord, no peace talks, no truce, an all-out win. Because the people of Iran, their future, their lives are at stake. And I do believe the president on Truth Social, his media outlet, that they are talking. And I know a lot of people disbelieve that. And there are people that actually think that the United States is in trouble. I don't think that is all the case. I don't. 866-391-1020. We're going to get to Cynthia and Ted in a moment, but here's Paul in Avalon. He's up first with your Pratt Pack to finish our Monday night, our final hour tonight on KDKA. Paul, how are you? And good evening.
Not too bad. I'll tell you, why are we focusing on manufacturing that doesn't exist when we have two things here already? The best engineering education available in Carnegie Mellon and the best medical education at UPMC. Those are the things that are to keep this city going.
Agreed.
I don't subscribe to the Journal of the American Medical Association, but I'm pretty sure that all illnesses have not been eradicated. But the work that's being done on cancer research at the Hillman, and that's life-changing, world-changing things. That's what we should be promoting, what we already have.
All right, Paul, I appreciate it. But we are promoting that. But you have to understand, you need a population to take care of people when they get sick, and it helps generate revenue. And that's why I get so frustrated when they talk about going after these nonprofits. Look, the people that really keep us upright and pay taxes are the people who work in healthcare. I know it's over 100,000, maybe 150, when you look at the big three, which are UPMC, AHN, and Heritage Valley. Those are the big three as far as I'm concerned. Heritage Valley is the largest employer in Beaver County, thousands. It's our U.S. Steel. And this acquisition that's on the table between AHN and Heritage Valley will be incredible once it gets to the finish line, but really it's not there yet, so we'll leave it on the table. But my humble opinion, it's going to pay big dividends for many years to come, including employment in Beaver County and the building trades when they do some of the necessary things that happen anytime something is acquired. So I see good things, and I'm just not going to look in a different direction. All right, here's Cynthia in Florida. Anybody else wants to jump in here on my kick in $20? Let me have it or hear it. 866-391-1020. Cynthia, how are you?
Hey, Brother Rob. Listen, yeah, I'd pay it, but too many people are too cheap to pay it. But I'm talking about, listen, TJ, he needs to check how many hedge funds are buying property in Pittsburgh. It was like 25%. And they're unregulated. The government doesn't do anything to stop them. And that prevents a lot of people from being able to afford a home. He's worrying about poor people. How about middle-class people who want to buy a doggone home? I heard you talking about Steve Jobs. And, he was Lebanese and Syrian. ICE would have arrested him in another era.
I didn't know that.
And and he had, I read about him, and he had serious problems about, geopolitics, what was going on in Syria and Lebanon. Israel is destroying them. But the Persians have beaten the brakes off of us. And remember I told you I was so mad on the one Saturday morning I called you and I said I wanted all of the Arab Emirates and the Saudis not having the oil wells. Well, the Saudis went to Trump. Please beg them not to bomb us anymore. So Iran is not bombing the Saudi oil wells, but they are bombing the heck out of the people in the United Arab Emirates because they were stupid enough to say, yeah, we need to go after the Persians. Well, this hasn't worked out very well. And so we have lost another war. And you talk about Pittsburgh taxpayers. Every taxpayer in this country, our money is going to the military and now ICE. That money could be funneled back into our productivity, our lives, our people that we need to help. But no. So here's Iran. I heard Gary earlier. And I heard him last week. I want Iran to lose. Well, they're not. This was a war of choice we should never have been involved in. Trump has embarrassed us in the world. And now he's trying to back off because he knows he lost. So my question, what happens with all the soldiers that we have sent over there? They shouldn't even be there. We're paying for that. where nothing is done for our social uplift because these Epstein billionaires wanted a war of distraction, and that's what we've gotten. This is a disaster, an absolute disaster. Man, it boggles my mind. This is the worst thing I have ever seen in my lifetime. And then I saw there was a woman in San Francisco airport, Guatemalan woman with her little girl. She was tackled down in the airport. How does this benefit anybody? We're not paying TSA, and that led to the air traffic controllers' disaster and stress. But we're sending ICE up in there. This is not going to help with the gridlock. TSA is checking documents. ICE is checking other documents. People are stuck in the doggone airports, and I bet you, come election time, Trump is going to try to put ICE at our polling places because he's a clown. Oh,
so I'm letting you get Cynthia. I'm letting you get off all your chest, so I don't get 1,000 direct messages on social media. All of you folks that send me 1,000, please stop that. Just wait till I get on the radio. If you have one comment, that's good. Because I don't have time to read this stuff, and you're just wasting your time, and you're going to end up with carpal tunnel. So wait till you get on the radio with me, and I'll give you all the time in the world. If you want to send me one, so be it. But I'm telling you right now, I'm not looking at any of them because I'm getting thousands of them. And some may say that's because you're moving the meter, Rob, but I would rather save it for us to have a chance to chat on the air. But let me ask you something before you go. And you and I kind of grew up in that golden era of this region when people were working. The only way we get back good health care, better public education, strong minds and bodies from doing physical labor, building bridges, fixing roads, creating Main Street, is by putting people back to work. Why is everybody afraid of manufacturing? Why is everybody worried about steel and coal and nuclear energy? Why is that?
Well, but let me tell you where we're going. You got, what's his name, the owner of Amazon. He wants to buy up all these plants and turn them into complete automation. He doesn't want any people working in there. These are the people that we should have regulated to stop them from doing this to our economy. They don't care about people. They care about profits. And you and I have talked about this a long time, but this is where we're going. Hedge funds aren't regulated. These billionaires aren't regulated, and they are destroying us for their own profit. They don't care about us. They don't.
Okay, fair enough. Listen, do you feel better? You feel better now?
I do. I think I'll go pour a bourbon.
You know what? Pour one for me, will you? I'll be over. Anyway,
I will.
Give my best to your family. Thanks,
Bye.
Cynthia. Good hearing from you. I love Cynthia's passion. I do. And I don't like how she feels about Israel. Her and I will always disagree on that. Listen, when I do retire, I'm going to go live in a kibbutz, whatever the heck they call them. I'm so tired. For at least a year. Okay, I'm going to disappear for a year and live in Israel. I don't know. People who live there seem to really have a lot of good things to say about it. And my friends who are from that part of the world or have family there talk about the loyalty, talk about the family, talk about the connection, talk about the strength, talk about supporting. And that's what we should be doing in America. For those of you who push back on the state of Israel, look deep into who they are and what their roots are. We could all learn something from them in the United States. All right, short break. 866-391-1020. Would you be willing to give $20? That's like 2 weeks' worth of buying a coffee every day. 10 to Allegheny County, 10 to Pittsburgh. That's it. No more. Beaver, Allegheny, okay, Washington, Allegheny, Butler, Allegheny, all that money going to either Allegheny or Pittsburgh. 10. And you're done. And let's see what they can do with it. And maybe we would save our friends and family from getting their property assessed, right? Or taxes going up. And schools could actually buy certain supplies and not be worrying about where the money's going to come from and paying their school teachers and police departments and firefighters. And the people of Pittsburgh who work for the city, they deserve their paycheck just like you do. They're not managing the books. They're not balancing the checkbook. They're getting up like you, rain, sleet, or snow, and going out into the elements and going to work. We'll be back.
When you need to talk, we're here for you. Always have been. News Radio KDKA.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Hello, KDKA listeners. This is Carlos, owner of Greater Pitt Tree Service. If you have any concerns about any trees on your property, call Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. We have an A-plus rating on the Better Business Bureau. To serve your needs best, we have an ISA-certified arborist on staff. We have 32 years experience, 412-884-TREE. We will be your best choice for tree work. Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. And remember, we did your neighbor's tree.
This is Dave DeSimone. Please join me this Wednesday at 7 p.m. for Pittsburgh Works. We'll cover restaurants and share seasonal wine tips. Tune in to FM 100.1, AM 1020 KDKA, or listen to KDKARadio.com.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area. Support St. Anthony school programs and help students with special needs achieve their full potential through inclusive education, therapy sessions, and job skills development. Serving students ages 5 through 21 with Down syndrome, autism, and other intellectual disabilities. Find St. Anthony school programs within select Catholic schools in the Pittsburgh area, including a post-secondary program at Duquesne University. For over 70 years, they have empowered students of all faiths to live independently and contribute meaningfully to society. Learn more or donate at stanthonykids.org.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Rob Fracks on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, only because I have a thirst for knowledge and I have a really bad case of OCD and had it my entire life. I always have to get answers or fix things like right now. It's who I am. All right, a kibbutz is a unique, mainly rural, voluntary, and communal society in Israel founded on socialist and Zionist principles where members historically share property, income, and resources with around 270 locations housing roughly 125,000 residents. They function in communities throughout the state of Israel. That's where I want to go when I retire. I don't want to take a cruise around the world. I don't want to go to London or Paris or Italy. I want to go live in a kibbutz for 1 month. No phones. Leave me alone. Let me help those out and let them help me out. Finally realize this is what we should be doing in this country, helping each other out. That's why I'm talking about a $20 bill. $10 to Allegheny County, $10 to Pittsburgh. We take this story off the headlines, meaning the front page, and we get Pittsburgh going in the right direction. And I can promise you, Corey O'Connor is going to account for every single cent, and so is Rachel Heisler, and so is Sarah Innamorato. Look, you think any of them want to look bad after we pony up millions of dollars? Look, I know there are certain people that don't have it, and I get it. I'd even be willing to do 50. But you know what? If Pittsburgh doesn't straighten this out, we're all going to be buried by it. And Allegheny County was always the heartbeat, the pulse, and it should be. Not that I complain about the good happening in Beaver County or Washington or the explosion of residential property and businesses in Butler County, but Allegheny County cannot fail either. And everybody is either mad at somebody because they're either a Democrat or the Republican. What do Republicans do? They blame it on the Democrats. What do the Democrats do? They blame it on the Republican. Instead of saying, we're all in this together, we have to help each other. I knew this would really ruffle some feathers tonight, but that's okay. At least you have some blood running through your veins and you want to talk about it. Let's go to Ruth in the South Hills. Lots of first-time callers tonight. Ruth, welcome to KDKA.
Hi. Yeah, I'd easily give you $20, and I called about Iran, but I'd give $20 easy. And just a bit of trivia, in the early part of the country, there weren't a lot of formal general taxes, And when they needed to build something, a school, well, they had little schools though, but a bridge, something, whatever, roads, they would collect the money for it, you know, for this project, that project. I don't know. Just kind of made me think of that. But that's a good idea, $20. No big deal.
Well, at least,
You know,
hey, Ruth, at least
you organize it, I'll send it.
Listen, no, I don't want to handle the money. I'll end up giving it away. But listen, I honestly, I don't want to see Pittsburgh fail. And I know this guy who's running the city now. He's as honest as the day is long. He really does care. And you know what? He's a friend. And I consider the people in Bloomfield to the Hill District friends. Allentown, go by it all the time. They're people. It's my city. Fifth Avenue, Liberty Avenue, Penn, Stanwyck, Lawrenceville, Bloomfield. I want to help. I mean, what's a $20 bill?
I don't know what to do. Well, $20 is not much to ask people, and I don't know how you organize that, but I don't know.
Well, just let the government do it. And you know what it is? And I'm just going to say it, Ruth, and I'm going to get probably hammered before I get out of here tonight for saying this.
Boy, that's
people don't want to help because they want to see people fail. We live in a society today.
Wow.
People want to see people fail. They love seeing people fail. And that's a shame.
Yeah, I'm beginning to think that. Boy, anyway, but can I talk about Iran? I agree with you 100% on that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about it.
I am totally for this war. And in January, the beginning of January, I found this podcast guy. He's in England. He's Iranian, but born in England. His name's Meyer Tusi TV. I knew nothing. I mean, I'm Middle East brain dead, okay? It was a brain cramp learning this stuff, but I stuck with it. And this was the build-up to the war, beginning of January. Their currency collapsed. They were starving. Oh, my God. Their IRGC, their police forces, they kill and slaughter people. And, you know, only 20% of that country, if that, is strictly Muslim. And 5% are the nut jobs running the place. And most of that people is secular. And I just fell in love with Iranian people, not the government. And I think this is the best thing America has ever done. In my lifetime, I've never been for a war, but to liberate those poor people that have been suffering, getting slaughtered, this is one of the worst regimes. One of them, I'm sure there's more, but a few. This regime needs to go. And by learning all this, and by the way, we're not losing, we're winning.
Yeah, I mean, how can anybody think? How can anybody think that if it's legit and there's not some sort of underlying circumstances that we don't know about, how in the world can Iran defeat the most powerful military in the world? That's nonsense.
Exactly, and it depends where you're getting the news from, political, biases and things like that. But I get it from this guy. And anyway, he's so smart, smarter than I'll ever be on geopolitics. But we're winning, and we're winning. And to show you how we're winning, the EU has joined, and they were like bad-mouthing Trump about this for so long. Oh, my God, Starmer is sending airplanes. Go figure. Well, that's enough to make you faint. He was so resistant to this. And they're all joining in. And when you see what that Iranian country, the regime, did to the local Muslim, the other little states around there, Saudi Arabia, they were bombing them. They didn't do anything, and they start bombing these other little countries, not just Israel. And I think this is going to open up the Middle East. It's going to become a democracy. They have their president ready, Raza Pahlavi. I'm getting good on the Iranian words. And he's the Shah's son. And he'll go back in for an interim government. And then they're going to set up a democracy. The people will be free. And all these people that had to leave that country out of fear years ago can come back. And they will. And not only that, that country is going to boom. I just wish I was younger. I fell in love with the Iranian people, not the government, by watching all this. And I tell you, I knew nothing about the Middle East. And they're amazing people, and they're not Islamic nut jobs. That's just the government.
Well, just know this. Know this. Imagine being a parent praying to God that your kids make it to their next birthday. I mean, imagine being shot and killed because you're in the streets protesting you don't have enough money to feed your kids, and they murder you in cold blood. They don't even ask you to leave or stand down. They shoot and kill you dead. Come on.
You don't wear a burqa. I wish I was younger because that's the language I would learn. And, I went to England. I to teach and whatever, exchange student, whatever. I wish I was young again and a student, because I'd be headed for the Middle East, because that place is going to be different. Saudi Arabia, that whatever you call him, the boss there, I don't know what you call these people, sheik, what is he, the boss, the head guy.
Yeah.
He's cool. He's westernizing. And the extreme stuff.
Hey, imagine if the average family in Iran makes equivalent to $100,000 a year. They're not going to be foolish and basically running up their credit cards. They're going to make that money work for them, and that country is going to turn into a thriving country. You mark my word.
Exactly, and that's why I wish I was young again. I'd like to be part of it. Not only that, Rob, those Iranian men are pretty handsome guys.
Hey, one thing I have learned, I will always put women first, and I'm going to explain why, because they always do the right thing. I grew up with 5 amazing women as my sisters, my mother, those that mothered my children. And if the women of Iran get a chance to actually live a good quality of life, they're going to turn that country around, and the men are going to be saying, why didn't we do this sooner?
They are strong people. And they're amazing
strong people. Amazing.
I learned so much in these past months. They really are. I learned a lot, and I'm not so hard on Israel anymore either.
Good.
So I learned from this guy.
Well, listen, you educated.
This year.
So
many people are against the war.
Well, you educated me in the few minutes that we had. You were telling me stuff that I didn't even realize. Listen, I know they're going to make that country work. And guess what? That oil, everybody's going to get a slice of the pie because they're going to be open for business with everyone.
Yes. And we are winning. Don't listen to the propaganda. We are so winning. Surgically.
I hope our president gets an unconditional surrender. We get to put the American flag in the heart of Tehran, and everybody dances around that flag, including the Iranian people. And for everybody who's been pushing back on President Trump, I'm not going to say I told you so. I'm going to say, let's get on to the next item of business. It's that simple. Hey, Ruth, don't be a stranger. First time, but man, you got to call back often. Not because I agreed with you, but because how you delivered it with the facts. And people need to hear the facts now more than ever. All right, we've got Bishop, we've got Ted coming up next, and Scott calling all the way from St. Louis, Missouri tonight. This is what happens when you get the pulse, and that's what we've got tonight, and people want to speak, and that's good. You got to speak. You want to communicate? Good. Because that's how you get things solved. 866-391-1020. Your Pratt Pack till 10 o'clock. 866-391-1020.
When you're handling an estate or an inherited home, the decisions can feel overwhelming. At Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, we help families through this every single week. We make a quick, fair cash offer on the home, coordinate any cleanouts, help you through the process, and we'll buy it in its current condition. No pressure, no surprises. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057 for help selling today. That's 412-500-9057 for help selling today.
Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh's local trusted home buyer since 2015.
Many in the Pittsburgh region are fortunate to have enough food to never go to bed hungry. Your friends at Rome Monument would like to ask everyone to take a moment to raise some much-needed funds for the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. $1 provides 3 meals to a neighbor in need. The Diagardi family is grateful for your support of their 4th-generation business. On behalf of the Rome Monument family, thank you for considering a donation to this very worthy cause.
Saturday at noon on KDKA Radio, Pittsburgh Works presents Nan Cohen's Breakfast with Dorothy's Candies. Hear how Dorothy's Candies is gearing up production for all your Easter favorites. That's Breakfast with Dorothy's, Saturday at noon on KDKA Radio.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
With special guests John Morgan and Shane Prophet. Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh. Get your start started.
So we have a little bit of fun. Y'all ready?
You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by your local AAA travel office, Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, Ross Park Mall, and Broken Bow Records.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. Some people say they waited 5 to 6 hours to get through security at Bush Intercontinental Airport in Houston today.
No air conditioning, no service. It was horrible. No bathroom. There's no bathroom down there, no food.
The NTSB is at LaGuardia Airport investigating last night's collision between a passenger jet and a fire truck that killed both pilots. NTSB Chair Jennifer Holmandy.
They've been able to at least verify that the cockpit voice recorder was not damaged. They'll begin work on the FDR, the flight data recorder, tomorrow. And hopefully we'll have information to share. My hope is that we'll have information to share on that tomorrow.
Iran hasn't fired missiles at Israel or other nations for the past day. From Tel Aviv, CBS's Charlie D'Agata on what that might mean.
There have been a number of cluster bombs over the weekend, too, even in neighborhoods in Tel Aviv. But over the last 24 hours, it's been a lot quieter, which may suggest Iran is either running out of these missiles or conserving what they've got left.
CBS News.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 events to challenge your mind, enlarge your world, and make you laugh. With Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, and the former U.S. Ambassador to China, Nicholas Burns. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
Isley's has been a part of family traditions for generations, from famous chip-chopped ham to classic ice cream. These products still remain to be family favorites. We are proud to announce the opening of our Isley store this summer in Pittsburgh's historic Strip District at 2111 Penn Avenue. Stop in and enjoy all of your favorites. We look forward to seeing you. Isley's request that you consider joining them and the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank in raising much-needed funds for our neighbors in need.
Looking for health insurance for employees in multiple locations? UPMC Health Plan National Access has you covered. UPMC National Access gives employees access to the top-ranked doctors and hospitals of UPMC, along with nationwide access through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network for employees outside of the service area. For the quality, affordable coverage that your company deserves, choose UPMC Health Plan.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
Nathan has taught me to embrace the moment. Age-wise, I'm in my late 60s. I'm old enough to be his grandfather. Will he be embarrassed to acknowledge me as his dad? I think the most important thing we can do is let them know that they're safe, that they're valued and cared for and loved, and that they're important.
I knew I wanted to be adopted by him because of how he taught me to be the person who I am today. And it's coming from a dad that didn't expect to become a dad. And I feel very proud to be his son.
That was what he needed, and he was what I needed. Every day is full of new opportunities. That's what it's been about, realizing the simple things that it takes to make such a huge difference in these kids' lives.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care at adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Tonight's going to turn out colder under a clear to partly cloudy sky, low 23. Partly sunny for tomorrow, a high of 48. And then warming up nicely on Wednesday with clouds and sunshine, a high of 62. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Apple, the greatest business comeback in the history of mankind. David Pogue writes about it in his new book, and we'll talk with him. America at Night with me, McGraw-Millhaven. Come join us. Tonight at 10 on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
We have been a great lead-in for him tonight. Lots of response, lots of opinion, and that's the way I like it. It's the recipe for success. We'll be here tomorrow and Wednesday doing more of the same. Jonathan Salant, columnist, Pittsburgh Post-Gazette on that Washington, D.C. beat. Harrisburg beat joins us after local news at 8. All right, here we go. Right back to work. It's Ted, Mount Washington. Teddy, you're on KDK. How are you, sir?
What's going on, Rob?
It's been a busy night, but I think all in all, a good night. How about you?
Man, living that American dream, man.
I want to hear.
Hey, real quick about the city of Pittsburgh. Look, I actually live in Pittsburgh, and I'll tell you what I think. And here's what I think. Take that $20 and give it to the Salvation Army. At least they'll use it for the right reasons. If you give a $20 to the city, it's like giving an alcoholic another drink. Only thing they're going to do is waste it. Here's the problem. I mean, all you calls are fantastic. With Pittsburgh, and I remember Tom Murphy, when the city went to Act 47, okay, they came out a better city. And I'll be honest, the city needs to go into it. Need to go in it quickly. Because Corey Conner is an honorable guy. I understand that. But the reality of it is the city just doesn't have the money. And city council, when they gave themselves a raise, if you remember when I said that, if they really love the city, take a pay cut. You got to have that come to Jesus moment. Because I'm being honest, Anthony was right. Unfortunately, this generation, a lot of outsiders came to this town and absolutely ruined it. I hate to say that. It's one thing about Pittsburgh, we really don't like people from the outside telling us what to do. And unfortunately, people voted a certain way. I'm not even saying Democrat. They voted a certain way, and they thought they was going to get something and end up getting nothing. And here's all that, and I'll be honest. The city and this region are making a $4 billion bet, and it's going to blow up in their face. And I'll tell you the four things they're going to do. One is that airport. All right, it's nice, great, looks good. Another is that giant Ferris wheel on the north side. They want to do that. Also, $600 million for a park downtown. Also, that giant UPMC building on Oakland. Also, the busway, which basically all that money from Joe Biden, Build Back Better, which to me is a waste. And the problem you're going to have is two things. One, if you don't have any major retail downtown, you can forget it, okay? You can just wrap it up. Also, that busway, that money, that federal money spent to build that crap, they should have used it for the subway and extended it. Could extend it all the way to the airport. Would have got more bang for your buck. These are the things these guys are doing, and it's going to blow up in their face. You even said it. That Ferris wheel is going to be full of gold. And you're right. It makes no sense. But this is where they're going, and I'll be honest, it's still not going to help any Pittsburgher who pays taxes here. It's just not. And the county is in worse shape. They refuse to do property reassessment. They're getting sued, and they should get sued because they don't want to do it, and they need to do it. If they do it, then people who buy a house will get the fair value of the house. And like you said before, Beaver County did a property reassessment. No one died. Okay? They had to pay a little bit of money, but no one died. And Allegheny County and Pittsburgh need to do these things to have a better city and a better future.
Listen, London has one of those Ferris wheels. If I want to ride it, I'll go to London, or if I want to take a ride, I'll go to Kennywood. I don't see the need for that. I don't.
Oh, I agree with you.
That's just my opinion, but I'm sure there are people that would love it. But is it really going to, build it? They will come. But if you build jobs, the people will come. And I know I know people in Pittsburgh don't like people telling them what to do. But it's just a neighborly thing I'm talking about. And if the majority of people don't want it, then I get it. But I want Pittsburgh to survive and thrive. And I want people to be able to come up to where you live for generations to come to watch the fireworks on 4th of July. I don't want to have them up there watching the city crumble in front of their very eyes. Look, it's 250 July the 4th of this year. If we don't change things around dramatically, by the time we get to 300, there won't be anything left of our fair city. And I love it too much to let that happen.
I agree with you. Look, I think what they're doing is absolutely foolish. Literally foolish, and it's going to force more people out of the city. It makes no sense. But like I said before, people voted for this stuff. Okay? City council, like I said before, I can't stand them. Literally can't stand them. And like I said before, when it comes to Allegheny County, it is not growing. They're not bringing in any kind of jobs. No promotion whatsoever. The county exec is out of sight, out of mind, and it's just no leadership. And until we go through this cycle, and hopefully we'll get better people, hopefully, Joe Rocky, someone who knows business, we can get out of this stuff. But right now, the people will suffer, unfortunately.
All right, Teddy, I appreciate it. Lots of folks want to talk to me, so let's let them have their moment. Here's Bishop in Denora. Bishop, good evening. Welcome to KDKA.
I got a few points. I'll make them real quick. Yeah, I believe that Kurt O'Connor is an honorable young man. He is honorable, and I believe that he means business, and we'll get down to the bottom of a lot of other things that has to be discovered. They'll be painful now. They'll be painful. Now, Ted is telling you a lot of truth, Mr. Pratt. I mean, you may not want to accept it, but it's truth. Now, because I'm really still concerned about what happened as far as not paying the water and so forth and so on, and some things that were missed. Now, that's not his fault. I'm not going to put that on him. But I will tell you this one thing. Whatever happened to that brawl down there with those kids the other day, that's on his public safety. Because they should have learned from the last administration that the kids brawling down the Market Square, etc. They should have learned from that one right off the bat. They missed that one. Sorry. Now, he has to address that with his public safety director. Why didn't you pick up on that stuff? Number two is, now, let me just tell you about Iran. Iran will never surrender. You're going into God's country. God, in his own way, and I know you hate to hear this, has to deal with that. All right, we're going to lose a lot of people. God gave them those kind of, they gave them the oil. God blessed Israel. They're brothers. They're going to fight. The Bible talks about that. If I don't know if you believe in the Bible, maybe you do, maybe you don't, but it's true. And we need to stay out of it, thinking that we're going to turn those people around when we're not. We didn't. Now, do we have a good military? Yes, we do. But in war, Mr. President, you should know this. You say you're a historian or what have you, to a point that it's strategic in how you go into battle and win a battle. MacArthur was a good general. My favorite general was General Patton. He would have never made some of the mistakes that MacArthur made. Nimitz tried to tell him. But he was bullheaded. You know what happened? It was a standoff between us and Korea. Am I right? Because he didn't listen. The Chinese jumped in and said, no, we're not going to let you take over that parallel. It's the same. That's why Patton was so great. He was strategic. Now, another general I like, Custer. I like Custer. He's one of my favorites. But you know why Custer got defeated? Because strategically, he didn't listen. He went in bullheaded, and he lost that battle. And that's one of my favorite generals, by the way. All I'm saying to you is I stand with Israel on a lot of things. As long as you attack first, then you got the right to go back at it. But Iran, in this case, did not fall off altogether with, I guess, us and them on this segment. And now we cast ourselves into that, and now we want everybody to have oil. Remember now, and I'll close with this. God, if you listen to any theologian, I don't know if you Protestant or Catholic or whatever, they will tell you God gave them that kind of resource over there. Just like he blessed the Islamic State with all the oil, Saudi and all of them over there. He also blessed Israel. That's their brother. I'll have a good night. Ted, you know I'm right.
All right, Bishop. Appreciate it. Scotty, St. Louis, you're going to get some time here on the other side. Anybody else? Been a big night. We have one more segment to go. 866-391-1020. If you hurry up, get on the phone lines. I'll get you on the air. 866-391-1020. Back tomorrow night and Wednesday, 6 to 10. Your Pratt Pack, KDKA.
We're only 31 days until the draft. Everything you need to know surrounding the draft is right here. It's brought to you by Bill Few Associates Wealth Management, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Rob Fracks on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, he's been waiting a long time. He wants to talk about the state of Israel. He is Scott in St. Louis, Missouri, with your Pratt Pack KDK. Hey, Scott.
Yeah, the Bible, it also says, that God told the Jews, or the Israelis, to let the aliens among you keep their land. And you are to treat them the way you treat your fellow Jews. Israel didn't do that. They ethnically, that's why the Jews are the majority in Israel, because they ethnically cleansed. I mean, they killed women, children.
Wait, Scott. Now, come on. I gave you an opportunity. You know, we're not going to play that game. We're just not going to go there. Look, and the reason why Israel has the Israeli Defense Forces and the Mossad and everything else is because Israel got a tract of land that was dirt, nothing, Dust Bowl. And they generated and created and put sweat equity into it. And those who came to this country and were successful paid it forward by giving money back to the state of Israel. Everything that Israel has, they earned it the old-fashioned way. And they were the ones who were being annihilated by Nazi Germany, and some 6 million lost their life in gas chambers. And the reason Israel continues to get threatened and recently invaded is because of flat-out jealousy, because they made it work. Okay? And they're the best ally that anyone could have in that part of the world. End of story. You know, every time I keep thinking people are going to look at the world differently, they don't. And this is one of the reasons why the world is where it is. And it's one of the reasons why, if you are an adult in the room and you have young minds in that room, it is up to you when they become of age to tell them the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth when it comes to what happened with the Nazi Germany empire that was the Third Reich, that because of people in this country, some even who came to this country from Germany, went to war against their homeland to destroy fascism. And when you look at what's happening in Iran and has been going on since 1979, it's the exact same thing. They have exterminated their own people. Not just the 35,000 that we talk about that were protesting, but it's been going on since the late 70s, if not even before. Our job, as it was during World War II, and the president understands this, that's why he's implemented our military, to save the human race. And the human race is the population, some 90 million in Iran, but also people in surrounding countries, many of them in those NATO countries, that, yes, recently, as in the last 72 hours, they launched a missile that went thousands of miles. And thus, if that was capable, why would they not be capable to go to some of these major cities? Now, you heard in that CBS Radio News report at the bottom of the hour, it's got quiet over there. So you could look at it two ways. They're stockpiling. They're waiting for the ultimate strike. They're trying to lull the United States and others into a false sense of security to bring them to the truce or the peace table, right? Or maybe, just maybe, what the president has been saying for the longest time, it's over. Here's the question. I want you to think about this in the remaining minutes that we have tonight. So by the time we get on the air tomorrow night, and this news will be ever-changing, and maybe we'll hear more about why they're not fighting back and haven't. Hopefully it'll be because it's over. But when we get back, what are you going to say then if the president, the prime minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, are talking about an all-out victory? You know, we have led the way many times and asked our friends in Israel to stop the fighting, and they have. Benjamin Netanyahu has said, this is the best friend, the greatest president to Israel that we have ever known. And why this president, even during this very horrific time that some would say he would be fearful because of what has happened to him twice, assassination attempts, what's going on, anger from all over the world, that you should maybe kind of go into hiding or stay close to home or get in the Oval Office and have your Secret Service surrounding you at all times. No. This guy, it's business as usual. Up before the sun comes up, home after the sun comes down. And he's out promoting the red, white, and blue, our country, speaking to people, making appearances, doing the right thing by letting the world know, I'm here. I'm the leader of the most powerful free nation in the world. I'm here, front and center. And if they do not stop blocking the Strait of Hormuz, which is crippling the economy of the U.S. and others around the world, we're going to annihilate whatever security you have there. Just like we have eradicated your Navy, your Air Force, those bases in which you were building these nuclear bombs to rule the world and destroy others who have never done anything to you, gone. And if 2,000 to 5,000 Marines storm in and finish the job, basically disarming them all the way around, so be it. Because that's what the United States of America does. That's what we did. After Prime Minister Chamberlain from the UK came back and said, I have found peace in our time. And then shortly thereafter, Nazi Germany rolled into Poland, and it was World War II. You know, FDR and others didn't want to be a part of that fight. They didn't. But they realized they had to because of what was happening in those concentration camps. Harry Truman did not want to drop the bomb on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, but he did because he didn't want millions to die on both sides. It's people in a position of power that get voted into that office that make the tough decisions when the tough decisions have to get made. And I don't care what your political beliefs are. I don't care if you voted for this man or not. He's making decisions that should have been made many years ago. Yes, by Jimmy Carter, by Ronald Reagan, by George Herbert Walker Bush, who stopped Norman Schwarzkopf from going into Baghdad. Great men in their own right. Richard Nixon stopping the bombing in Vietnam when it could have stopped the war and actually got America a win and stopped communism from going to that part of the world, which they are still being affected by that communist country, China, as we speak. That might have stopped if we would have won in Vietnam. China may have never gotten the foothold if we would have won in North Korea. There wouldn't be a Kim Jong-un if we would have won in North Korea. There wouldn't have been 20 years of death and destruction in Afghanistan on both sides if we would have won. We wouldn't be having foreign country making weapons for us because we wouldn't have left $8 billion worth of weapons behind in Afghanistan because the Biden administration wanted to get out. It's time for America to do great things again. On the field of battle, in the business of manufacturing, in the streets that we call home. You may live in an apartment. It may be an efficiency apartment, or you may live in a mansion. But you live in America, and no matter who you are, you're entitled to what this country was built on. The opportunity to awake every day and to carve out a better way for your family and have an opportunity to rewrite the world as far as the entrepreneurial spirit. It's still happening as we speak. But you see, everybody has that opportunity in and I love this phrase because it is now more true than ever before, the most powerful free nation in the world, because we have a person in leadership who was elected not once, but after a 4-year gap back into the White House to make tough decisions. Because it's tough decision time in America, and it's tough decision time around the world. But it's about saving lives, whether it's the lives of the Iranian people, the people from the state of Israel, or the country that is the United States of America. Helping people from Cuba to Venezuela and everywhere in between. That's what America does. We fight for humanity because it's the right thing to do. And now more than ever, the people of Iran, the brave Iranian people have spoke. Some have died, but the killing